Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of The Obscure Arc. We are today having a bit of a different episode, a more special episode, if you may say so. And this is something we've been planning for a decent amount of time. We really wanted to do this because it's a cult classic show.
I would argue I've been planning to do this since we've started the podcast.
Yeah. And it's like a cult classic show, which I haven't seen, which was like a big surprise to Jared, for obvious reasons. But, they him and a lot of other people kind of convinced me that it's not your standard mecha. And yes, it's a mecha. You guessed right. We're doing Evangelion.
Neon Genesis Evangelion, everyone.
So
it's
let's
fucking
go.
time. It's time for me to yap. We're gonna go into all the details.
So we're gonna get into that. Kind of go in like further details than what we regularly do, which Jared will do the breakdown in a second here. But that being said, I'm excited. I'm 100% sure Jared's excited, and I know some people who are curious enough to watch us, jokes aside, are excited about this too. So we'll share our opinions. Once again, I'm Emre. Not Emre, I'm Emre. I'm here with my co-host Jared. And how are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing phenomenal. I'm ready to talk about Eva. I've been an Eva fan since, I've known about Eva my entire life, but I didn't really watch it until it did come to Netflix, and I didn't really realize I needed it. It was a huge boon when I first watched it because I was never really into mechas before Evangelion. Like I'd watched mechas before, but I wasn't in love with them per se. Okay. And Evangelion really changed my perspective on anime as well as just a ton of other things. Before we get started in talking about, we'll talk about some general facts. And we'll also talk about some other things, but I need to give some disclaimers because it's gonna be a long episode. So the first thing is, as mentioned in the last episode, we are not doing any other anime this month. It is just spent on Eva. That is because there's just that much to talk about with Eva. Like Eva is such a dense show. There are so many things that need to be discussed because of how influential the show is. A lot of the psychological elements, as well as also the really big thematics that are at play at like all times. Another thing is that the goal of this episode is for Emre and myself to express our opinions back with some evidence related to the production as well as things related to Eva. This is not a history lesson, video essay, academic article, none of that jazz. This is a podcast about opinion. So we will talk about that background to help support our ideas and points, but this isn't going to be an Evangelion like lesson on everything. Like if you want to learn more about that, there's a billion resources for it. A website I recommend deeply is both the official Evangelion wiki, if you want just generic, details about the world, as well as Eva Geeks. Eva Geeks is a phenomenal site to get you more details about production and related things. I will say many times during this podcast that Evangelion did something first. If I ever say that, I usually mean that Evangelion popularized something first.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware Evangelion did not invent many things, but also Evangelion is one of the biggest anime ever and has influenced many people to not only watch anime but to create anime themselves. So to not pretend that Evangelion's popularization of something isn't influential would I think be just kind of a bit silly. Like it's super important to everything in anime, and you see so many shows try to evoke even just shots or scenes or anything. It's just really important to include that. I will say that if you know nothing about Evangelion, you might think this show that was marketed for children might be for children.
Yes. It's for children.
It is absolutely not for children. There are sexual themes, large amounts of gore. There's absolutely a required epilepsy warning. Like if you do not epilepsy, you want to take very seriously with this. I will say if you are concerned about these things or have any triggers related to that, I would recommend looking at my parents' guide. It's too much for us to go over in here. It also is just one of those things we're not going to give a ton of attention to each detail related to it, but you should look it up just if you have concerns related to that. This episode in particular will have some rolling spoilers, so we'll go more or less section of episode by episode, nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
And this episode will only cover the original Neon Genesis Evangelion episodes 1 through 26 and the End of Evangelion. We will not be doing the rebuilds. We will not be doing Death and Rebirth because it's kind of pointless. We're not doing the rebuilds primarily just because it would take so much time. Like, this would be like a 5-hour episode if we included the rebuilds, because I have a lot to say about the rebuilds. And finally, Evangelion is like the most important anime, or I would argue almost piece of art to me. I would not say it's my favorite exactly, but it's like one of the most important. Like, I'd not be working in film, I'd not be doing what I'm doing right now if not for Evangelion. So, of course, disclaimer, I'm inherently biased. And with all that out of the way about Evangelion and all that jazz, let's talk about something that isn't exactly Evangelion. War. Japan and mechas. I've not had a chance to do this kind of in detail. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't think it's that interesting to spend like a podcast for this. I might write like a blog post about this at some point, but just to give some context about why mechas are so important in the culture of anime, I'm going to give a bit of background just related to just anime in general stuff. So, as mentioned in previous podcasts, manga, as we know it, and then moving forward, anime, is largely because of World War II. Is it everything? No. Yes, manga existed before then, and you could argue that manga was inspired by Imekimono, which is like painting scrolls, and then anime was inspired by Japanese or paper shadow plays. These are the original influences, but when U.S. soldiers came over and brought over comics, as well as also like Disney-style animations came over, this is when the large changes happened in animation and became what we know as anime today. But that didn't really happen until, the 60s with Tezuka's Astro Boy. Tezuka's Astro Boy set what we know anime to. Is it the same? Obviously no, but just the general theme, feelings, and formats, all that jazz was because of that, and it was largely in part because of World War II. As mentioned previously with Sazai-san and Astro Boy, these are anime that were made and manga that were made because in a post-World War II Japan, they needed to talk about war to some extent without talking about war. Astro Boy is inherently about war, but it is about the peace after war and preventing war. That's a large part of it. And Sazai-san is more about just the peace that hopefully Japan can experience. And basically after Tezuka released Astro Boy, a bunch of studios came up, like Mushi Production, Madhouse, Sunrise, Studio Period. Some of these studios are still around these days. And honestly, after Tezuka's Astro Boy, anime used to be a lot more open, and so shows like Evangelion, maybe not exactly like Evangelion, used to be a lot more commonplace. Experimental shows were more commonplace, basically pre-2000s, just due to kind of the nature and I would argue the stakes of television, animation, all that jazz. One of my favorite shows, Serial Experiments Lane, is also incredibly different and weird and avant-garde. Not necessarily saying that avant-garde shows is what I'm talking about, but I'm primarily saying experimental style animations. Some of the stuff in Evangelion that might seem weird to generic anime watchers or people who have not seen anime before is pretty normal, or not pretty normal, but more normal than it is now.
Yeah, it's certainly not something you're not stumbling upon every now and then.
Yeah, animation. I mean, because animation used to literally it was not digitized in the same way. We were just taking pictures of cells and all that stuff. So there was a bit more freedom to it still feeling like a physical medium. As it became digitized and changed and all that stuff, we started to treat it a bit differently. With that said, getting to specifically the mecha genre's relationship, Astro Boy is kind of a mecha, but we don't really get into mechas until later on. The kaiju genre, which if you're familiar with, the most famous being Godzilla, is really, really important to Japan.
Or for Western, this has nothing to do with anime, but just so if there's somewhere out there, people who don't necessarily know what kaiju is, the monsters in Pacific Rim.
Yeah. But kaiju just translates to monster more or less, but large monster type of thing is usually what the inference of kaiju filmmaking, because kaiju filmmaking existed way before animation, because they would literally make cardboard towns and step on it and do all that jazz. Kaiju filmmaking and films were made because of World War II. It was primarily Godzilla is just an analogy for the atom bomb. That is very straight up. Now, has it changed and morphed and done all these things to relate to newer viewers and newer audiences over time? Yes. I would argue that there are very specific Godzilla movies. I would say that in parts of Godzilla -1, it's a lot more about the earthquakes that Japan suffers. It's a big thing that's very common. Godzilla usually mixes both of them. But the kaiju genre did come first, but the mecha genre shortly followed, and that is partially just because the kaiju genre, has this whole big culture behind it, but it's more about the catastrophic and, nature of war and, suffering and often humanity feeling small and needing to use their indomitable will to overcome some great force. While mecha genres kind of contemplates the power that you can have in war and the need to defend. I think that was something that Japan needed time to process before they were willing to make shows about it. Like, I think you can make shows about, like, the indomitable human will a lot easier than it is to kind of contemplate on, is it okay for us to defend ourselves using destructive power? And the mecha genre is so essential to anime because a lot of our combat animes are inspired by, like, the original, like, Gundams and
Ultraman.
Ultraman, Messenger Z, like all this stuff is really, really important. So the first mecha was Tetsujin 28 by Mitsuo Yokoyama. It was inspired by, Tezuka's works in Astro Boy, but, like, Astro Boy is, like, kind of a mecha, not exactly, because of, there's a ton of with mechas. We can have we could spend time complaining about whether Attack on Titan's a mecha or not and all that jazz, but generally we're talking about large robots.
Since this is the establishment of the genre itself, and, like, it's obviously going to be more stereotypical. Astro Boy is not necessarily related to giant robots all over the place, you know, going to space and all that stuff.
The main thing is that the way you move your story forward in, like, usually the latter half of the episodes is not through always giant boss or giant robot fights. Then you have 1972, the super robot genre, kind of with Messenger Z, Go Nagai, and, all that kind of jazz. In 1979, you get Yoshiyuki Tomino and Mobile Suit Gundam creating a more realistic sci-fi and, gritty look. It's a lot less formulaic Monster of the Week. A lot of mechas, a lot of kaijus are very much based on the Monster of the Week, less narrative formats and kind of what's on TV. After that, we do get Neon Genesis Evangelion in 1995. That is the short history on mechas, but the thing I want to drive home about it is that mechas are something that is incredibly important in Japan due to kind of the origins of anime, as well as also kind of the coping mechanism it was for getting over war, and also kind of having this empowerment to it.
Also, I do kind of want to do a quick plug here for if you all are interested in this type of, like, stuff about mecha genre in general, and then how Evangelion become to be what it is and all that stuff. I do want to suggest a book, since we suggested, like, channels and stuff. This is something that I've picked up relatively recently myself as well, and I've been enjoying it so far. It's called The Anime Archives, a retrospective of anime films and TV shows from indie journal publisher Lost in Cult. So it's a good book. It has a lot of information, including our topic today. So just wanted to, throw that out there. If you want to grab a book about this stuff, it's a pretty solid piece that combines a lot of history and production details of anime, basically, as well as all, like, authors and creators and mangaka and their personal lives as well. So we could spend forever talking about genre and Evangelion's relationship to it, but, like, that's not what this podcast is about. It's not like a video essay or article that is trying to make an analysis of that. I just want to give the context as we get into the show, because there is going to be a lot of themes that are very important related to that. So getting into the production details of Neon Genesis Evangelion, the studio was Gainax, which was co-founded by Anno. Anno left in 2006 for Kara, but it was also done in part with Tatsunoko Productions in the fall of 1995. Gainax is known for Fooly Cooly, Gurren Lagann, Medaka Box, but you really know them for Evangelion. It was produced by TV Tokyo, Kadokawa Shoten, Nihon Ad Systems, and Audio Tanaka. It was licensed by ADV Films G Kids. I will say, for our American audience, which is probably everyone, this was aired on Toonami for Giant Robot Week in February of 2003 with the first 2 episodes that were heavily edited. Some intern, I'm sure, just convinced them that it was totally fine and normal. And then this was also shown almost in its entirety on Adult Swim in October of 2005. Basically, almost the entire series, like, unedited. And for some people who are, like, only watch anime from, like, the streaming world, they don't realize how hard it was to watch Evangelion back in the day. Like, distribution was kind of a mess. It didn't really come to the West, like, because it's a heavily Japanese show. And it's a heavily Japanese show made for a Japanese audience to begin with. Like,
it's like I know Anno's kind of gone on a whim and said, like, he does not care about the global audience, and, like, it's not something he's necessarily interested in. And, like, getting to watch this show even when like kind of in the baby days of streaming services, was not the easiest. At least watching versions that didn't have terrible subtitles and all that shit.
Yeah.
As you probably know, this is an original animation based on the writings of Hideaki Anno. The production details of how it got written is all a mess, and we will talk about that shortly. The music was done by Shiro Sagisu. To be fair, Beethoven is also technically a credited composer on this. Beethoven, Handel, and also a artist known as Hijiro Kumano. But Sagisu does like 90% of the songs. Sagisu known for Bleach, Black Bullets, Magi the Labyrinth of Magic, Berserk 2016, and also Shin Godzilla. Shin Godzilla not being an anime, but Anno chose to work with him again on his one of his bigger live action movies. The sound director is Hideyuki Tanaka, who has done Love Hina, Revolutionary Girl Lieutenant, and Excel Saga. So a lot of the older, very classic, also a little niche, but very classic shows. And as you know, the director of Neon Genesis Evangelion is Hideaki Anno. Hideaki Anno, known for doing, let's be real, Evangelion, but also His and Her Circumstances, Gunbuster, Nadia, the Secret of Blue Water, Cutie Honey. Before then, he was a key animation person, primarily doing stuff like Macross, Nausicaa in the Valley of Wind, Megazone 23. He has done live action stuff for Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman as a writer, and Shin Kamen Rider. But also, he was a voice actor in The Wind Rises as like one of the leads, which is kind of crazy. And also, before I forget, I was going to include this, but there's also an episode director. I believe it's Kazuya. Oh, man. Anyways, I will find this shortly.
Yeah.
But I want to include this because a lot of the staff for Evangelion stuck with Anno for a very long time. Like insanely long. Kazuya Tsurumaki, who was like he's basically Anno's right-hand man. Like there's a lot of producers that will roll around, but like Kazuya has been around for the entire time. And the reason why I want to mention this is because a big reason why we chose to do this episode was because there's a new Evangelion coming out, which is insane, in the year of our Lord 2026, or God forbid, whenever it comes out. To be fair, Anno is not on the project, so we don't really know the direction or whatnot. Yoko Taro, the creator of the Nier series, will be on it, but Kazuya Tsurumaki is also on it. So from what I can tell, it's basically just like all of the EVA team, because it's Studio Kara doing it, which is the studio that does Evangelion after, like in the rebuilds and all that stuff. So it's a lot of people from Evangelion, but it's just not going to have Anno, which is very, very important. But I want to include Kazuya Tsurumaki because a lot of people had to deal with Anno and his way of being a director for a very long time. And I think we'll get into the details of why that's so important, but he is, for people to be like making one show for like 30 years is insane. Like I truly think it's like an incredible feat. Where to watch this? You can watch this on Netflix. I will say it was like acquired in like 2020 or something like that, I want to say. You can watch in other places. I will say Evangelion on Netflix does have some subtitle changes, very few, just due to Netflix wanting to censor certain things.
Just learn Japanese, y'all.
Yeah, if you learn Japanese, it'll change everything. And also, Netflix does include the director's cut for the later episodes. And I would also say if you want to watch this in other places, that's great too, because I'll mention another reason what Netflix does later that is a small change. But ultimately, if you watch Evangelion on Netflix, everything will be like, you'll get the whole show. There's just slight minutia that has changed. But to get to what Evangelion is the epitome of the mecha anime, as well as everything beyond that. It's a post-war story deeply about the scars left on Japan and its psyche. It's about humanity's constant struggle against its external forces and those from within. But most importantly, Evangelion is about a boy who wants to feel the warmth of another, but is too scared to get burned. For Hideaki Anno, Evangelion came after the failure of Uru in Blue, which is from his series that he made before this. And Anno was granted a spot in collaboration with King Records and Gainax to make something, anything. In 1993, Anno first proposed Evangelion as a series about not running away. The original proposal stated, humans are isolated creatures who fear death. They will follow the crowd and abandon their own will. This is the story of a youth who acquires great power and makes a brave decision. Which as a proposal sounds great. It sounds like, wow, this is something kids can connect to.
Yeah, and they can.
They absolutely can, but
Hope they don't, but they can.
It's definitely a story for the youth, but maybe not in the way that especially 90s distributors may have wanted.
Yeah.
So as we do this, we're going to get basically sections and chunks of episodes that we're going to talk about at a time, so that we can kind of make sure we cover everything, but also so that we don't jump too far ahead, because this show has a ton of things that are interlinked and connecting. But to start, we're going to go through episodes 1 through 4 and talk about the world of Evangelion, with episode 1 just titled Angel Attack.
Yeah.
And I will mention most of these episodes have two names. One will be Japanese translated and one is English published. I'll try to mention both. Some are vastly different from the others, but in both this is just called Angel Attack. And the world of Evangelion is set in 2015, which at the time seemed like the future, and now it's been a decade since 2015. So
yeah,
the
that's
world
kind
we
of
live in
wild, right? Like we're finally getting to that moment in our lives where like you see futuristic movies that are made back in the day, and like we're way past or like on that time, and the stuff they depicted to us during those times for these times, it's like.
But now we have avocado toast.
That is true.
We have avocado toast, no flying cars, no giant
one
mechs.
step behind Eva.
Yeah, a little. We're right there.
The second step after the toaster, I guess. But
to get just a bit into the aesthetic of Evangelion, because I really love the aesthetic of Evangelion. I would say, like, from my typical viewpoint as like what I enjoy, I've learned kind of as a more and more as an artist, I've learned about it. I would not say I typically align with it, but I love there's a lot of neon bright colors, but a lot of also strong saturation, especially in the Evas.
Yep.
This show was heavily inspired both aesthetically and in shows, but to talk about aesthetically, like Ultraman, some Devilman stuff, the original Gundam, like Anno borrowed from everywhere.
Yeah.
And the world is very much post-war, like cities underwater, like,
cities shift depending on like war like situations.
Yeah, like literally
like
going from up, like, with a geofront up and down and all that jazz. And it's a very, like, even though there's parts of the show that are very clean, it's also very metal, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
I really like how gritty and raw the moments can be, but it is also presented to be very much a show about war. Like, the first few shots we see, like, kind of as the angel Sakio like kind of approaches, it's like, it's not an Eva fighting it at first. It's all of these, like, military, they're dropping bombs, they're shooting missiles, they're bringing helicopters, all that jazz. And it's reminding us that, hey, this is the world we live in. This is Japan right now, even though very clearly post-war, still at war, is a large part of what Ava's trying to encapsulate tonally to us.
Yep.
And a big thing that episode 1 kind of sets up is like our kind of general first impressions. It's a lot of foundational stuff we're going to talk about, but like our first impressions of, like, Shinji, a little bit of Rei in episode 1.
You're such a strong kid.
Gendo and Misato. I want to, you had some things that you want to express, get your impressions about, like, specifically Misato, because she's basically our first into the show before we meet Shinji.
The car, first of all, I do want to mention this. The car she drives, superb.
For the first 10 minutes, it's superb.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah. The faith of the car is not so fun, but love it. Good JDM touches, which I'd say there's that culture around Eva, and after Eva, a culture around JDMs. They kind of feed each other in that sense, I feel like, which is a really nice thing. I really enjoy that. But yeah, the moment we see her, she is like my first impression that I wanted to mention was she comes off as this like almost wild card, carefree, like, oh yeah, like I do everything like my way and it just works out, and I'm fine with it, and I'm like just out there doing my shit. At least that's what is shown to us, which later on we realize is not the case. But throughout the show, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, like this is like there is a specific way characters are presented to us, and then obviously the more we watch, we realize, okay, so that was just the cover of the book, you know, like that's no way near what this person is.
Evangelion's heavily about dichotomy, like really heavily about dichotomy. Like Misato is probably the most evident because she both like on a lot of shows that are about military, you have your military self and your personal self, and Misato as like a military leader despite being reckless, is very capable and very,
Yeah.
even though she makes decisions that no one else would make, she makes those decisions and then succeeds. Like, that's one of the big things about it. And even though Gendo seems like a character who doesn't have any dichotomy, he does. I think that's something that's going to be very pertinent, whether we like it or not, is that Shinji's perspective of Gendo in their first kind of meeting, like, that shot in Evangelion will never, no matter how many times Evangelion gets remade, as long as Shinji and Gendo are in it, the first shot of them meeting will always be the same. It has to be, because it is this, like, Shinji's looking up, like, off to the kind of, up standing point wherever, Gendo is at, and Gendo's looking down on him, but not even looking directly at him in a lot of the shots. Like, any of the shots you see Gendo looking at Shinji, it's usually like a side profile of, Shinji being visible in the monitors, but it kind of feels like Gendo's not truly interacting with him. There's this kind of superficial, I want you to get into the robot, that's all I care about, that's all I need you for, I'm very much utilizing you type thing.
He looks at him, or not looks because he doesn't look at him.
Mm-hmm.
He treats him as if he's a tool.
Yeah, like there is eye contact made, but never made between, like, a typical, there's never a two shots that makes them connected. That's a big thing about it. We'll get into a bit of the cinematic grammar later, but to get back to that dichotomy thing, a large part of his show is going to be accepting that this terrible father figure that we see does have dichotomy to him. That's like a really important thing that will be explored later on.
Well, now that does not mean it's good or bad, but it is there, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, it's we'll get into that a bit later, but there is a large part of it is these characters, and as you see Unit 01 come out, like, first of all, Unit 01's design, amazing. It is iconic. It is malleable. It is crazy, like, cool. I just love purple and green are synonymous with Evangelion for a reason, right? Unit 01 is this pillar in animation of kind of a phenomenal, malleable design that has different forms and does all these things, but is undeniably Eva 01. And I think that very few anime are able to get anywhere close to that. Like, there's so much thought put in a lot of these designs. Like, I would say, in comparison to Eva 0 and Eva 2, yes, Eva 1 is more popular, but in more flashy design-wise, but it is still, like, very important that your most seen thing on screen is as badass looking as Eva 01. It's so cool. Like, no analysis, so cool. But as we start, kind of moving on from episode 1, one of the big things I do want to make a note of is this is the start of, like, our hero's journey, and if you were to look into this through, like, that classic narrative, either analysis or story format, this is kind of where the hesitancy phase would come along. And I think Evangelion deals with the hero's journey very differently, and I think we accept this hesitancy kind of without thoughtfulness because we're so used to it. But this scene will matter a lot later. Like, this initial scene with Gendo and Shinji meeting and that hesitancy that we kind of
it does
get into.
And, like, we'll mention this a few more times with different shots and angles, but, like, throughout the show, you really do realize in certain moments, the angles that they've decided on, or the shots that they've decided on, almost feels as if, like, it's the way you'd see in your actual life, in a sense. As in, for example, in that scene, you really immediately get the feeling that, like, you are actually looking up to the screen, and Gendo just is not, connecting with you. Like, the way they handle the angle gives a lot of, what would you say, like, it gives a lot of information about Gendo's attitude and how he treats his son and everyone with just one shot.
Yeah, it gives a lot of power. I think
like, obviously he starts speaking, and from that attitude you kind of, like, conclude on that assumption, but, like, even just before the speech with the shot itself, you're already there. Like,
one of the things that Eva does in comparison to other shows is that, especially nowadays, I think it's become very common to go away from what I'm going to call, like, noir-style filmmaking, where noir-style filmmaking and, like, older filmmaking was very harsh lighting, hiding things in shadows, less about visual clarity and more about, like, strict cinematography rules and ideas that you would use. Nowadays in animation, and probably more in live action, but also in animation, because animation is kind of influenced by live action, there's this need for consistent visual clarity, which is understandable. I get the audience wants to see what they're looking at, but, like, you can't see Gendo in that, like, first shot. Like, you can barely see Gendo. And most other things would be like, no, we want to be able to see Gendo, we want to see the figure, we want him to be no, like a big important thing is that it's the bright shining lights, you're looking up and you can't really see him. And that is a large part of what kind of like, gets us to understand, oh, this is Shinji's father, this is how he sees him, is kind of like nearly a god, but a god that he's scared of almost, right?
Yeah, almost like a bad god, like a chaos god in some mythologies, I guess, if you're following mythology. But it certainly starts off with really, really strong emotions to it.
Yeah, it's a very it's settled undertone stuff that I think a big thing in comparison to other shows. These are foundations that are waiting to be activated, and I think that's a very important thing that distinguishes itself from other episode 1 through 3s. Is like a big thing that I don't like about episode 1 through 3s of shows that are just trying to get a hook is that they don't get foundation. They're just trying to make the audience interested.
They don't set the tone of what the show actually is.
And it's also just like the writing that needs to activate later. Like you can't make a story like Shinji's as we get into it without episode 1. Like you need to have episode 1 set the tone and also lay down the tiles that make the narrative. And as we get into episode 2, which has 2 phenomenal titles, one being Unfamiliar Ceilings, that you'll kind of see. The English title that I'll read first will be on Netflix, and then the other will kind of be the direct translation. The other one is The Beast. Both great titles, but I'm going to stick with Unfamiliar Ceilings for now.
Yeah.
This is when Shinji gets into the robot and he finally fights the angel Sakyo. And the first thing that you notice kind of with the action is it's a lot of psychedelic and a lot of crazy shit. Like, first of all, Shinji does not fight very well, obviously, because he's a child getting to a robot fighting an alien.
He's 14 years old, and they were just like, get into this.
Yeah, and it's like, get into the robot. And a lot of what this fight with Shinji is like a big denial like of reality, right? Like that's a huge part of, I'm not fighting this angel right now. I'm not in pain. Like, I want to get out. Let me leave.
He doesn't even acknowledge the fact that he's there. Like, he is just back home, not in an Eva, did not necessarily communicate with his father. Like, he almost treats it as if it's a dream or, like, at this point, a nightmare. Which is, well, valid for obvious
valid,
reasons. But you get that feeling from like minute 1, like him denying his reality and kind of trying to come in terms with like, I don't like this, but it's also happening. But it's never with like an open heart, if you may say.
I mean,
so.
Misato's giving him commands the whole time, and he's just not there. He's like not there, understanding what's happening.
Which then obviously we see it in the fight where he kind of loses himself as well.
Yeah. Another thing to talk about the fight is like, the cool psychedelic colors of like, Shinji getting stabbed and this kind of emotional and psychological damage that's being done. It's very cool and it's great. But another thing that's really important color-wise related to Evangelion is a ton of filters. Lots of heavy filters, a lot of orange, a lot of like, tan tones and all this. Both
also a
in
decent
and out of action.
amount of grain, by the way.
Yeah,
I want to mention that. And like I don't think I've ever said this for any of the older shows I've watched, but the grain texture on this like show is actually really pleasant. Like that's like every other episode, if not every episode, like that was something that I was thinking to myself. I'm like, dude, like the grain on this like show really worked for it. Like it upped the quality in my eyes.
A big reason why is because the aesthetic and the themes kind of demand it, right? Like this is a show that is gritty and it's going to have a harsher look and not like it's going to present itself as clean and then get gritty, and that grain is going to make a lot of these things stand out. There's also a ton of shadows and negative space that create an emptiness. Like again, if you were to see like the standard shot and the thing you should do and things that looks good, it's not Evangelion, right? I think that's a big thing to talk about. Like the cinematic grammar in Evangelion is a lot of these shots that Anno is choosing are not the standard what you should be doing. Like if you watch the Anno documentary that is about Thrice Upon a Time, which I'll mention again later, he consistently, when he's editing in the room, goes, these shots are too ordinary. This is what an ordinary director would do. Like he's so obsessed with this. What is the feeling and idea that is different that I have that no one else has? And to talk about, like, another thing that he does is he does a ton of lightning cuts. And when I say lightning cut, I'm not talking about like a fast cut between like, 1 second or like, 0.5 seconds where you can read the frame. No, I'm saying lightning cut as in these are maybe a frame, maybe less than not less than a frame, maybe like 2 or 3 frames. But like these are, you're not supposed to take in the information. Like that is a big part of what lightning cuts are, is you're not supposed to take in the information. You're supposed to be consumed by a feeling. It's something really popular in like true avant-garde animation of things that aren't even like shows, they're just avant-garde animation.
Yeah.
Lightning cuts are an incredibly popular tool, and I think Anno, like, then decided to use them, and it really establishes the psychological foundation of what Evangelion is. It's like, this is a show that is deeply disturbing and a lot about the feelings that Shinji's going through that he does not understand. Like, you're not supposed to understand what's happening on screen, like, from a viewer standpoint, especially by episode 2. You understand a bit more later, but like, it's an overwhelming experience to be fighting an angel.
It tries to like kind of confuse you and put you into that spot of like discomfort and like feeling of lost, like feeling of being lost in a sense. Like, there's just so many things happening in one time. Like, on one end, you're like trying to follow up this main character's quote unquote like story and like how what he's going through, but then there's this whole concept of angels and like Evas, and then the dynamic between like the army like and like organization, which is the nerve, and like everything is just, it's so much so that you're almost forced to just watch and not think, because nothing makes sense at that point.
Yeah, it's a lot of noise, a lot of clutter, something that people would be like very against if they were trying to get the audience to connect with it.
Yeah.
And then it stops.
Yep.
And he's in a room and he's looking at a ceiling, and all he says is, "This is a ceiling I don't know. It's not a familiar ceiling to me." And a big part of that is building on the cinematic language, this idea of the unfamiliar ceiling, and basically any time you see a shot at the ceiling, you now understand that Shinji has this discomfort that is in the room. And then this is what makes a truly good show great, is that these type of ideas and cinematic grammar that is added and used as like kind of a toolbox lets us have like understand things without having them, Shinji literally tell us, "I'm uncomfortable in in my room." Like, there's both shots that are of the ceiling and from the ceiling that will make you take in this feeling.
Like, because whether we realize it or not, a lot of people, we get accustomed to our like rooms or like certain places and stuff we go to, and when you, for example, go to like maybe a hotel or like a friend's house, whatever, and you sleep over, even then, like, when you first wake up, you see a different room, a different ceiling, you're like, what's going on right now? Like, there's that shift of like, oh, something's wrong kind of feeling in us as humans, as in real life, and that's what he is experiencing within that moment, and arguably, obviously, since he's not in his friend's house, on a much more extreme level too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a large theme about home that is never overtly talked about in Evangelion. Like, it's never overtly talked about. They maybe say it a couple of times, but a big thing is that Shinji, I had the choice at one point when in college, I wrote my final like graduate paper video essay type thing about migrant men, and I had a choice to write it about Shinji. I chose not to because it deals a bit less with like migrancy per se. He's just more so a child without a home. Like, he's been through like, he's been to his teacher's house, he's been through like, now with Misato, he's been to a couple of places, and the idea of that a ceiling always feels unfamiliar is this idea of permanent discomfort, not having a place that feels your own. And that plagues Shinji for the rest of the show. Like, if Shinji had this feeling of warmth around him in some regard, even if it's just a physical place, that's meaningful, right? Like, that's a big part of what makes Shinji become like that's a big thing that makes us people that we don't realize. Like, it's so hard, like, to get accustomed to the world when you don't have something to ground you.
Yeah, it's the lack of belonging.
And to talk about the very end of episode 2, there's a big thing related to tone that I want to talk about, because when you have a big robot fight, there's so many ways you can kind of end it, and flashy and blare and all that stuff. So the initial ending of the scene is with like, the Eva after the explosion, and it's like, oh, it's so cool. It's looking in ashes, like, in the explosion, and like, kind of like a red sun look. But that's not what Eva's about. And then the next shot is kind of, we see the Eva's mask come off. It's reflected in the building, and then you see the eye, and like, very creepy eye, amazing looking eye, but horrifying eye. And Shinji's scream, which, mind you, one of the best screams in anime. I would personally argue Shinji's screams are the best screams in anime.
Good,
Like, Megumi Ogata is one of the best to ever do it. She's done tons of characters.
There is still a specific scream that I like more within the shows that we did with you for this podcast, but The Lico Rico.
Oh, the Lico Rico one's really good. No,
that's still like it lives in my head.
That scream is really good.
Not to divert too much, this one is still really superb, and we have multiple of them throughout the show, which is crazy.
That's the thing that makes Megumi Ogata insane, because she does it for like every other episode. It feels like she does it all the time. But to get back to my point is that yes, you have this screaming, crazy, horrifying moment, but the way that scene ends, like, truly feels like it comes to a conclusion, is with Shinji alone in his room and Misato kind of coming and saying, hey, people are going to praise you. People are going to thank you for today. And to look at how the scene ending affects the tone, this could have been a cool action-y type show of like, oh, that's badass, or a horror-ish type show, a psychological thriller. Like, well, yes, Evangelion is kind of a psychological thriller. This show is about isolation and about human warmth. That is what it is about. And so choosing to end the scene there was such an important note by Anno to kind of like establish what you should be caring about as an audience member. I think a lazier director chooses the shot that's cooler or the shot that has more punch, but choosing to end it on Misato and Shinji alone, just talking, something that's very mundane, is what makes Anno like a truly great director.
Which arguably for his, like, what he's doing with this show at that time, this is the action shot, quote unquote, because like the show revolves around psychology, like, through and through. And this is also one of the reasons why I like enjoyed it more than your regular mechas, because it's not just giant robots fighting and like kind of bashing their heads into each other, but it's like the pilots, the characters, the military men. It doesn't matter. Like it dives into human psychology. Arguably even more so than a lot of psychology themed shows. Like, so in that regards, Anno did like a really good choice of ending that episode and that scene being for what he's doing. It's the action shot.
To get to the next episode 3, The Silent Phone, also a transfer. This is Shinji's first episode being a normal kid. This is him going to school, wanting to fit in and belong. And one of the big things you feel a lot of is just like dissociation. Shinji's not there, right? And the first thing that you really feel with Shinji in this episode is he gets to meet Suzuhara for the first time, Toji, as well as Kensuke Aida. But, you know, it's more important that he meets Toji, because when he meets Toji, it's kind of this, okay, you know, this is the first kind of male like person that tries to get like close to me, and the first form of like physical interaction he has with him is him getting punched in the face, because he learns that
that's friendship.
This is Ava Pilot 1 who hurt my little sister, more or less. And a big theme about this entire show is the need and desire for physical affection and the ways we have physical warmth, whether we like, or like, you know, physical interaction in certain ways. It's like Shinji, a lot of his familiarity with physicality is violence. Whether he enjoys that or not, he is a child that is eventually going to be raised into a world of violence. And the big thing that gets mentioned is the hedgehog dilemma, which is that in order for, like, you know, if you don't know the hedgehog dilemma, they explain it in the show, but it's basically in order to be warm, hedgehogs need to get closer together, but their spines start to poke each other, and kind of, you know, the whole analogy of humanity, the closer we get to people, the more likely we are to hurt them. And that is what Shinji is ultimately, like, when you think about him as a hedgehog, it's that not only is he like a spiky person, but he's capable of violence. Like, that's a big thing, is that he, whether he likes it or not, as an Ava pilot, is capable of violence, and that kind of shapes who he is.
It does.
This also has, you know, the whole center the target, pull the trigger dissociation type thing that he has, and kind of this need to be a subservient person as he fights the angel Shamshel. And a lot of what we see in this specific episode in relation to like the hero's journey is like that agony of heroism of Shinji. Now he sees Toji and Kensuke out in the open, and he has this reluctance, or like, you know, to save them, but he kind of has to, right? Like, I think that episode's like a really important part of how we see Shinji as a hero.
It's almost like it's also the how we see him as a hero, but how he sees himself as someone who's forced into that role, right? Because obviously he's not volunteering to do it. But in moments at school, like when people ask him or stuff, you know,
you're
things
that
like
Eva
that.
pilot.
Exactly. Like he enjoys that, but then also with the punch and the other side of the coin, basically, he also realizes that, like, okay, so maybe it's not just funds and like being cool and like people saying like, oh yeah, you're amazing. Like, it's, he again gets into another dilemma that makes him question a what he'll do from here on out, and then b if he could even do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's scared of being known
Yeah.
as that Eva pilot to some extent. Like, I think he's
Exactly.
definitely afraid of that human warmth, whether it's superficial or not. There's also this like kind of line drawn between technology and humanity. We'll revisit this a bit later, but the Evas and kind of their designs as like biological, mechanical
Yeah.
creatures is very important. You kind of see it a little bit with this episode, but you're going to see it a lot more. And you saw it in episode 2, but you'll see it a lot more later. And there is this kind of line that will be drawn between the two, or lack of a line drawn between the two. With that, we're going to episode 4, which is Rain after running away, or also known as just the Hedgehog's Dilemma. This is an episode that's just basically Shinji dissociating. Like, he's completely like out of it after the fight with Shamsho. He just does not want to be there. He does not want to be a pilot anymore. And again, a lot of other directors don't have Shinji sitting on a fucking train for like a minute and a half listening to the same song over and over again. But Anno, like, he craves this this need to force the audience to feel a feeling. Like, he wants it to some extent be heavy-handed. Like, you know, the big thing that Shinji has in this moment is like this envy and crave for human connection, but at the same time, he doesn't want to do it through violence. But as we get to it later, he kind of needs to. But you know, it's a really this little dialogue. It's heavy sound focus. It's really in your face, like as a viewer of like, holy fucking shit, Shinji's just not there.
No, yeah. It's a theme that we see throughout the show, obviously. But I feel like this is the first point where we really kind of get an insight to what he is craving and what he is lacking in his, I guess, personality. You could say not personality, but like his, like the connection he lacks is a foundational stone for all of us, for all humans, regardless of how much or less it exists within our personal lives. It's still very much there, and he did not have that, and it shows, which then ends him in craving everything, kind of spiraling into this more depressive mindset. And that's why us being given that type of information and those scenes, the silent scenes, the 1.5 minute scenes, him just sitting there and like listening to music, are more effective.
I mean, we see a lot of the coping mechanisms that coping and defensive mechanisms that Shinji has. Like, one of the big things is that right as Shinji's like kind of getting dismissed from Misato, he's like, I'm sorry, yes ma'am.
Exactly.
Like, you know, very childish defensive mechanism, but he's doing it because he does not know how to interact with both criticism and warmth. Like, he does not understand.
And he also doesn't want to escalate anything. Like, he just wants to glide on the surface and like basically experience the good things, which are like praises and like fun conversations and like things like being acknowledged by his father or other relevant people, and avoid any type of conflict that might happen, which results in not working his way, obviously.
Yeah, my favorite moment in this episode is when Misato and Shinji are kind of like saying goodbye to each other. And a big thing in this episode was sound. Like, you know, there's the rain, there's the lack of dialogue, there's just the train noise. Oh, forgot to mention, a lot of the sounds you'll hear in this, a ton of cicadas, a ton of train, like, you know, crossing and all that stuff. And I know it's not a sound thing, but there's a lot of power lines in the show. Hideaki Anno loves power lines. He's the #1 world's enthusiast of power lines. He thinks they're essential to society and they're incredibly great. But specifically the sound in the scene with Misato and Shinji saying goodbye, there is like Japanese city pop music playing in the background, but it's very unclear. It's like almost like mall audio quality, like, you know, the type you hear in a train station as well, but it really has this nostalgic feeling of like, it's a very upbeatish type song, low quality, and it's like not concerning, but definitely like a bit weird in the situation. But it's like, you know, an awkward goodbye, right? Like, that's a big thing about it. Sets the tone of like, they're both kind of not being honest with each other. They both don't really know how to interact, and it's just weird.
It is, and it's also like visually too, right? Like she goes to the train station with the car and all that stuff, and you see the train's movements. Like it's very much a not dialogue heavy narrative for that episode, and just audible visual kind of stimulation.
I mean, even the interaction with Toji as they leave, it's like, yes, they do talk to each other, but the big thing that Toji wants out of Shinji is like, hit me back. Like, you know, in a very masculine bro type way. But like,
Let's go.
A big thing is like physical interaction is how Shinji needs to communicate sometimes. And like how I think all of us need to communicate sometimes. And so what, whether it's how I feel about it or not, of hitting him back is one thing. But the importance of that in that shot is like, no, like you're not leaving until you hit me back.
Yeah.
And
really, they just look at each other too, like afterwards.
Yeah, there's a lot of silence and waiting, and like I think one of the things is that the shot is also off angle. Like it's not like it shows a lot of background. Like they're maybe in like a third of the shot, and it's like a lot of like this emptiness and this feeling. Again, a lot of longing. Misato as a character, we're gonna get into a bit more later, but in this scene, kind of has to make this choice of like, do I treat Shinji as a pilot, or do I treat Shinji kind of like as my son? Misato obviously not much older than Shinji in terms of like, she's like 27 or something. She's not much old. She's not much old. Not crazy older.
I don't know even that.
Like, she's relative. She's in her 20s. I know that much. Because they talk. I know Ritsuko and her talk about them and getting to their 30s.
Okay. Apparently she's 29, so they still have 15 years. Yeah,
something like that. But like it would be not impossible, but a bit weird for her to be Shinji's mother. Yeah. But there is this like kind of maternal thing manifesting with her, and they do live together, right? Like that's a part of it. But like that's a constant like dichotomy and role thing that like Misato has to understand about Shinji and her role in his life is like, I am both your leader and you are my subordinate who needs to listen to me, but I am also the caring figure in your life because Gendo has abandoned you. You don't have a mom. You don't have family that cares about you. You don't have friends that care about you in the same way.
Nobody loves you.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, really, that's what it is. It's like I have to be. She both has this interest in doing it for the sake of, well, if my pilot's in good mental health, we'll succeed, which is fucked up, but it is part of it. But also, I care about Shinji. Like, she legitimately, like, I think anyone who would say that Misato doesn't care about Shinji, I think is wrong. I think she does care about Shinji.
She does care about Shinji.
Doesn't understand it.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like she doesn't understand it fully herself. And at first, she obviously sees this as just like an obligation of her work at the very beginning. But then she kind of starts sympathizing with Shinji and thus resolves in like, oh yeah, like I actually care about this dude. And like kind of goes to the train station and becomes really happy that he actually stayed.
A little bit of exposure therapy there. If you're around someone enough, you will care about them, whether you like it or not.
Well, no, I'm just kidding.
It does matter, but I would argue part of that is why Gendo and Shinji are not close, is because they're not around each other, right? Yeah. I do think that does, not saying that, again, exposure therapy and exposure theory. If you don't believe
us, research Stockholm Syndrome. No, I'm just kidding.
Like, exposure theory is not like a one-to-one will always work perfect, but it is a factor that can contribute, right? That is something to just like consider, and like whether you're present in someone's life does matter. Like, a big thing is presence. If you exist
within the same space, one way or another, like, if anything, it means that you acknowledge them within your like quote unquote comfort zone.
Yeah, to some extent. There's it makes you evaluate the lines and the boundaries at the very least. As we close out episode 4 and get into our next section, we would be remiss to not talk about the opening of Evangelion, A Cruel Angel's Thesis, sung by Yoko Takahashi. This is one of, if not the most important anime openings of all time. This is the type of song that you would hear in just a random part of Japan. It's like insanely popular. Like, I think it got on the Billboard chart when it released. Like, it's an incredibly important song to anime culture, whether you like it or not. Like, we're not gonna break down talking about the English lyrics. We're not gonna talk about like, the insane culture impact it had. But I will say that in terms of the vibe it sets, it does make this feel like an anime, an exciting shonen anime, and I think that's really important for how the rest of the show then kind of does some of that, but also contrasts it.
They kind of give you hope and take it away. No,
I mean, yes, that is a part of it. That is definitely part of it.
Part of it, yeah. I love it. I like, for nostalgia reasons as well. Like,
I mean, even though you didn't watch Evangelion, you probably listened to Cool Angel's Thesis. Like, I think that's most anime fans.
That's probably the case as well. But like, since like I mentioned this to you before as well, but it first of all, it has this really like technology and soundscape wise, really like 90s, like Japanese like esque sound to it, which I grew up with a decent amount of anime like as a kid, so that type of sound design and instruments in a sense is always like a nostalgia factor to me. And also I mentioned like it kind of reminds me of a specific anime called Shaman King, which was like a really popular anime that I've watched while I was growing up again. Not the English version though, because there's a difference in that. But some songs in there reminds me of A Cruel Angel's Thesis, and it's just like I said, the vibe, the energy, also how it plays to the show, where like it gives you something and it obviously takes it away because that's not the direction we're going. Like all of that, putting into consideration, like I feel like this is one of the best openings we had on the show for sure.
I mean, one of the things about the Cruel Angel's Thesis, specifically the opening when it was made, is that there wasn't really much knowledge about where the show was going. Like, this was made maybe with, like, I believe either 2 or 3 episodes made. And so I believe the editor, can't remember who the editor was for it, but they kind of just had to be like, hey, make something here. Like, we have these shots, do something. And the very sporadic editing and the overwhelming amounts of information and the very sleek kind of, like, it has slow building shots into very kinetic movement, match on action type stuff. And a lot of that is kind of embodied in the show very well. And I think it understands what the show was kind of going to become. There is this larger angelic type feeling related to it, which I'm also going to make an aside here to talk about some of the Christianity stuff because I realized we forgot to mention. Yes, there's a lot of, it is called Evangelion. It is also a ton of Christian, like, ideology and themes and symbols in it.
Namings and stuff like that.
All that jazz. And like, they're called angels and all that stuff. I've done enough research, and I also know for sure that this was not in any way, shape, or form a religious like allegory type show. There's like nothing really like larger story-wise related to Christianity. They just use the symbols because they thought they were cool.
So yeah, I'd say like they obviously when they label something, they look out so that it makes sense.
Yeah.
They just don't throw random terminology without any connection to its original meaning. But again, it's like Seele being the soul in German, like a stuff like that. So they are religious. The Magi, like the 3 old wise men, like because there's like three brains in the system. Like the naming in this show represents what that thing is, but like on a literal sense, not on like a theological, like religious, like higher meaning kind of thing. Like they just took the meaning of the word and they were like, sounds cool. We have something like this. Let's put it on it.
Yeah.
And that's it. And anyone who kind of wants to argue against this is Anno literally like in an interview goes and like looks at the guy and he's like, yeah, they just sounded cool and
multiple
cool.
Ava staff members have confirmed there is literally nothing
like
here.
Again, Anno himself says this, and I'll even double down saying this. He also mentions like the only reason we used and like took that direction is because Christianity is like an alien subject to Japanese people, which they are the like group of people that I've created the show for. So I just wanted to bring in something that looked interesting and cool.
Yeah,
and
like
that's that.
Like, I will say, funnily enough, nowadays when you look at it, with Japan being more Christian, they're not a Christian nation, but Christianity in Japan is
much more popular.
Much
than
more
what
popular.
It was,
like Japan itself doesn't really have like a national religion or like one centralizing religion. They have Shintoism, but not to say that most people are like Shinto in Japan would be disingenuous. Like how they consider themselves is one thing, but the show is like really not. It's not that part of the show is weirdly enough not that deep. It's really not that deep for that part of the show.
It's one of the very few parts that it's not that deep.
Yeah. But yeah, I really love how both the opening, the pace feels of it, but the way it presents all this information and the vibe it sets, which then leads me to the ending of the show, which I'm not even going to give recognition of what the Netflix one is called, but basically, if you don't know, the original endings to Evangelion were renditions of Fly Me to the Moon by different artists and all that stuff. And it's really beautiful and cute and great and fun. And it makes sense with the moon and the ending and all that jazz. And it was like a way more uplifting thing. And then the Evangelion Netflix ending is just a saddish type of piano. It doesn't really make sense to the vibe.
When I first listened to it, I was like, there's no way they actually went with like an ending. Because I didn't know before, y'all. So like the Netflix ending was the first ending that I've saw. Because I watched it from mixed sources. Obviously, some of the first episodes that I watched were on Netflix.
Also, a lot of the pulled files these days, I'm not going to say why they were pulled, but pulled files these days are the Netflix ones.
Too. So I was like, okay, like it's really weird that they like hit it out of the ballpark with the opening, but now with the ending, it kind of sucks.
Yeah. If you are an Evangelion fan, do yourself a favor. Listen to the renditions of Fly Me to the Moon that are done for the ending. They are phenomenal. And they set the tone much better. They're great.
They were beautiful.
They're beautiful. They're beautiful.
We listened to a few versions of the song, and man, like I liked the original of the song anyways, and like their versions were really nice too, and it does serve the anime much better than what ever that's in,
Fly Me to the Moon might be one of the songs that has the most different renditions of it. Like it has a ton of different renditions. And I think that's a beautiful part about it. And it happens to fit thematically in Evangelion pretty well.
Yeah.
But we're going to move on back to talking about the show. We're going to get through episodes 5 through 7, which is kind of about Rei, but also a bit about war, with episode 5 being Rei Beyond the Hearts, also known as in Japanese, Rei 1. And this is our first time seeing Rei pilot Eva, right? This is her getting into, pilot per se. She's getting into Eva 0. This is, the accident. And then, Gendo opening up the pod and Shinji seeing the burn marks on Gendo's hands and wanting to understand the affection that Rei is receiving from Gendo. Like, it's this almost alien-like perception of his father of, like, he can show affection, right? Like, that's a weird feeling that he doesn't get.
He never obviously experienced that, even now, let alone as a kid. And he only experienced sorry for that. He only experienced some type of love from his mom as a very little kid, which he doesn't remember. So the concept itself is alien to him to begin with, and then put in his father and Rei to the mix, like it doesn't make any sense. And he kind of feels betrayed. I'd say, like, because Rei is like a Eva pilot who's doing what he's doing,
a comrade.
Exactly. He feels betrayed by both, right? Like Rei's a comrade, but then father is showing love or like compassion to someone who's within the exact same role that Shinji is, and Shinji is his real kid.
Yeah.
So he is like, what's wrong with me, kind of thing, and obviously like in an emotional conflict towards Rei, not knowing what to do, which then kind of spirals into his conversation with Rei during the staircase scene.
Yeah. No, it's an elevator or escalator.
Escalator, yes. Which again, he doesn't know how to approach it, so he kind of like shit talks and tries to, in a sense, like
he's trying to make sense of it.
Exactly. Tries to make a sense of it, as well as maybe trying to find like a clue about it, as well as like a conversational piece with Rei, all that stuff, which results in Rei slapping him, which was uncalled for. I was really thrown off. I was like, dang, like that's wild.
It makes sense when you know Rei. Like Rei is also, she functions weird. She's a bit of a character, a bit plot device. We'll talk about it more later. But her relationship to Gendo is just so different, and it's
it's extreme.
Yeah, without getting into spoilers, it is not two characters interacting with each other. Is a big reason that as viewers it doesn't make sense at first, but it's something you are curious about because at the very least their power dynamics are off. Like, they see each other as like equals, more or less, like to some extent. Like, maybe there's a bit more father-daughter affection, but it's a lot more balanced than like when you see the starkness of Shinji and Gendo. It's like a mountain to climb, right? And as we kind of get to like, the ending of episode, we see the angel Ramiel, my favorite angel, by the way, just a guy with a cube or just flying cube, my dude.
That's wild.
And another reason why is because also Ramiel is like the main last angel in the first Eva rebuild movie, which is like, even though we're not talking about the rebuilds, but to just quickly mention, I like the rebuilds for the most part. And the first movie is more or less the exact same as the first maybe 8 episodes of Evangelion. And I enjoy how they build it and how it feels and how it's more or less the same content-wise. And I think it just looks better and it feels better and they stay honest to it. And Ramiel gets built up a bit more in that. And so I kind of, when I watch these episodes, I was always just like, it's a little different. But I like this saga. I like how they build the arc of like, first of all, this is the first angel. It's like they can't fight head on, right? They have the strategy.
They have to
like Shinji gets fucking blasted. My guy is screaming in agony. He gets hospitalized. It's horrible.
Also, I do want to, within that fight, mention the design of Eva's. There's a lot of like nuances to designs in this anime, which I enjoyed a lot. But like, I think this was one of the first things that I've noticed in the show, specifically design-wise. I'm not talking about like cinematography, shots, stuff like that. Like designing of like a character or like
the world,
or something like that. Like this is one of the very first things that I've noticed, which I was like, dang, like they did put effort into this, which was, we all know Evas operate through a power cable called the umbilical cord. And on this particular episode, during the fight, they have to disattach the umbilical cord so that Shinji maintains mobility throughout the process. And the power cable does not drop. It has its own thrusters to prevent sudden crash and then just lands on to the ground softly, which I was like, this might come off as like a stupidly small thing to pay attention to, but within that moment where like everything crashes and like gets destroyed basically, like them putting this effort to include that, and B also shows that ultimately like the organization does want to prevent like destruction as much as they can, kind of message behind it too, like kind of really surprised me in a pleasant way.
Well, for me, a larger part is it's more that everything in this world is designed and built around Evas and war. Like you see that with the city where it's like these buildings that look like buildings. Nope, that's an elevator for an Eva. Nope, that's a locker for a gun. Like all this stuff, like this city is malleable to them. Like it needs to serve them for war, and like kind of this centralizing power that the Evas have, and kind of like that kind of Gendo has about this. Everything we do, all these details, all these things we're going to put time into. Like you'll see this constantly with the repairs of Evas. There's like kind of niche arts and technology type stuff that is implemented, and all the screens that they have. It's like so much effort is put into. And my favorite thing is that also they don't fucking explain it. I don't need a 10-minute episode explaining to me, or like 10-minute section of an episode explaining to me what LCL is, what an AT field is. Like I can first of all infer. And second of all, if you're using it in a certain way, I will understand what it is more or less. I don't need to know every acronym. I don't need to know all of the screens and all that. Like they just throw the information at you, and you kind of, if it's spectacle, it's spectacle. If it needs to stick, it will stick. And I really appreciate that. I hate when a series or like long-running world feels the need to explain something unless that explaining builds upon it properly. Like these details about how Evas work, they're not really going to be building big character moments or serving the story. They're kind of indulging, which I see a lot in like fantasy series, like indulging in how cool the world is. And I'm like, that's great. I don't need 10 to 20 minutes on it. I just you need to yell it at me in like, there's a lot of these scenes where like Makoto and Maya are like just yelling things, and like, they're just saying, this value has gone down by like 0.03 and all that stuff. And like, like I don't need to know what that means. I don't care.
Yeah,
right? And I really actually appreciate that because it saves you so much fucking time.
It does, but it also gives you the feeling of like there being a world outside of just like following a linear story.
Yeah, it's a world beyond us, right? Like we don't
Exactly.
understand it, like, and that's fine. I don't think the audience needs to understand everything on the screen, especially on the first viewing. Like you really don't need to understand everything that happens on screen or in the world. Like it's not important. It's not pertaining to you.
Yeah.
But as we get into episode 6, Showdown in Tokyo 3 or Rei 2, this is the first time that Shinji's actually like communicating and talking with Rei. Like that is a big thing, is that like, he sympathizes with her as like an EVA pilot, like, even though he cares for Rei, even though like there's not really an acceptance and understanding between them, right? Like that's a big part of Shinji trying to make a step forward.
Yeah.
Part of it is like,
He's trying to actually gain a comrade. Like
Yeah.
he is. There's still that lingering feeling with her relationship with his father, but then also he wants a friend. He wants a companion more than anything at that moment. So he's like, yes, there's this portion that I can't answer or make sense of, but like I'm willing to take a step forward and just befriend them instead of basically concern myself with what they have through the entirety of however long. Like that's his approach, I feel like. Which it makes sense from like they share the same pain, they experience similar stuff as EVA pilots. They kind of are like holders of like a shared burden
yeah.
as pilots, so it makes sense that he wants someone that actually understands him.
I mean, Shinji has a line to Misato where
Yeah.
it's like right after he gets fucking blasted, and more or less in the nicest way possible, Misato's like, I get that was horrifying and terrible, get back in the robot. And Shinji tells her like, you can only say that because you haven't been through what I have.
Exactly.
And I think being an EVA pilot does bring an outward external affection from people from Shinji, but it also gives this isolating feeling of, holy shit, no one understands what I'm going through on a day-to-day basis. It doesn't matter if they're in that fucking war room or in the fucking control center telling me these things.
Yeah,
they don't understand. They don't get it. And it's like a big thing is like,
but Rei does. And
Rei
that's the
Rei
biggest
gets
trigger,
it.
yeah.
And it's like, that's why he has this desire and craving, even though he really is scared and doesn't understand her.
Yeah, which I love Rei. Just throwing that out there. Like she's actually a character that I like pretty much. Which is a hard character to start. Like at the beginning, she's not easy to like.
I mean, most characters are not the most likable in Evangelion.
Yeah. But
Like,
like,
unless you
Rei
yeah.
is really out there of like
she's
being
not. She
able
doesn't give
to-
you a lot. That's the big
exactly.
thing.
Like there's nothing to hold on to like her from the get go, but ultimately, she is one of the characters that I ended up liking really much.
Yeah, I mean, to talk about the action of this episode, I love that the action in this episode is not we are fighting big robots and doing all these things. Like we're going to take all of the efforts of Tokyo and we're going to make it, give us all the power for one shot. Like I really, part of it is that Japanese collectivism feeling that kind of is more manifesting in this regard, but also giving literally all of the power to Japan.
Yeah.
Is really cool to Shinji, and kind of the build up in the action and the generators and how it looks, and like there's a big cords going all the way up to the mountaintop and they shoot from the top of a mountain. It's a really like different feel to most action shows of like the way it builds to then the one big moment of like, Shinji and Rei, like, Rei protecting Shinji and all that stuff. Like it's a really different feeling of anticipation than the fighting of how it's going to conclude versus can we even do this? Like there's a big doubt in the mind of all of these. Like doubt will become a very big part of EVA later on, not just in the mind of Shinji, but in everyone involved. Like it's a large part about war, right? Is like, you may have a plan, you may have a strategy, it may be completely insane or it may be perfectly designed. There's a doubt that it's going to work because of the unknown, because of the potential consequences. And I think that's a very scary thing that is shown a lot through actually like characters like Maya and Makoto and like all the other people who don't have the confidence that like Misato or Ritsuko have of just like, we're going along with it, but we don't know, right? And we're going to do it because we trust you. And I think that's a large part about what war is trust. And sometimes the kind of how far it can go, right? Because trust can only go so far, right? And I think that will be something that we talk about a bit more. As we get into episode 7, the works of man, also known as human work. This is just primarily an episode for Misato and Ritsuko kind of to develop as characters, primarily Misato. Big old General Defense Industry Meeting. Ooh,
Let's go.
everyone get excited. We're here to talk about military stuff. Like it's,
Yeah.
I mean, it's very classic like war male dominated spaces, right?
Yeah, they get into the space, you look around, there's like 3 chicks, 2 of them are like Misato and Ritsuko, and the other one is like not important. Um, everyone is just seeing who basically has a bigger dick. Sorry for putting
No,
it
it
like
is.
that,
It really
but, like,
is. That's war. That's war, baby.
yeah, that's literally the whole vibe of the room.
One could argue that the Cold War, its primary thing was
Yeah.
a dick comparison contest.
Yeah,
Like that's
exactly.
what it was.
So, and you get the vibe really good. Like there's this like rival company, like also in the meeting, and they're just trying to one up what Ritsuko is doing for development and like for Eva's kind of disregarding safety
Yeah.
and actual like usability, just to win the competition, where Ritsuko is like, no, like I want to develop too, but like not to a point where I'm like obviously killing people, like, and it's like you can understand from everything I said, this type of fun environment.
I mean, there's the ethics of war in technology, right? Like, you
Yeah.
know, you will do anything for war to live, right? That's a big part of it, and like technology then follows, but ultimately also kind of what sacrifices you're willing to make for war, right? Like this idea of this autonomous, like Eva robot type thing,
Yeah.
terrifying, probably way too much power put into it, very dangerous thing, you know, can explode and kill many people.
Yeah.
And then they kind of counter back with the alternative. What are we going to do? Put 14-year-olds in these things, right? And that is like, is that a better sacrifice? It's a bit hard to say. Like, you know, yes, basically carrying an atomic bomb is a bad thing. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But trusting the world onto 14-year-olds, which we'll get to more later, is fucking weird. And it's questionably ethical or not ethical. And it's a feeling that makes us like, you know, disconnected from war in that way. And I think technology ultimately, the more and more we're, you know, war back in the good old days, war used to be you go up at each other with old swords and you swam at each other. You saw your fellow man. But nowadays, it's like war can be done from your control room thousands of miles away. And I think
in
that's
a sense, almost like just to simplify things, right? You can imagine Evas as like moving like atomic bombs.
Yep.
And they're just being controlled remotely, like not remotely, but like by the generals. They're just standing behind some gigantic monitors shouting orders to 14-year-olds. So
I mean, that's a large part about Eva is a lot of adults standing around telling kids what to do. Like that is, it's not fully like that, but there is a part of it of like, you know,
Like,
whether that's
ultimately
related
it's
to
like
war,
that.
but like, you know, also this relationship between people who don't get it, forcing you to kind of do what they want. And it's frustrating. It's definitely frustrating from, you know, Shinji's perspective, but it is a frustration that, you know, even Misato and Ritsuko feel of just like they're not treating them like humans, right? Like it's, you know, but then again, Ritsuko and Misato were the ones who put them in that situation. So
yeah, it's almost like they had this line of like, okay, like obviously we're not going further than this, and that is like we're already using 14 years old. Like let's stop at that.
let's put
which-
some bombs in there.
Yeah, which I'd argue maybe don't start from there, but you know, it is what it is.
As we move on to episodes 8 through 9, it is Asuka time. Lovely Asuka Langley Soyu time. With episode 8, Asuka arrives in Japan, also known as Asuka Strikes. Asuka Langley Soyu.
Asuka really strikes.
She is the mascot of Evangelion, if you're not talking about Eva 1. More than Shinji, she is the mascot of Evangelion. Her merch is everywhere. Asuka, for the sake of talking about anime, Asuka is a tsundere character, and yes, I will say this now, tsundere characters existed before Asuka, but the model of how Asuka behaves as a tsundere character is echoed in so many anime afterwards. Like it makes like when you see Evangelion and you see Asuka, so much more anime makes sense afterwards of like, oh, this is who everyone is based off of.
It is, but I'll also point out this. Asuka is so disturbing as a tsundere, right? But so much. I can't explain this with my words. like every other, not all of them, but like most tsundere characters we see after Evangelion, they're much more well balanced in terms of like still being likable.
They also usually mellow out over time.
Exactly. Asuka is just an asshole.
I love Asuka so
but
much.
yeah.
I love her so much.
What's going on?
She's probably one of my favorite characters in the show. We'll get into more why later, but this is, they meet on the warship with the Angel Gagiel. This is also the first time we meet Kaji with, Misato's ex and kind of the fun. The first two episodes with Asuka are like some of the most fun Eva gets to be, right? Asuka brings a very...
There's like a high element of comedy involved in it.
Yeah, a big part of it is this kind of looseness that Asuka brings to this, partially because of her comments, but also because she just wants to do things. Like, in comparison to Shinji, she's proactive. She's doing things that she's not being
she's
told.
She's definitely proactive, yeah.
There's, one of my favorite non-important shots in the show, like from a completely doesn't have much narrative meaning, is like the Eva 2 shot with the cape as it lands on a ship, destroying millions and millions of dollars of military equipment. But it looks really cool of kind of Asuka, how it is about how she sees herself as like this hero, this come to save people and all that stuff.
Which also shows how much of a kid she is inside.
She's absolutely a kid.
Even because from the get-go, we see a side of Asuka where she's like, yes, I'm much this is not the case. This is what she's thinking or wants to think of herself, which is, yes, I'm already mature. I'm already an adult. I can take care of myself. I can hold onto all these responsibilities, shoulder all the weight. That's how she wants to play it, and ultimately wants that's what she wants to become. But of course she's not. She's 14 years old, and with that, you see that contrast. She does all this talking and speech and all this stuff and attitude, and then does a heroic landing, destroying military gear. It's
well, she's
contrast.
So self-absorbed, right? She cares so much about her appearances, her achievements, and all that stuff. That's very important to her, especially as a 14-year-old girl. That's something that really defines you. I will say, in comparison to your average 14-year-old girl, she's very male-coded, right? Asuka is very much she cares about achievement. She's proactive. She wants to be. She's very prideful. These are things that define her, and kind of. I will say, Evangelion is a very masculine show, not in this traditional sense of girl, yeah, but it's about masculinity. It is about kind of Shinji's masculinity, Misato's.
That's what I was, yeah.
So many characters have a form of masculinity to function primarily because it relates to being in the military and also
war.
It's war, and it's also a bit of the the disconnect and isolation caused by there's a lot of stuff but masculinity and having some ability to have a masculine coded way of presenting yourself is important for these characters, right? That's a big thing of why Asuka's so prideful and so strong, is because she's I'm a fucking soldier, right? I'm not only a soldier, I'm going to be the best soldier and the coolest soldier and all this stuff. And it gets into the first fight against Gagiel, and it's kind of a forced cooperation by Asuka because, spoiler alert, she likes Shinji, but she doesn't want to admit it.
Shinji, my man, he has to wear Asuka's suit.
Yeah, it's a very fun little fight. It's a cool underwater city. The way they fight, with the ships going in. I think it's cool.
Also, the worst German accent I've ever heard.
Guten Morgen.
I'm really sorry, but I had to say this.
I will say, asking Japanese voice actors to probably speak some English, because most of the time there is some English in anime, and then also have to speak German, pretty rough.
It is rough. But
and also, Asuka is very high-pitched, and so just the range you're choosing from voice actress-wise is a lot harder than...
It is.
So I don't really care that much, but it's definitely not the best German accent. As we get to the end of this episode, we do see kind of the first steps of the underlying story of Evangelion with, we see the embryo of Adam, as well as also the human instrumentality project is first mentioned. We will not get into it at all, but it's there.
Yeah.
Next episode, mind matching moment, or both of you dance like you want to win. I like mind matching moment a lot more. This is my favorite episode if we're talking about Evangelion if you're just watching it for fun value, this was my favorite episode. I really enjoy it.
I like this one.
Yeah,
too.
it's Asuka being a kid and kind of them also being school kids for the first time. One thing I know you wanted to mention was Rei meets Asuka for the first time.
Y'all, this is where I was sure that I'd like Rei. Asuka kind of, because you know everything she does involves her pride, right? So when she herself goes to Rei, in his mind she's kind of like giving a little bit away from her pride and like kind of acknowledging someone else as a co-pilot or like Eva pilot as well. And when Rei just like turns to her and like as a response to her like let's be friends, like she says why, I'm like thank you, just thank you. um but yeah, it was funny.
I think this is the funniest episode in Evangelion. Not that that's much of a competition later on, but this is one of the funniest episodes in Evangelion. We got a lot into Asuka's like superiority inferiority complex and kind of her need to achieve, and you know the first fight against Israfel is a bit like it's a bit jarring, you know, right? Like, you know, they get their ass beaten basically more or less, and then they just kind of they get their Ava stuck in the ground and it looks really stupid. Yeah, I think that
Shinji's still a boy.
yeah, Shinji. This first episode, both with Kaji and Asuka coming into the narrative, it becomes a lot more of a sexually forward show.
Exactly.
Not like they're having like sex immediately right off the bat or anything, but it's like, you know, Misatsu and Kaji have that elevator scene of scandal. Oh my! But you know, they're exes, and it's a weird thing, and I'm not going to get into the details of it because there's a shitload of stuff later.
Yeah, like Kaji low key like assaults Misato, but it's cool because they're exes.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the details of it because I'm like, if someone like says that, I'm like, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. But yeah.
But hey,
I mean, a large part about this episode, and a large theme with Asuka as a character is kind of not being honest with yourself and kind of not like allowing yourself to do certain things because of like your pride and what you like, you know. She doesn't want to cooperate with Shinji. Like this idea of her needing Shinji upsets her greatly. Like, right, it's a big thing that like, you know, someone who her philosophy in life disagrees with being required is upsetting. You know, that's something that, you know, as they live together, you even see. Like one of my favorite really, really dumb things in this episode is when they're switching between the remotes. And it's just blue and orange, and it's just like, first of all, Evangelion's a low budget show, guys. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, Evangelion's really low budget. Also, not low budget, not just low budget, lower-ish budget, not that low, but shit show production. And so they have to make a lot of cutting corners type stuff. But it's funny and it's silly, and he gets the point across. And that's all that really matters with this type of stuff. And
this is again the episode we also see Shinji actually being attracted to.
Yeah,
someone getting out of all of his like depressed self and, you know, being more forward with himself, as in like, oh, like these are women and now I'm living with a girl my age. So yeah, he remembers he's a boy at the end of the day.
I mean, to be fair, when you're like 14 and you've not been loved your entire life, you don't understand make these things. So it is a large part of this show is coming of age, but in a very weird psychological way.
That is true.
Is a large part of it. As we get to episodes 10 through 12, I've just dubbed these the Monster of the Week episodes. We really don't need a ton of time on these episodes. We'll just talk about kind of what we enjoyed about them and kind of some other stuff that kind of is a through line through them. Episode 10, Magma Diver. It is the most normal episode of Eva.
Is. I also did find this relatively funny too, though.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, most
because
episodes
like Asuka is like stuck with like looking fat and all that stuff, and I'm like,
all she cares about is appearances.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, nothing crazy. She gets the job done.
Yeah, the main thing is like Asuka. First of all, in the morning, it's like I think she says like there's nothing worse than a domesticated man to Shinji, and I'm like, that's a big part of it. Is like, you know, Asuka and her wanting Shinji to like be a man. There's definitely more Shinji sexual awakening type stuff here. There's like Asuka in like a bathing suit helping Shinji with homework, as well as like, you know, the ending, like, you know, bath scene where they're like, you know, bathing in separate places and, you know, whatnot. The main thing, you know, this is dealing with the Angel Sent Dolphin, and it's a very different fight. It's cool. I would say for me personally, I don't love the execution of it because I think it kind of doesn't build that well, and then it kind of the fight happens, and there's the idea of the way the fight ends is cool, but I don't think I wasn't built up the whole time. You know what I mean? They're just kind of going down.
No, I like Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like, I kind of like this angel, but just from an aspect of like basically being a lava shark.
Yeah, no, I think the design is cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why
most
I
angel
like it.
designs are cool.
But the fight and the concept is pretty like cliche, as in like there's an embryo slash egg, like they're trying to prevent it from hatching and like capture it, and of course hatches early, like stuff like that. It's basic.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like it builds or does anything
Yeah,
different. It's just all right. I will say the only thing is that with there's like one line where it's like they're like doing the experiment, or like they're prepping to get the because the goal for this is not they're not trying to kill the angel originally, they're trying to
they're
capture
trying to
it.
capture to research it. Yeah,
But when they as they start the operation to get there, like us, like there's like I believe it's like helicopters or planes or something flying over, and then like I can't remember who, but someone mentions it to Misato of kind of like what's with all this, and it's like, well, if we fail, they're gonna fucking nuke us, or like not nuke, but they'd say N2 bomb. It's equivalent of a nuke, more or less. It's like a smaller
like
nuke.
it's a bomb you send to angels. Like,
It's a bomb
it
you
is,
send to destroy things, and
yeah, so
that's you without any consequence. You just or you don't care about the consequences. You just want to destroy everything.
exactly.
And so it was like a big thing that we see related to war is like in humanity is that we have this fear that we're willing to do whatever it takes if it's something unknown and we're scared of. Like we will be doing anything, and it's like that is a large part of like the later parts of the show is this fear in humanity.
Yeah.
And going to episode 11, In the Still Darkness, also known as The Day Tokyo 3 Stood Still. This episode,
We see the Muggy.
yeah, it introduces the Magi. This is with the angel Matarael. This is also the first time that kind of Shinji calls and talks together. I think this is like really the first time they talk. Gendo and Shinji like talk to each other again. With kind of a phone call. It's like, oh, parent-teacher meetings are coming up, and he's just like out with it, and kind of like
He's just like, don't bother me with this like nonsense.
yeah, it's like reestablishing the dynamic and kind of also reminding us where Shinji sits in his life. I think that this episode, first of all, there's a really great meme because this episode is with the power outage and all that stuff where Shinji has to physically open a door by cranking it, which if you know the Shinji crank that meme,
Shinji,
editor
crank
Jared
that soldier
inserted here.
boy.
Right? But it's a great meme. And also, in this episode, we see Asuka's persistence for leadership and dominance kind of pretty consistently, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a big part of what she wants and kind of her ego.
She's like, I'm the leader. Like, she doesn't still accepts them as her equal, and thus tries to take on this leadership role with obviously lacking qualities. Not that any of the other two would be any better candidates
Yeah.
on doing so. Don't get me wrong. Like, Misato is pulling the head, and that's all we need for now. Like, the kids, they are all problematic within their own selves. But it's just that Asuka still tries to, enforce certain things. Probably also because of lacking some experience in comparison to Rei and Shinji being like involved with Nerve's headquarters longer than she is.
Yeah, another thing is that in this episode they do hint a little bit that like the reason why their power goes out is not because of an angel, but because of like other meddling and stuff like that. And kind of with the last episode as well, there is this underlying narrative that the actual greatest threat to humanity is like other humans, right? Like that's a big thing, is that there's these big monstrosities called angels coming every single week, apparently. I don't know if I mentioned Angel Material, but this is the first fight where it's like, it's a very simple fight. Like, it's an alien. And the first time, honestly, that a gun is effective against the fucking angel. And it's like, they have to work together, and it's the kind of the first time trusting each other where Asuka's willing to sacrifice to some extent. And kind of what is required for them to work as like a team. And it feels like as a show, especially as like a maybe shonen style show, this is like a crucial episode. But as we get further along, this really is another Monster of the Week type episode.
Yeah, the only thing crucial with this is like we see that ultimately they will be more willing to teamwork.
That's
about it.
Episode 12, this is A Miracle's Worth, or She Said, Don't Make Others Suffer for Your Personal Hatred. Sometimes I really prefer the English release. This is the first time that Misato not the first time. This is when Misato gets promoted, despite her continued recklessness, but her achievements. A lot of what we're going to see a little bit in this episode is the way Misato, we're going to see a bit of her flaws, right? Like that is a part of it.
Yeah.
But it's also a lack of consideration kind of shown towards her both in her personal life and her military life. The reason she gets promoted is so that Gendo and Fuyutsuki can leave and be like, well, she's good enough to be in charge now.
Yeah.
And so you have all the responsibilities of whether an angel attacks or not. And yeah, it's a lot of pressure on someone who has an awkward relationship with angels, right? Like she has a history with them and she has this personal hatred towards them. And I think that's a large part of it that will be mentioned later. Like, but it's mentioned at a certain point. I don't remember whether it's Ritsuko or someone mentions to her, but like, don't let your personal hatred for angels
it's Ritsuko.
Don't get in the way of this fucking operation. Like, right, you need to let that go and make what's the correct decision.
You're basically like letting your hatred and like need for revenge take over everything you're doing.
Yeah, like, because a reasonable option they present was like, let's just leave HQ. Reasonable idea, but like so much about war is this idea of being defeated and retreating. That's a bad thing. You don't want to do that. So, even if it required them literally catching the angel Sakyo from the fucking sky, from the fucking space, that's what they had to do, right? And it's like this impossible mission. Also, this is another very heavily featured rebuild movie, Angel, so I have a lot more bias towards it. And it's also, the fight in the movie is better. Most of the fights in the movies are better just because they have more time.
Well, for this Angel, we don't necessarily have like a fight. I do say like this is one of the very first moments we actually see like all three of them being included like almost equally in a strategical sense against an Angel, like all three IFA pilots, and that they actually agree to do it, like not because someone has a like gun on their heads or something, which again was hinted in the previous episode as well. So that's a good progression. Which is also, even though they work together, ultimately, like since Shinji kind of becomes this potential child, like because he's rapidly improving how good he like. How high of a sync rate he has. Asuka becomes more and more on edge towards him because obviously she wants to be the best.
Yeah, like if things remain the same between all three of them, I think Asuka would have been comfortable cooperating more. But because of sync rates and this, as a narrative, it's like child potential and assigning a number to a child of how good they are, basically, which is fucked up the more you think about it. But then you realize that's grades.
Exactly. That's what we go through. So.
It's like, there's a quote also about it that it's like, Misato says like during the sync rates test where it's like Shinji, like, or Ritsuko's like, it's like Shinji was born to be a pilot, and then Misato's like, I bet he doesn't enjoy this. And it's like, yeah, a large part of Shinji's life has kind of been about being evaluated, and he's not comfortable with that. He doesn't like that. Like it's something that really separates you from other people, whether you're successful or not. The fact that there is a number that makes you different from the person next to you is concerning, and it feels wrong. It just does feel wrong, right? Like it's something that I think plagues like schools like really badly. It's like, oh, he's the smart kid because he got this number, and it's like it's more complicated than that.
And
but
the biggest thing is for them, it's all there is, right?
Yes, it is.
For us, like regular people who go through like grading systems and stuff like that, we still get the chance of like experiencing different systems and not necessarily being only treated through numbers. For these kids, it's literally the only thing. Because I guess they go to school, but like half the time because of like an angel attack, they like get out of the school and then get into their suits anyways. And like from there on, 90% of their lives, it's just like how good they like performed on the field against an angel, how high their sync rate is with their Eva, it's all numbers, all statistics.
If you don't have a high enough number, the world ends.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. And I know it's an extreme analogy, but that's sometimes for how people grades can feel, right? Is like my high number is not high enough, the world ends, right? Like, and I think that's one of I love child potential analogies and stories. Another shot that's really great in this, they do a lot of elevator shots in this, but I love the elevator shot with the three of them. This is also redone in the movies because it's a fucking sick shot, where it's them just shadow. Well, first of all, they're talking in the elevator, establishes all that, but kind of as they're building up and the anticipation's there, it's just their three shadows. Then as we see the three Avas in the background, it's just like oh shit, it's time. Like, it's not even about us anymore. It's about the robots. It's about piloting. It's like, we're here. And I think, again, strong shadows, negative spaces, all that jazz type stuff. Like, Anno loves using that. And I think I love how it felt in that moment of like the anticipation for this quote unquote fight, right? Like, I think in comparison to like the Magma Diver episode, the anticipation is like, you have no idea what's going on. It doesn't feel like you're grabbing anything, but like the anticipation of like, this thing is falling from the sky right now. And it's been basically dropping bombs from the sky, and we're going to catch it. I think it's such a cool and different thing where it's like, you know, again, the thing that certain Eva fights do so well is it provides different objectives and goals that you have to meet. And some succeed, some don't. I really enjoy how this one is, where it's just like, our goal is not to fight it or do anything, is to catch it. And, you know, they run through a bunch of power lines, you know, shout out to Hideaki on power lines, but power lines in city, you get to see like basically the countryside of Japan get fucking annihilated by these Evas tearing through them, but kind of just like this importance of like, there's nothing more important right now than this. And I really love how this episode feels, even though I think that, you know, a large part of this isn't that, you know, like the larger part of this episode is kind of near the very end, right? You know, Shinji gets praise from Gendo, and this is the first time, oh boy, this is the first time Shinji gets praise, and we soon will learn why he's getting praised now of all times, and kind of the manipulation.
As soon as this happens, Shinji is like, Dad?
Yeah,
Dad. Yeah, it's.
I mean, like, you know, a big thing is like, something. I like how this episode feels when you don't know the further context of Evangelion, but you see how many bad underlying seeds are being placed, but it feels good, right? Like, they all go out to eat with Misato, they get ramen, and then Shinji's talking about, when I pilot the Eva, people praise me. And that sounds good, but when you understand what the reality of that is, it's a very bad thing. Like, Shinji's utility in the Eva is kind of what makes him a person at this point, right? Like, whether he realizes it or not. Like, after these, well, we've talked about
his only value is basically getting into a giant robot and killing angels.
Yeah, as we've talked about, like, kind of the unimportance of the Monster of the Week episodes. They've been important for the sake of, they've shown that this is what Shinji does. This is his thing. This is what he's on screen for, right? Is killing angels. And so that whole buildup kind of defines who he is and how he realizes, wait, this is great. And as we'll soon learn, it's a bad realization to have. In getting into episodes 13 through 15, I'll title this section The People Behind Evangelion. This is with episode 13, Angel Infiltration, or Lilliputian Hitcher, with the angel Uriel kind of infiltrating the systems of Eva Zero, and also, like, you know, the Nerve HQ and all that jazz.
Which, since you mentioned it, I feel like I'd say this is my favorite angel that we see in the story. And it's also the first time we're seeing like a infiltration strategy from angels, as in, like, yes, they always come where the HQs are and they attack it and stuff like that, but like Uriel like gets in there. Like, he just, I guess we're pretty comfortable with spoilers, so like he basically corrupts the system of Nerve through codes and his own being, I guess, which is, again, the first time we see anything like it throughout the show, which is also verbally conveyed to us that it's something that's unprecedented. No,
unprecedented. Yeah.
Okay, good. And also is out of the scope of their calculations for what angels would do, or when they would do something like this.
Yeah, it's like a certain evolution of angels is being presented, as well as also like, you know, this is the first like non-combat angel episode. In this episode in particular, there's a lot of yelling about what's happening, like more than ever. I'll talk about that a bit more later, but I'm cool with it. I kind of like how it feels. But a lot of this episode is about Ritsuko, right? It's like about Ritsuko and her mother and a mother's legacy, right? Like the three magi, and the systems that she's left behind. I really enjoy for what they are. They don't play that large of a part in Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
I will say that the idea of it being like, you know, the three sides of her of Ritsuko's mother as a woman, of like, you know, her the scientist, the mother, and the woman, is really cool. And the kind of like really the whole thing was like, you know, oh, the woman was the one who never gave up.
That's kind of why I enjoyed it too, right? Like they brought in a character that we've only known by like really like quick, fast like interactions between Ritsuko and other characters, and they kind of gave her a depth, and that also helped us in an aspect understand Ritsuko's like mindset and psychology a bit better as well. And in this episode, we also had the chance to kind of acknowledge the fact that Evas are not necessarily like highly capable defensive, like invulnerable machines. Like,
no, they're weapons. They don't have defenses.
yeah, like not that they were playing through that type of like labeling, but since everything that's going on is like more physical, you're still thinking like, oh yeah, like these are impenetrable, like, fortresses within their own right. And then on this episode, you see like they can be corrupted. Actually, they can be taken over. Like they're not as perfect as they may seem from the outside.
Avas are spears.
Yeah.
Whether people like it or not. We'll talk about spears more later. But yeah, that is what they are. And I think the big thing about Ritsuko's development in this story is, I think I'm really big on, especially for like shorter series, is that you want every character in your story that you're giving screen time to be some level of key figure. It can be a bit cliche, it can be a bit forced sometimes. Like I don't always love it, but like if you're giving someone like Ritsuko time on screen, make it have purpose, right? Like, I think a big thing for her is like, yes, is it a bit cliche that Misato and Kaji and Ritsuko are all very important despite being college friends? Yeah, it's a bit cliche. I prefer that over you give some other character a fuckload of screen time and they don't really matter, right?
Exactly.
Like I prefer that. And so that's a big part of why I enjoyed this episode for developing Ritsuko, because I'm like, finally, right? She's here. Ritsuko.
Because it's also like we always notice her importance, like, or not notice, but we have this feeling that she has to be important, right? Like, because she's involved with everything and everyone. And we finally get to see that, like, aspect of it.
Getting into what you're calling the last little thing I want to mention about episode 13 and related to Ritsuko is that Ritsuko's like a lot of what she cares about is like memories, and there will be this relationship to time that'll be very important. There's a lot of stuff that happened in 1995 and things that happened in 2015 that will come back to in the year 2000. Like there's a lot of things that'll be floating between those time periods, and it's going to be very important as we go back to is that Ritsuko has a lot of memories of these specific things. Episode 14, Seele, the Seat of the Soul, or also Weaving a Story. This is a recap episode. Not exactly, so don't skip it. But it is a recap style episode for the first half. I do really enjoy that they choose to do it as like a military report. It kind of gives a different perspective on the actions of Shinji and Nerve and all that stuff. A lot of Evangelion text on screen. I'll talk about this a bit more later when I say Evangelion text on screen, but a lot of text on screen. And I'll talk about why I actually like it more a bit later, despite it being a bit in your face. But let's be real, like with this type of episode, anytime you see a recap episode, you get worried for the production because it's like, oh boy, what is going wrong here? Like I will say from what I know with Evangelion, a lot of, especially later episodes, either missed production deadlines or barely made production deadlines. Things got shifted, things got rewritten. There's a whole lot of mess. One of the things that happened near the very beginning of production, to mind you, was that the angels decreased from 28 to 17. To be fair, smart choice. But also, I think there was also the change in the scope of the show and what matters. And yeah, this episode. Don't be worried about the production of this episode or of the show. It's fine. But it was a mess. This episode does hopefully indicate to you that, anytime you have a recap style episodes, so there are some phenomenal shows that have recap episodes, but it is always concerning to see one, right? Like,
It is. I've almost never that I was like, oh yeah, this recap episode was actually needed and it actually provides like...
I mean, to be fair, this is a half episode at the very
least. It
least.
is, yeah. That's a saving grace. And I'd also say like since they changed the perspective they're telling the story from multiple times, like throughout that half episode, that also helps like watching the episode too. But still, obviously, it's not giving us any like, game-changing information or whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that for the most part, like, I mean, we get to the second half of the episode and it's talking about, just building up the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Exactly.
Does Rei questioning her existence. There's not really a ton that I want to talk about here. I will say there was a line that Ritsuko tells, I believe Maya, where it's like being too principled is painful to be around others. You'll know when you've been dirtied. And I'm just like, it's the first like we got texture from Ritsuko in the episode with the Magi, but this is the episode where it's like, oh, this is like Ritsuko is got probably a lot more than she gave already. And it's like,
Yeah.
I think Ritsuko as a character, we start to question her a bit more, right? I think as you go further and further this show, there's a lot more questions we have about her, because you kind of see her initially as a scientist who will always do what's best either for science or for the mission or whatever the fuck you want to say. Like, but here there's like, oh, she's a person who has her opinions and ideas, and that's a large part of, I think,
Yep.
the ending of this episode.
And it's also like the episode where we see, like you said, also Rei does question herself, which gives us insight that, oh yeah, like she is.
Ayanami
Huh?
Ayanami Rei. She just says it a lot.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Ayanami Rei.
questioning herself.
Yeah, she questions herself, which shows us that she is human at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have the trials of them experimenting with like different pilots and different
Yeah.
Evas to see how that works, which works for Rei because she's that compatible with everyone. But it doesn't work with Shinji. Thus, kind of also gives us like the first ever like, oh, okay, these things are like fucked up within themselves as
like
well.
there's been hints this entire time that Evas are not fucking normal, and
Yeah.
they're like abominations of both biology, humanity, and maybe something alien that we don't fully
Yeah.
understand. It's like there's some technology in them, but there's also more to it, and it's just like, it's the hints of like, we don't understand what we're using.
Yeah.
It's less of us developing, we're figuring it out.
Exactly. It's like opening Pandora's box and like trying to make sense of what's in it. And we like in our face see it this time. Like when Shinji gets into Eva 0 and it just is not compatible with him and starts crashing inside
I mean,
the
they talk
testing
about
room
the
and all
smell
that
in
stuff.
the Evas, right? Which they go like, ew, pervert. But it's also like, these things are like, they're sitting in LCL, which is like, the fluid orange soda based
Yeah.
thing they're in. But also like, there's this sensory overwhelmingness of Evas, right? That it's like, you're controlling them, you're feeling them, you're experiencing their pain of like,
Yeah.
there are types of mechas that are similar to this, but with Evas, it's so connected because of how human they are. Or
Exactly.
biological is
yeah.
probably the better word. Is they're very biological,
organic?
organic, yeah. But yeah, it's disturbing. We will get more into it very soon.
Yeah.
But to get to episode 15, which is Lies and Silence, also known as Those Women Longed for the Touch of Other Lips and Thus Invited Their Kisses. This episode is primarily about like connecting a couple of people together to talk about some final building blocks before we get into the last ending part of the show. Gendo and Shinji get together to, go to, this is basically the first time they mention Shinji's mom, Yui. This is the first time they really mention and get into Yui Ikari. And the first thing, they go visit her grave, and Gendo says to Shinji, forgetting is what lets people live. Some things we must not forget. And kind of the lines that, this is the first time I think Gendo says something to Shinji that isn't either straight manipulation or something that's dismissive. Like, this is the first time Gendo sees something in his father, or Shinji sees something in Gendo, as his father, right? Like, even though he doesn't connect with it, I think there's this now, in the back of his mind of, you care about mother, clearly.
Yeah. And then he turns his back and starts walking towards a giant helicopter.
Yeah, again, it's glimpses. It's glimpses of a dichotomy. It's not much,
Dude,
but it is glimpses.
Gendo is something.
A lot in this episode, they do talk about the pain of living. It's
Yes.
a big part of this episode. It'll be expanded on a bit more later, but yeah.
It's kind of like, seeing both ends of like a spectrum with death and life itself.
Yeah.
In this episode, which is a cool concept.
I mean, you see Gendo and Shinji
Exactly.
mourning a death, and you see Ritsuko, Misato, and Kaiji drinking together, kind of like, we're all back together type of thing. Ritsuko talks about homeostasis and something else, but the ability to maintain the status quo and the ability to change is a big thing. That is, Kaiji makes a very snide comment about, sounds like men and women, but a large part of this is kind of some characters from this point on will try to stay the same, and some characters from this point on will try to change.
Exactly.
And it will matter a lot of who's who, because it will be, these characters will be pushed, and certain characters will need to hold the resolve, and some characters do need to change.
Yeah.
This is also the episode with Shinji and Asuka and Misato and Kaiji. If you thought things were sexual before, they start kissing and doing all that stuff, and these themes get expounded upon further and further.
They indulge in their what do you say? Instincts.
Yes, they indulge in their animalistic instincts.
And also we do see that for the first time, Shinji is not a full-on empty shell. My dude actually knows how to play the cello.
Yes, he actually has some texture to him.
Exactly, which is, I'd say it's a pretty good, like, niche, like not niche, nuance to add there, because it shows us that he is capable of being interested in stuff for his own sake. But then also shows his messed up side where like he didn't continue because no one told him to do so, and like he didn't have that passion inside him that could drive him to further develop the skill.
Yeah, that's a big thing about Shinji in general. Is you'll just see more and more of just like the pointlessness in him, in the lack of direction.
But then we go to.
I'm gonna check in with you now. How are you feeling?
We could do the break here actually, or right after 16, whichever one you prefer.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break here for you all. It'll be a second. We will get back with episode 16, but there is just so much content that we do just need to take a break with talking about this much with Evangelion. We've not even gotten to the parts that are like really important in Evangelion yet.
And really intense. And it's already been like almost 2 hours. So
it'll be a blink for you, but we'll be right back. Welcome back. We're going to be getting into episode 16, The Sickness Unto Death, and then, or also known as Splitting of the Breast. This is probably, in my opinion, the most important episode in Evangelion. This is the shift. This is when the show that was previously building its world and focused maybe on a slightly Monster of the Week schedule for a bit, starts to become a psychological narrative a lot more. It starts to take those, like I said, parts of the foundation, those seeds they planted, and activating them and going upon them with the angel Lelio. I will say that production does get a bit messy here. You're not going to see it too much in the animation. You'll see it a bit in the animation because they are reserved in using animation in some regards, but you won't feel it in quality, right? So it's like...
Yeah, like what they do on the screen, regardless of how like detailed or intricate it is, the quality is still good. It's just that they're not as extensive as every frame and scene, so that they can kind of control where they're using that energy and budget towards. Like more important scenes for the story gets more attention, obviously.
We talked about this a little bit with Aoashi, where it's like Aoashi's animation is not great, but that's because it's not trying to do anything great. And you'll see later in like these Evangelion episodes that it kind of feels like that in a little bit, where, don't get me wrong, what Hideaki Anno does is incredibly smart, and he uses limited animation better than anyone else I know. But that said, it's the limited animation, right? You still will feel it a little bit in terms of, if we're talking about how a production is making their ends meet, there is a bit of that in this. The first point of this episode is Shinji, he's a very coddled child. He's a very, I don't want to say love, but there's a lot of eyes on Shinji and who he is. And he finally, in terms of going back to sync rates, he gets told by Masato, "You are number one." And this kind of praise and confidence that fills him really takes over the show and really starts to dig into the inner psyche of who Shinji is and what he really wants. And as they kind of fight the angel Lelio, and Shinji rushes in, gets absorbed into, I think it's called like the Dirac Sea, and we get our first like really surreal like non-narrative sequences. Like these are sequences that don't make sense in the narrative world of Evangelion because they're like psychological or like a bit like mind-bending, or they're like, it feels like it's like not pertaining to the world rules we've grown to know, right?
It is. Yeah, it's also changes a lot of dynamic between characters as well. It's not just like how he himself interacts with people and world and everything going on, but it's also how, for example, Rei or like Asuka or Ritsuko or Mitsuo, like they treat him, regardless of better or worse, differently as well, because now he's number one.
I mean, primarily with Asuka, you really feel that dynamic flick of like jealousy and envy. Like Shinji's been potential man before, but like this is him changing the number, right?
Yeah, and she used to be number one. Like when you take a look at it, and as we all know, or anyone who dealt with anything that's relatively competitive, like being number one and then that being taken away from you is never a nice feeling to begin with, let alone that happening by someone whom you know came into the game much later than you.
Yeah, and a part of it is that Asuka's not a competitive person. She's a prideful person.
Exactly.
That's the difference. Competitive people, when they get surpassed, kind of get pushed. They're ready. Yes, I'm excited. Let's do this. Asuka's prideful.
Yeah.
She wants to be number one for the sake of being number one, not for like the love of the game. Let's say.
Yeah, exactly. Like
and so
our
that's
prides get injured.
Yeah, and it will manifest a lot later in the rest of the show. Like, this is a turning point for Shinji and Asuka. We've not talked about her a ton, primarily because she's been semi-comedic relief at this point, but she does start to become incredibly valuable to both her story and Shinji's story, especially. As we get to specifically when we get to the Dyrexy and the, let's say, lack of animation, we see like literally it's like just like a little line that goes across the screen, either up or down. And it seems silly, but I actually really enjoy this kind of like idea of two voices in my head and trying to delineate the two things that are going on, right? Like, it's in the way the internal monologue goes, I'm like, yeah, I think that's fine. Again, talking about avant-garde animation, like literally just weird lines is something you see a lot in avant-garde animation, of like it not making sense. And there's definitely influence here on Hideaki Anno of just like, yeah, why does someone thinking have to be, like, if we see someone thinking in like, live action film or any type of, animation, you always assume it's just going to be close up camera on them. Like, you do the same shot every time.
Yeah.
Why can't it be like this? And it's like, yeah, it communicates the idea, and that's all that matters, even if it's saving money. So I think that's a really cool thing, and how it plays with the voices too.
No, yeah, there's a difference between like trying to budget and not going anywhere, like just trying to budget, and then actually getting a point across while budgeting, so that everything kind of results in the way you want it to. And Anno does this really good. Like,
he kind of forces himself to be able to be good at it.
Kinda, yeah. Like, even like, because don't get us wrong. Like, you do understand that the choice that's made for that scene, like budgeting has a big part in it, but within what it is, it still conveys what it needs to convey, and it does not necessarily damage the story.
No, it's definitely a case of like constantly with art where it's like restriction does create some level of brilliance. I'm not going to pretend like the lines are fucking brilliant,
exactly,
but it is, as a solution, kind of brilliant.
I want to give an example. Like, when we talked about Angel's Egg, right, there were some budgeting decisions with like super, super long static scenes of just being there. Like, and they would not necessarily add anything like further to the story if they were like 30 seconds instead of like a minute. With this though, that's not the case. Like, the scene itself is still very much adding something to the story, as well as them also figuring out like, yes, we also need to budget it so we can further develop and get into more detail in upcoming scenes, like more important scenes.
Yeah, to get into exactly what this kind of sequence is about, it's a lot about Shinji, and I think one of my favorite things is like Shinji's not scared of other people. He's kind of scared about the Shinji in other people, right? The Shinji in others, and kind of people perceiving him. If you're like 14, this will like blow your mind. But, and technically this was aimed at 14-year-olds, but I do really, even as a not 14-year-old perspective, really appreciate kind of the fear of like intimacy and understanding that does manifest in these type of scenes of like, they have the, first train sequence that's kind of surreal and non-narrative, that really brings about kind of Shinji questioning his values, what he's insecure about, what he cares about. And I think some people might see the scene as a bit more telling and not showing. I'm fully of the opinion that you should do both showing and telling and use them wisely. The reason why most people are told not to tell is because they'll tell their whole narrative through it, or they'll like tell them through the perfect unbiased perspective. Like, the point is that Shinji is telling us information, but it is a biased perspective, and it's something we have to be cautious of and like learn from and understand. And it's like, that is useful telling, because it's not just like, telling us stuff about the narrative, right? That's usually why people are criticized for telling, is they just tell us narrative stuff. It's telling us a lot about Shinji, right? Like, in Shinji's experience in that moment of like, he feels so incredibly isolated and scared, not of death, but of humanity. Like, he's so scared of humanity that he feels like it's almost like the reason he's being held there by the angel is because he's scared of humanity, right? Like, it's like he's being forced to do that, like, and confront it. He's like Shinji's like he literally, I think he quite literally says, "I'm tired of everything," and like he's curled up in the fetal position, like you know, really hammering home what Evas are, right? Like, you know, and there's some real long ass takes of that isolation that Shinji has.
And it's also I think the first time we as audience see Shinji this alone as well.
Yeah.
Like completely alone. Like we've seen moments of him like being in the train and listening to music and stuff like this, but like at this point he is like isolated, not by choice, by the way. Like on every other occasion it was actually by choice. I think one way or another.
But a lot of the times there's the presence of humanity around him. That's at least something that's existing.
Yeah. But yeah, this one is really like puts you into consideration of how, because he's not verbal, right?
Yeah.
Like, since we're used to seeing how verbal he is with how he talks about like, I hate this, I hate being a pilot, like I hate basically being my father's son, like shit like that. Him just being in that fetal position and just leaving as is kind of like a new way of us seeing his desperation.
Yeah, because Shinji's he's a very not verbal character, doesn't express himself, and this I would say is like, this is not telling us Shinji's feelings. This is telling us more his inner monologue and kind of what he's experiencing and a bit of his like trauma. And like, to get into Shinji's trauma, it's not like, again, I think one of my least favorite things about trauma is like people feel like they have to like one up each other on trauma. Shinji's trauma is very basic, like, you know, absent father, missing mother, like, you know, all the type of jazz, and it does have an effect on someone, right? And I think a big thing for Shinji is like he feels like something was robbed from him, and he gets like, I think the voice in his head tells him like, you know, people can't handpick a series of pleasant events to make up their life. And Shinji wants to deny that so bad because he feels like he deserves it from the hardships he's been through. And he is so aggressive about it, and like the way that it manifests in kind of, you know, he feels his mother's warmth, and then the Eva kind of awakens, and they, before we get to the Eva awakening, I will say Ritsuko and Misato's conversations are actually really, really important to this. They're kind of the different philosophies about, you know, Misato cares about Shinji and making sure he's safe, but at the same time, Ritsuko's kind of like, this is my job. And not only is this my job, this was your mistake. This is your cleanup job. If we lose Shinji, this is not my fault because I'm trying to fix your mess, right? I think that's, Ritsuko's being a very ruthless woman, but also it's kind of necessary for her, right?
Yes, and like she's kind of stating a fact, right? Like the one of the reasons they find, or Shinji finds himself in that position in the shadow, is like because Mitsuko chases that, what would you say, like the anger, the revenge, like she disregards other people's possible bad outcomes for the sake of her goal in her head.
Yeah, she doesn't have a control of Shinji. She kind of prays Shinji and kind of leads him down this path. And at the end of the day, she's the commanding officer. It is her mistake.
Exactly.
Right?
So
that is the reality of like military type stuff.
And I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, is this where Ritsuko slaps her?
No, this is where Misato slaps Ritsuko because Ritsuko says like, we'll drop an N2 bomb on him, and it's like, what about Shinji? And it's like, I don't care about, no, I think she's just like, the pilot of Eva 1 is like inconsequential or whatever the fucking, like, you know, Misato slaps her obviously because it sounds so inhumane to say that, but like, you know, Ritsuko reminds you this is your mistake. And then as we get to the awakening of the Eva, and kind of more or less this is like, you know, a mother's care for their child and protective nature, and the way the Eva comes out of the orb and comes out of the ground, it's blood, it's messy, it's gross, it's like, you know, Asuka literally goes like, I'm piloting one of those things. Like, it's a horrifying image. I will say one of the things that it's definitely related to, specifically this scene, is the the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake of 1995. This happened earlier in the year before Eva released. Obviously, script was still in development. And so I believe this was probably adjusted to feel that, because it is like an earthquake. This scene is definitely very similar to an earthquake. It leaves a massive aftermath in the middle of the city. It's like, it's wrecks and ruins. And yeah, this scene definitely echoes some of Evangelion. As much as it is a psychological piece, it is definitely also to some extent, coping piece over specifically this earthquake, some post-war stuff as well, but an event later related to a cult in Japan as well.
Yeah, and also, before going to the other episode, that it is kind of, there's a additional important part to this episode, which is we kind of see further extremes of characters' developments, if you may say so, with Rei and Asuka, where for Rei, we get to see her actually caring for Shinji much more than she was willing to show us in previous episodes. Because, mind you, till this point, I think the most like human aspect of Rei we've ever seen is like her smiling at the end of the episode. And then for Asuka, her two ends of her like feelings toward Shinji gets even further extremes, right? So like she realizes with losing Shinji how much actually she cares for him, and further develops that emotion inside her. But then also when that happens, since she's not in the spotlight and not getting attention, her envy and anger towards Shinji becomes further extreme as well, to a point where like when she visits him at the hospital, she doesn't show up. Like she kind of holds herself back with that anger she has for him.
Baka Shinji.
Exactly. And just leaves. But yeah, that's, I feel like, a pretty solid way of...
This episode's turning point is just so powerful. It'll make more sense as we get further more and more.
Like this is like the first, like we talked really long about this, but this is the first like hardcore switch you get from a more like comedically relieving, like at moments comedically relieving anime to like a dead on like dark and much more intense
it was kind of like cosplaying a shonen for a little bit, pretending, but ultimately these seeds of psychological stuff was kind of always there, and I feel like whether Anno knew it or not, it was kind of always going to go down this route, right? And I think that is a big part of kind of like, when people talk about Evangelion, they don't usually mean like usually the first 4 episodes. They don't really talk about the middle episodes, and then they mean these episodes. So that's why it's such a big shift. Moving forward, we're going to get into episodes 17 through 20, which I simply labeled as the crawl to insanity, because that is really what it is. Episode 17 is a lot of setup. I will say we see a lot of about how fucking weird Eva pilots are. Like, they're all quirky, and
they are,
Shinji, Asuka, and how they react to violence and react to, like, I was just in the hospital, now I'm back, and like, their relationship with each other. There's the bento box flirting weird stuff, and I think that is a nice pointer of like how they're trying to maintain a dichotomy of like, we're still normal students, right? Like, this is, I think, these 2 episodes, primarily honestly just this episode, is the last time I think Asuka and Shinji try to convince themselves they're normal kids. Like, I think they so desperately want to convince themselves they're normal kids, but ultimately that is not who they are, right? Like, they are Eva pilots, and whether they like it or not, their childhood's like getting robbed from them. And it's mostly set up. There's lots of sequence. We see the fate of like, Toji Suzuhara, as well as both Hikari. I think Hikari is not too important, but it is important to understand like for the stakes of like who Toji is, like in kind of going forward in this episode. But it's mainly set up for episode 18, right? Like, that is the main thing we're here to talk about, which is episode 18, Life in Death Decisions, also known as Ambivalence. This is basically at the start of episode 18. It's like the atom bomb explosion of Unit 03. And if you thought this wasn't a post-war anime, it's like a fucking atom bomb explosion. Like, it looks like, the mushroom cloud and all that stuff.
Exactly.
I will say Hideaki Anno has studied a lot of like explosions, like literally like studied nuclear explosions. I think when he did animation for Nazca in the Valley of Wind, I think he did one of the big explosions in the movie. And like, he's someone who's, Anno's a key animator by trade to start with before he became a director. And so he is really obsessed with kind of the look and the feel of like, these things. And yeah, it's like, you don't see like the thing is the episode starts with the explosion, but it ends with the aftermath, and you really get to feel like that's when you feel what an explosion is the aftermath, right?
That is true, yeah.
And I think that's something that is really hard to understand. Of like, I see tons of explosions in shows where it's like, I don't know, fucking like not necessarily saying Mad Max, but like Mad Max type like movies or shows where it's like the explosions are like in the background as the car drives by and you never see what's behind you, and it's just kind of to look cool.
Yeah.
And a lot of Japanese shows, and especially like, specifically post-war anime, the point of the explosion is the aftermath, because of fucking Hiroshima and like not like, all that shit, but like, it's a large part of it. And I think we don't see, I actually don't remember if we see an explosion like this again. I don't think we do. Specifically an explosion.
If you consider the very, very end like an explosion, then I guess.
But like, this is the closest. At the very least, we can say this is the closest to like what we traditionally feel like an atom bomb, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that is the weight of it in this scene is like the awe. Whether it's both, it's a very negative awe, but like, there's just like an awe related to seeing the explosion, right? This deals with like the Angel Bardiel who takes over Unit 03, and the whole thing with this like episode is like Shinji doesn't know, right?
Yeah, because there's also, I forgot to mention on episode 17, like Asuka sees from Kaji's like computer system that Toji is the new Eva pilot. So there's this displeasement of her and, matter of fact, almost everyone around for various reasons that Toji is the new Eva pilot, and Shinji doesn't know. Like you said, like he's the only one who doesn't know.
Because Misato couldn't bring herself to tell Shinji,
exactly,
right?
like she at that point, I feel like she's inclining towards more of the mother role in the story, so she can't bring herself to tell him. Whereas like Ritsuko is almost like, I want to say like the auntie, like she's like, you gotta tell him. And Asuka, actually, I was pretty like convinced that she wanted to tell him, but and was going to tell him for that matter, but did not have the time. Like I was pretty convinced that if she had time in her hands,
well, she literally is like about to say it, and then I think either she gets attacked or like the angel comes,
and then Rei, I feel like she starts showing more human sides to her, but she's not. Like, she's actually kind of being protective towards Shinji by not telling him.
Well, I think she doesn't see the concern
but
of
also,
Toji
like,
being a pilot.
Exactly. Also, she does not... Like, because there's this conversation of her having... I forgot with whom, but... Like, she realizes that when Shinji learns this, it will hurt him. Thus, she doesn't want to tell him, but as a person herself, she doesn't understand why it would hurt him. Like, she just accepts that as a fact and like just goes with it, basically. So really weird, like, relationship dynamics by now.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes of this entire like episode is just related to not only Shinji not knowing, but Shinji having to commit violence against something humanoid looking, right? Like, I think one of the things about specifically the mecha genre I want to talk about is that the reason why we have like mecha anime, not just fucking bombs, not only because they look cool and they sell toys, but is because there is a certain psychology in humanity of seeing a large humanoid type thing that brings up great power, great fear, disturbance. Like, there is something of just like a large human-sized being that brings up this instinctual strength. Fight or flight, right? It's just like strength, right? It's something that we're concerned about. Like, even when we see something like a tank, you don't get the same feeling because it doesn't look natural. Like, there's something, we don't understand the firepower. Even if we get it in our head, our body doesn't get it. But when we see something like an Eva, it's there. And so when Shinji sees this is like, he's seen angels before, but they're morphed and weird. This looks human to him. And he has been fine with committing violence all before this. Maybe not fine. Okay, that's a bit of a stretch. But he's been understanding of why. But now he's like, no, there's a kid in there. And also, even if there wasn't a kid in there, it feels human, right? There's definitely that aspect of like, I'm not going to just hurt this. I'm hurting somebody, right? That's like, there's that.
And he like actually says like, this feels wrong in the anime too. Like, because as humans, we're innately in a sense limited to our perception, um, like our perception being derived from our own experiences. And when it comes to the example you just gave, tanks, like the difference between a tank and a humanoid being is that you know as a person and that in your current size how strong or not you are. And then when you look at a humanoid robot like fucking 100 times bigger than you suddenly have a much more natural grasp of like how destructively strong that thing would be. For a tank, because of the shape, like you said, that's not a possibility because you obviously don't run on fields on pallets. Like you can't imagine that.
Yeah, there's a disconnect between the logic in the brain and the immediate instinct and reflex.
Exactly.
Like, no matter who you tell, like, you could tell someone like, "Hey, don't blink when I flick this coin in your eye." You'll be like, "Yeah, I'll try not to do it," but you can't control certain things. And I don't think it's like fully that level, like a full reflex, but it's in that range, right? Of like something you really can't control, and that's what makes mechs and mechas so disturbing in certain regards. Of like, it's humanity's greatest fear, as in humanity, but stronger, unknown. Also one of us, right? Like that's a great fear in humanity that we'll get into a bit more later. But yeah, Shinji, he straight up says, "I'd rather die than kill someone." Which, getting onto that instinct, is Shinji's fight or flight instinct is kind of, it's a flight, but it's also a bit fucked up, right? Like he's so willing. Like, fight or flight usually means that once you realize you can't fight, you usually try to fight.
Fight or flight is usually survival.
Yeah.
Right. In Shinji, it's like I'm not prioritizing my survival, which is against our like basic animal nature.
Yeah, there's something we can tell with this scene. There's something messed up in his brain, so that it doesn't work. And then we have the dummy plug coming in and all that jazz. And a big thing that we see with this scene was once the Eva is disconnected from the pilot, we truly see how violent Evas are as creatures.
Yeah.
And it's like really disturbing to watch this scene. Like, it is like insanely disturbing how much like these Evas are like how much unit 1 destroys unit 3. And like in my head, it's like, if you think between this and the explosion is more violent. Like, it probably hurt more people, probably killed more people. But this is, there's something disturbing about the way that this is being taken apart, right? Like, I will say also, this scene has phenomenal setup to it with like, they try to paint this Eva as like, this evil red hue against the, setting sun type beast. Like, it's a constant red hue over this scene. And yet it feels wrong how the extent of Eva 1 destroying Eva 3 and ultimately like Suzahara, more or less, because like he does crush the fucking plug. He crushes it.
And we do basically see other people's reactions. Like, that's also a really good way of them showing us how raw it is in universe, right? Like, the people who basically watches everything that's related to Eva's, like, and sorry if anyone's having problem with what I'm gonna say, but like, they start throwing up and like basically vomit cry at that point. Like, they don't know what to do because it's that like unappalled and like disgusting in that sense.
The disconnect between violence usually committed by weapons of mass destruction has been removed. You are now seeing it in its rawest form of what it should look like.
It's almost as if like you're watching two real actual people shredding each other up.
Yes, it's the lack of humanity in what feels like a human moment.
Exactly.
It is disturbing, it is disgusting, it is, I will say, as we see Eva 3 kind of get destroyed, you'll see this in a lot of other parts of Eva, because I'm shocked I completely forgot to mention this, but a big reason why you see a lot of broken Evas or broken aliens or angels, but primarily the broken Evas, like you see primarily in episode 2. The reason why you see a lot of these, a lot of fights, Shinji will basically start off injured or like have a broken part or something. And it's a large part of it is that Hideaki Anno's father lost his leg in an accident where it was another man's fault who was like cutting a tree and he was part of it. And like, those really big tree cutter type things, and he lost his leg because of it. And Anno said that he believes that he makes broken mechs. Like, if you look at any of his sketches, a lot of broken mechs. because it feels right to him. And it almost feels like he's validating his father's existence. Now, don't get me wrong, he has a lot of issues with his father's, as you can tell with the entire show of Evangelion.
Really? No.
But like Evangelion, like the Evangelions, like having broken natures and broken features of them is something that's very iconic to them. Like Evas are broken, messed up things. Like they're not as clean as like, you know, your typical like, I don't know. The immediate top of my head is like, no, because even Gundam can be a bit gritty. But like, there's other mechs, and especially when they're sold as mech toys, they're supposed to look clean. But Evas are not clean; they're messy.
You could argue Transformers.
Yeah, Transformers they're supposed to look clean. They're, I mean, completely mechanical, like sterile. Yeah. But like the line between humanity and technology has kind of been crossed. Of like, we believe technology is this infallible thing that serves its purpose. No, technology is an extension of humanity. It's something we use to make humanity's weak will stronger, like, you know, or weak, like, you know, physical strength stronger. But ultimately, no matter what, technology is human. It is going to have messiness. It is going to be gross. It is going to be broken oftentimes. Like, that is a big part of what makes Eva so powerful, is we see the flaws in technology and how it reflects on us as people and like the world we live in. It's like, this scene is horrifying. It is then capitalized by the very end, as of course Shinji seeing Toji being pulled out of the plug suit, still alive, but barely, and just the scream.
Yeah, and within that moment, I'm pretty convinced that he doesn't know that he's alive. Like,
no, he doesn't. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, and for him, more than likely, first thing comes to his mind is that it's his friend's dead body and not like critically injured or whatever. Like, and that fucks him up because it's also Godo doing that in a sense, right? Because we also forgot to mention this, but a few episodes prior to this, we see the first implementations of remote.
Oh, the dummy plug.
Yeah, the dummy plugs. So, and obviously the one who makes the call is Shinji's father when it comes to dummy plug usage and all that stuff. But Shinji seeing her friend's dead, seeing his friend's dead body, he's in this dilemma where like his father killed his friend, but he killed him through him.
It was as if he was watching his own body do something.
Exactly,
right?
Like he was out of control, could not do anything to prevent it, but also was kind of to blame, like not by other people, but to himself. He was to be blamed because he was there.
But even if it wasn't just that he was not in control, with Eva's, I know the dummy plug's a bit different, but like it almost feels like he's doing it, right? Like it's almost like you're being forced through the sensations, right? That's one of like the really powerful things about it.
Exactly.
The last note I will say about episode 8 or 18 is that the way that Misato finds out from Kaiji is like really tragic news, where it's like, it's a very military answer of a very personal thing, where it's like, what happened to, you know, Unit 3? It's like designated angel, neutralized by Unit 1. And that tells you so much of like designated angel, as in he's no longer human, and neutralized by Unit 1 is that Shinji had to do it. Like that tells you some, like, you don't need, you know, obviously you want to see it, but like it tells you so much about the scene and its impact and all of that.
It also shows you how fucked up the whole like system is there. Coming to episode 19.
A Man's Battle, also known as Introjection. This is basically Shinji right after, like, it starts with Shinji right afterwards kind of being like, I'll fucking kill all of you for making me do that. And, you know, Gendo saying, I don't have time for tantrums.
I'm not gonna lie, I did enjoy that moment, because it was the first time he took a step for himself and himself only. So that was a nice additional touch.
Yeah, this is this episode is with the Angel Zuriel, and this is kind of when Shinji has walked away from being an EVA pilot again and trying to make it like a finality type thing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he gives up everything and whatnot. Yeah, it's like it's truly about running away again, right? This is episode 4, but again, except with more context about why. This episode is like a lot of melancholy, right? Like most, like 50 to like 60% of this episode is just dealing with the melancholy, but also a certain sterileness that Shinji is trying to go through with this. Like he's trying to be like, yep, I'll never pilot one again.
Yeah.
You know?
Which obviously, like, we see him father being disregarding towards him again, and like kind of taking the "you're just a tool, like if you're not useful, just get out of my sight" kind of approach. Um, Lovely family dynamics, and then we kind of see like what Misato rather intentionally or unintentionally put on Shinji. Basically her own goals and what she wants to achieve with the destruction of angels and all that stuff to him, and him leaving kind of takes that away from her, which changes a lot of things.
I mean, all of the interactions with Shinji and leaving are very sterile. Or the two lines that like I really stuck out to me was that Kensuke basically says, "I looked up to you. I was jealous of you being like an EVA pilot," and then Misato saying, "I placed all my hopes and dreams on you." Mind you, none of these are asking if Shinji's okay after he just nearly killed his friend against his will.
Yeah,
right? Like I think that's a big part of his like it's about expectation on Shinji, and not that he's disappointing them. That's the thing. Is his well-being doesn't matter. It's that he's disappointing them.
Yeah, he's being like, they don't think the biggest like thing during this episode is that you get to see that like his father treats him like a tool without putting in the sugarcoating. Like he literally treats him like a tool to his face, while other people kind of pushes their hopes and goals to him as if he's again a tool, but in the pretense of maybe befriending them or caring for him or stuff like that, which makes it in a certain aspect more fucked up, because now he has to face people he thought cared about him actually not so much, or not within that instance, even though his life technically was under threat and he had to kill his friend.
Yeah. At the end of the day, they weren't evaluating Shinji as a person or a friend or a son or any of that.
Yeah.
They were evaluating him as a pilot of Unit 1.
Yeah.
That's what matters. But as we get to, the near the end of the episode, we see that Asuka's fighting the angel and not doing the best, let's say. And Shinji is just watching, right? He's watching and he's with Kaiji, and Kaiji tells him, like, at a time, like, he's watering his plants, and like, Shinji asks him, like, "Why are you watering your plants at a time like this?" And he's like, "Because it's a time like this. Like, this is all I can do.
Yeah.
Only an Evangelion can stop this thing," right? And a big thing with this is kind of the really sad nature of kind of war soldiers and like certain things, but it's like ultimately like pacifism and stubbornness. Primarily, we want to talk about pacifism. Like pacifism is a very foolish idea, because ultimately, like the threat of external, like a threat of humanity against humanity, will always exist, and that it is no matter what is going to happen. As much as I despise militaries and despise all these things, ultimately, if you like, to some extent, it is partially like with great power comes great responsibility. Like Shinji, you are responsible for saving people, whether you like it or not. Despite how terribly they're treating you, despite how fucked up of a situation it is,
Yeah.
you cannot just watch, because you have the ability to do something. Because I know it's not fair, but that's how it is.
Yeah, that's kind of like a harsh reality within the current like realm they live in, right? Like if this was something else, or like it wasn't basically the extinction of humankind, like you could argue that like he could just stand aside. But there's as far as we come during this time in the story, we only have like 3 EVA pilots, one of them being hospitalized. 4, one of them being hospitalized, 3. And the other one being Shinji is just trying to go away, which basically through all the combats we've seen up till this point, we see that 2 is not enough. Like, we need at least 3 so that it actually works efficiently and properly without endangering everyone.
Yeah. And as, the episode goes on, you see Asuka's head go into the shelter that Shinji's he's trying to be a normal civilian and runs away, and he's reminded that no, war will not escape you just because you choose to hide and run away with it. It will be here no matter what. And then Shinji gets into Unit 1, all that jazz, and he then pilots Unit 1, and we honestly, you would really think that if we're talking about the hero's journey perspective, this is the moment of redemption, right?
Yeah.
This is right after something has gone wrong in Act 2. Usually it would usually be like an antagonistic fork getting the better of Shinji, but it's whatever. It's like, however, it mostly lines with my redemption arc. Yes, he's going to get back on it. He's going to love it. He's going to become the hero, right? This is what you think. And then you watch as Unit 1 goes out there to fight the Eva, goes past its limits, but then suddenly, as it reawakens, puts on an angel's arm, manifests into a human's arm, and then eats it and like destroys if you thought that the previous one was bad, this one's really bad of how much they ravage. I think they show a bit less, but it feels more visceral because of a lot of the sound effects.
Yeah.
And the Eva gets on
and more raw tissue, I want.
Yeah, I mean the Eva gets on all fours and starts eating the angel, right? That's the big thing. Is just oh my god, it's not longer humanity fighting humanity. It's an animalistic hunger that it is attempting to feed. Yeah, it's the beast. That is the thing. And it's I think literally one of the songs that plays during this moment is called The Beast too. But yeah, we learned that no, the reason that the Evas are covered in armor and all this stuff, as we see the true nature of Evas, is not because they're there to protect them. It is to restrain them, right? These are creatures and beings beyond our comprehension and our ability of control. And it's when you watch Shinji's face during this, and he has a really disturbing grin as he's committing mass violence. You almost see oh, this power is too much for him. He's not. Yeah. Not only is it too much,
it's almost corrupting him.
Yeah, it's too much power. Not only is it too much power for his conscience and his ability to will, but it is going to corrupt him to some extent.
Yeah.
He is too powerful. He's trying. It almost feels like he's able to do whatever he wants to this thing, right?
And also, I do want to highlight the reason he is stuck with this moment and why he's so important is the fact that during this episode's more earlier instances, they do try to put other pilots into Eva 1, and it doesn't work. That's I would almost argue that's the first mild glimpse of us being okay. This is much more fucked up and in depth than what it seems to be, because a robot evidently denies other pilots and arguably tries to kill him. And then this sequence happens, which makes it even more messed up, because we had that hint from that pilot tests, and now this dude is basically reattaching another arm and eating another being like it's a beast.
Yeah, it feels like it's a crave for power. It's a dominance thing. It's a very raw, hard to watch scene. And the aftermath of this scene leads us to episode 20 of The Shapes of Hearts in Humans, or Weaving a Story 2, Oral Stage. This is the episode where Shinji is basically lost in EVA 001. He's basically become one with it with a sync rate of over 400%. And yeah, it's if we thought we were getting psychological with episode 16, this episode really, really nails it home.
That is true.
There's a lot of narration. There's a lot of lightning cuts about Shinji's perception of the world and all these things that are. He has this sequence about what's a threat, what's threatening me. He's talking about my dad threatens me, all these things, angels. So, it's a very overwhelming stimulation of kind of I think part of it is being in the Eva as this tool kind of makes him feel what can I do, what am I capable of, right? I know the Eva is grounded at that point, but it's it is this overwhelming feeling of power that I think Shinji is feeling a little bit. It's just he wants to do something, right? But he also at the same time is not able to because he's not human for a bit, right? He's really not human for most of this episode, right? He doesn't come back.
Yeah, no, he is certainly integrated into what an Eva is in that sense. Which we know that it happened before, but we don't know what it is the idea, right? And they've never ever managed to bring someone back before, and when this happened. So from an outsider's end, Shinji's dead.
Yeah.
And he's not coming back. and then there's this desperation in like Asuka, like
Misato.
Misato, like even Ritsuko, like, and Rei too. Like they're just desperate, um, but they kind of try to rationally accept that he's gone. Uh, at the same time, we do start seeing Shinji's experience inside there, and his realization of certain things, and him coming in terms with that Eva is much more than just a device he's using to fight angels.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main things, like, first of all, they talk about the LCL as like primordial soup, which more on that later.
Yeah.
But a big thing is like, because I'm an Eva pilot, they praise me. Like he gets this attachment, this need
Yeah.
for the Eva, where at first he hated it, but now it's like he's done stuff with it. And now he's like, yes, I need it, I want it. And he kind of, he sees the scene. This is the first time we get like a really like more explicit scene of like, becoming body and soul with Rei, Asuka, and like Misato. Kind of just this. Again, it's partially because of I do think it's partially because of the power he feels, but also like it's primarily the desperate desire of like connection and love and feeling. That's why he that's kind of why he becomes one with the Eva, right? Is because he feels like he can have a connection with it. He wants to tear down the walls and be with
Yeah.
more or less his mother, right? But
Which, yeah, this is also where he like starts realizing that the Eva somehow has something to do with his mom too. And that kind of supports what you were just saying. Like that motherly warmth plays to him seeking affection, and kind of makes him into becoming one with the Eva itself, or like the fluid.
yeah, this scene or this like whole episode deals with a lot of like Shinji reflecting on the people he's met, and a lot of times you'll see like, again, another really smart choice from Anno is he'll show the exact same scenes with either like different dialogue or different perspectives.
Yeah.
That makes it feel like completely new, and also kind of reflects on how Shinji is experiencing the world and kind of what he sees in the Eva, and then like the whole like thing where Shinji's like main crave and kind of how he wakes up from the Eva is like people calling out for him, people needing him, desiring him, and this idea of the other being required for the self to exist is a large part of it. Like we're gonna start getting closer and closer to like Freudian and Jungian like type of like psychology type stuff, but that is like part of it is like the ego struggles to exist without to some extent being recognized. Like either I'm not going to talk about like the id and all that stuff, but like I'm talking about specifically the other, right? Like it's hard for us as people, as ourselves, to create our own identity without the context of it existing with others. Like, it's possible, but it's very difficult, right? Like we usually by default have some way of talking about it in social context, and Shinji being constantly called for in that scene kind of is allowing him to reform himself, right? Like being like, yes, there are people who need me, but it's not me. Like, it's technically not really Shinji. It's
the Eva pilot.
Yes, the Eva pilot they need, right? It's like kind of like this need for him to come back will manifest only because of that. And I think that's, again, furthering the tragedy, but also partially because he doesn't know and doesn't understand it. Like he will come back, but kind of not knowing why.
Yeah.
There's also at the very end, there's like, some unfamiliar ceiling stuff. I don't want to get into it, but if you watch the episode, keep an eye out. As well as also sex.
Yes.
Real live sex on Neon Genesis Evangelion. Not shown on screen because it was supposed to be for children, but it's very much not so. But yeah, it's like Misato and Kaji.
Yeah. They get into the business of things.
The thing that's specifically...
in transaction.
Yeah, this scene is, that's exactly what I said. This is a transaction scene, right? It's not only a transaction of like, literally information and, the pill that they give, but it's also...
multiple things.
Yeah, of their bodies and lusts and desires and all that stuff. Like, it's
like
something...
They kind of satisfy their carnal desire of someone and something, regardless of what exact type of relationship it is. And then also almost like, this is going to sound funny, build a coalition to exchange information and kind of further dig what's actually going on with Nerve and like, Seele and everything, and Shinji's father and all that stuff. Like they're kind of basically becoming their own strength being one in that
Yeah,
moment.
those types of relationships are always weird because it's like they're doing it because they care about each other. They're okay with doing it because they care about each other, but because they're doing it transactionally, it will always kind of create some separation between the
Yeah.
two, whether they like it or not. And yeah, I mean, this will lead up to us talking, for episode 21.
So could we say Gendo is the biggest wingman? Okay, just shows.
No. But in episode 21 through 24, these are the episodes called Director's Cut. So if you're not watching these on Netflix or you're not watching them through a source that probably, has these files from Netflix, they will be like 23 minutes. But a lot of these episodes are longer than the standard 23 minutes. These are, for episodes 21 through 24, respectively, they are 29 minutes, 29 minutes, 25 minutes, and 26 minutes. So these have a decent bit more to show. I recommend watching the Director's Cut specifically if you can. Episode 21 is titled The Birth of Nerve, or also He Was Aware That He Was Still a Child. And this episode is like, we've been needing to dump some lore on you for a while.
Yeah.
Here it is. I would say I'm not like the biggest fan of it, but I'm more okay with it because this show has a lot been about time and temporality type stuff that it felt like we needed a flashback at some point to understand this world. And yeah, it needed to happen. I think that's a big thing. We get to see Shinji's mom, Yui, for the first time, and then you have the horrible, terrifying realization that, oh God, why does she look so similar to Rei? Right? We're just like, oh, that's concerning. And
That's anime.
yeah, and also this is our first cold open. You're so used to watching a show like for Evangelion, it's like boom, banger opening.
Yeah.
This cold opening, scientists talking to each other, talking about creating a god, right? Talking about how scientists are all about self-gratification and all that jazz, and it's a very different perspective than what we've been seeing so far. It's like, I would argue this is the episode that's for the adult episode in comparison to a lot of this has been from this perspective of children, right?
This is like basically the foundation that foundation that caused everything fucked up we're going through, in a sense. Or at least what was the initial thought that caused the actions. So people like Ritsuko or Kaji or Gendo is now at that point.
Yeah, I mean this basically goes back to before the second impact in 2000, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like 19. I think it's just literally just 1995, and it talks about a lot of this is about Fuyutsuki, right? The Fuyutsuki is more or less our main character through this, and it's the lens we see him through, kind of.
Yeah.
Before and after the second impact, and the way he sees Gendo and the way he sees Yui, like the first little like surprise we see in this show is when they're talking about Ikari-kun. And it's like, oh, Ikari-kun? Yes, we're going to see their work, and it's Yui, whose name is Ikari, before
Ikari,
Gendo
yeah.
changes her name. It changes his name to Ikari, and kind of the nature of Yui, like kind of as a scientist and also as a woman, is a large part of this. Like this entire episode is like we don't learn a ton about her, but we see more or less reflected via Gendo's actions and a bit of her actions who she is as a person and what she does, and kind of.
I'd say you get to grasp her core personality really like quick and fast to what type of approach she has towards certain people and circumstances.
I mean the biggest action she makes is that Fuyutsuki presents a lot of options for what Ikari can do with her, or Yui can do with her research, and then she also mentions I could be a mother as well. And then part of it is that she literally gives up on her entire career and more or less gives it to Gendo so that she can become a mother. And I think that says a lot either about motherhood, but also about maybe women in STEM, but also just like, part of me was like, the way that it felt to me was it almost was like Gendo like stole the brilliance out of Yui. At least that's how it felt a little bit to me, was it's like Yui was like, she's the highly discussed, talked about, woman that like scientist, genius that is going to make great strides in her research, and then meets problem child man. And nothing to say about that those types of relationships, but it's less about the relationship and more so that
is Yui also an I can fix him woman?
yeah, reverse I can fix her. But like it's more so about Yui choosing to no longer be like a scientist and more or less giving the dream to Gen. It just felt, I was like, it feels weird, right? Like it feels like
it feels weird, but it also feels romantic in a sense. Not that it's right or wrong, but like the fact that she is willing enough to take such a big like jump, almost like leap of faith towards becoming like a mom and like building a family. Like it is within itself a really weird, like interesting thing we see from her.
Yeah, it feels weirder because it does feel like Gendo almost takes it from her, right? Like it's like in the way he's forward, like because like basically it's like he like starts leading all of Yui's research, especially after she dies, but like starts to do like there's a time where he goes to the expedition to the South Pole or Antarctica, sorry, and like Yui's not there because she's taking care of Shinji, and I'm just like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't the leading expert on this kind of stuff be there, right? And it does feel like he's almost usurping her position in that regard.
Yeah, no, that certainly does feel weird, especially like since they're in a world where they can ask for babysitters or take Shinji together with them.
I don't know if I would take Shinji to the fucking Antarctica where ground zero of the second impact was.
I would. That would be cool. You know, you're 3 years old. You're seeing ground zero. Like, heck yeah. No, yeah, maybe taking him is another conversation. But like, again, like you suggested, they might have figured like they can figure something out, and she could be there.
Mm-hmm.
But for whatever reason,
why does she go and not Gendo? Right, that's the main thing is like
yeah, like she could have gone on Gendo stayed too.
Yeah,
which would be the easiest take. But I don't know, like I feel like since like even then when Huey was alive, Gendo was still not okay with human connection and relationships.
Yes.
Like regardless.
Yeah.
Like even though he's now wedded to this wonderful person, has a healthy kid, like he's still very much the Gendo we see running Nerve back then as well.
Yeah, he's inherently a manipulative person because he's scared of other people, right?
Exactly.
He feels a need to control to that kind of thing. Another thing to talk about, like the other half of this episode basically is like, there's a lot of stuff with Fuyutsuki and the Akaris, but it is also us seeing the origins of, the three of Misato, Ritsuko, and Kaji. And, it's a really fun, like, college, times type stuff. And there's a lot of really great social dynamics I enjoy about all three of them being together. Misato, quite literally, like, has aphasia, trauma child, doesn't speak for like 2 years. And my favorite line is that Ritsuko says, it feels like she's making up for lost time. And I'm like, I think that's a very...
That was really actually cute.
It's a very warm moment about how these two legitimately have a friendship with each other. It might be a bit more transactional and different these days, but they have a friendship with each other.
Yeah.
And then we see, Kaji, they literally say that they spend a week in bed together, which, hey, good for y'all. That's great for whatever. But it is this kind of like
Kaji, my man.
strong identity of like who these people are in their relationship with each other. And there's that one picture of the three being together and kind of smiling and happy. And that dichotomy of, we talk a lot about time 10 years ago to now and how different their relationships are to each other. They're still kind of the same in certain regards, but because of obligations, just the history being each other,
and roles,
everything, they can't be three college friends together, even if they wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a big thing that changes about like, a lot of what this episode is showing is that these things that happened in the past can no longer maintain themselves today due to the world circumstances, due to kind of history and like our obligation to each other. Like all of that had to shift.
due
right?
to Gendo.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it due to Gendo, but also Seele and kind of like the changes, right? A lot of it is because Gendo is like the one moving the pieces, but he's kind of being told by Seele how he should be moving the pieces. He doesn't always agree, but he is kind of like making these plans of like, with this larger idea of like what I'm trying to achieve, right? With the Dead Sea Scrolls and yada, 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 all that stuff. It's a large part of this entire episode is showing kind of what was lost, right? In a both nostalgic and a realistic standpoint. Like there's definitely hints of both. And then as unfortunately we get to the very end of episode, we are reminded that yes, that was all in the past and Kaji has other obligations. And Misato, I think Shinji gets pushed a lot as a protagonist. Like I think it's a lot easier to push your protagonist, to a corner. I think most creators are very capable of doing that. seeing a character like Misato gets pushed to the fucking edge in the sense, like her will is tested in ways that are very insane, and that as she finds out the news that Kaji has died, and like that entire scene, like her hearing the voicemail and then her just crying separately in the room, and Shinji's like, all I could do was hide from Misato because I had
nothing that I could do. Yeah.
Well, part of it is that he doesn't understand human interaction and how he could do it. Even if Shinji's just a kid, yes, he's just 14. There are people who would maybe try to confront that, but Shinji is so scared of it that he doesn't want to even try. Right?
It's not even just him. Yeah, being 14, he like explicitly says that like I did not retain any knowledge of what I could do, like as a person within that moment. Like I couldn't find anything that would be helpful at a moment like that, which is kind of showing us how there is this huge emptiness within him. But that was a harsh end to that episode.
I mean, Kaiji as a character is just a tragedy, right? Like, he is someone who was more or less put in a position by Gendo to do things against the will of someone he loved. Whether they loved each other or not is always hard to say, but I would like to believe it. They showed at least enough affection and care for each other that they wanted the best for each other.
Well, even in the note, he mentions that he'd finally say, I love you after 12 years.
No, he said he'd say those words that he couldn't say 8 years ago. Which, who knows, that could mean a lot of things. He could have said, could mean many things, but yes.
Yeah,
yes,
no,
I know.
He's going to say, like, you're a cunt. Like, what's he going to say?
No, I know. I'm just saying, yes. I would like to say they loved each other.
Like, he's going to say that I actually like Ritsuko.
Like, I'm just saying there is a little bit of I think also even in how the relationship functions these days, because of their roles, there is that ambiguity that plays a bit into it. But yeah, it's
like it's either, but like the logical assumption would be either like I love you or like water the watermelons.
Yeah.
I feel like.
But yeah, it's like Kaji is a character who gets more or less forced to, for the quote unquote betterment of the world, to hurt Misato, kind of to some extent misguide Shinji, right? Like he's not fully he's not fully like he's doing what's kind of best for Shinji, but like getting Shinji back into the EVA 1 is not a good thing, right? It's a bit conflicting. So like he's been led down this road to do things he doesn't want, all for the sake of some greater idea. And those are always the most tragic characters, the characters who die for a greater idea that they don't even get to see the fruits of, right? Like, it's always so hard to watch a character like Kaiji go. As we get into episode 22, also known as Staying Human, or Don't Be, or the Asuka episode, this is with the angel Ariel, and this is when we see everything about Asuka. Like, nothing is left to be hidden. This episode is basically all just this fight. Like, we see some build-up stuff about, like, Asuka talks about, like, dolls or something that humans make in their own image, and kind of we see the stuff about, like, Asuka mother being in like a scandal, and like there's like we get the odd scenes.
Her losing her psyche, like how she treats certain things like Asuka, like we get the whole trauma experience basically.
Yeah, and as what's funny about this episode is as Asuka goes up to fight the angel, as much of a fight as it is, it's like they talk about how if survival's on the line, we will use the same tools that almost destroyed us, and it's like, yep. We don't understand these EVAs. These are horrible, terrifying things. But at the end of the day, we will get back in the robot and do the thing that we feel is necessary. And this fight is not much of a fight. It's more or less just torture, just straight torture for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's weird. It's tough. It's also the first time we've seen like the time we talked about infiltration strategies and stuff like that. This is the first time we're seeing psychological attacks from an angel, which is pretty cool as a concept. I'm not gonna lie, but man, did she have it tough.
I mean, like this entire thing is like it's her like getting into her mind. And remind you, this is also using a lot of repetitive animations, literally quite repeating the same things. It's like there's like that one scene that repeats like 5 times.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is like, it does build on a psychological element. And also, I think it's probably repeated a little much. But at the same time, I think it is actually important to repeat these things because, first of all, before we get fully into it, this scene literally has like hallelujah song
Yes, that's the
as it
funny-
is got lightning cuts into it as it's like quite literally. I will use the phrase that Asuka uses. I'm not using this by my own choice, but she literally describes it as "stop raping my mind," and it's like this intense, overwhelming psychological like the hallelujah like orchestral like high pitch like singing in your ear as Asuka's life is being exposed to the world.
That was funny. I'm not
It's
gonna
like
lie.
horrifying. I mean, it's like a horrifying experience of just like, oh my god, like she's defenseless. Like it's like horrible to watch.
It is horrible to watch. I chuckled. I'm not gonna lie. As in, like, I wasn't expecting Hallelujah. That's the only reason.
I don't think
chuckled.
a soul in the world was.
Yeah, like, because we first get hit with the beam and she starts suffering, and then Hallelujah kicks in. So I'm like, dude, that's so fucked up. And then Hallelujah kicks in, and I'm like, what the heck? Like,
Yeah.
what?
And
It was weird. I don't know.
And then it's like Rei tries to go save her. She's like, please don't please don't make Rei save me. I don't want Rei to save me. And
Yeah.
we see a lot about what this episode is like, a lack of love and affection that Asuka's experienced in her entire life, a lack of a mother figure who had shown her any affection at all. I think there's actually a phone call at the start of this episode where it was like the more or less step or whatever mother for her.
Stepmom, yeah.
But yeah, there's like distance still between her and her mother figures and all that stuff where it's like, yes, this is so similar to Shinji and as like, both Eva pilots, the two main Eva pilots, I would argue, that are doing things that it's like, yes, a big part of it is that their attachment to their Eva is attachment to like, their need for motherhood and desire. And that's how they get their strength, this kind of, this longing is a big part of it. But it also makes them really damaged people. Really like a lot, like there's a lot of repetition that shows how much she obsesses over these thoughts of like, this is my chance or like, look at me, please. Like a lot of, please look at me. Like I'm an adult. I'm a woman. Please. I need to be seen this way. Like, a lot of with Asuka's pride is about being seen in the way she wants to be seen. And also her feeling shame for people perceiving her. Like, she says like, no, that's not who I am. I'm not like this. I'm not some, skank or whatever. Like, it's a lot of that is about, it's about the dialogue in her head about what other people think of her.
Yeah. And then we also, like from there on with her internal psyche, we do see, or not necessarily see for the first time, but now in a much more obvious way, we start seeing like Gendo's true colors as well, to how he approaches the pilots and what he deems important for his ultimate plan and all that stuff. Because up till this point, it was all like subtle movements against the Seele, like the council and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, and part of it is that Misato was running a lot of this show, but now Gendo has like taken full,
Exactly.
like a lot of control.
And now he's like, okay, like I'll protect Shinji. He's not going out there.
Yeah.
But-
Unit 1's safety
Exactly.
is the most important.
But he is like, yeah, we're using the spear of what was it called again?
Longinus.
Yeah. And even that, like he almost to his like commanding like people he command, he almost plays it as if like he's protecting like Shinji, stuff like that, but he's just trying to get rid of the spear of Longinus. So like through and through manipulative, but then also he's taking bold steps now.
Yes, yeah.
He's not like trying to sneak stuff under the radar.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing for me with Gendo at this point is he's no longer he's forcing the story himself. Like the story has been set out in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he's like, cool, that's great that it's supposed to happen this way. I'm going to ensure that it happens this way.
Exactly.
And
he's not like the villain in the background anymore.
Yeah. To get back to Asuka, one of the most important things she says is, I forgot to mention that there was a scene with Shinji and Kaji in episode, I believe, 17, where it's like they're at the vending machine, and Kaji's like, do you want to get a drink with me? And then Shinji's like, but you're not a girl. And it's Shinji failing to grasp the concept of homosexuality, which we'll get back to later. Fun fact, this scene shows up in the movie, in the rebuilds. But yeah, it's really, really important because then as it comes back to this, it's like Shinji, like, Asuka's literally like screaming like, Shinji, where the hell are you? I need you to hold me, please. Why are you there with Kaiji? And kind of like this scream at both Kaiji and Shinji, not showing her affection to people she believes she deserves affection from. From at least from her perspective, right? Like, I think from a quote unquote, you see her as a tsundere girl perspective, it's hard to see, but like, she truly believes that like she's being like almost cheated by them. Like, she's not being treated fairly by them. Like, look at me. Like, I need you to perceive and care about me, but both of you just stand there. And as Asuka, first of all, the voice acting in this episode from Asuka is like, Jesus Christ. Like, I will say, if you have a chance to watch the Anno documentary, there is like sections of him like in the booth like voice acting, and he's not cruel. He doesn't say anything harsh or anything. He just says, that was good, but I need you to give me more. And he just keeps saying that over and over again, and it's just like, that is basically what he forces it out of people by just raw repetition. And it's like, this is like probably to some extent like some true agony that is being experienced of just like, I'm being destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. It's incredible what the entire, like, this is some of the best voice acting in anime, period. Like, I think across the entire cast, but it is like I'm sure a lot of takes. But Shin, like, as she comes out of the event, she's just sitting on the building, and there's like, the caution tape. Shinji very obviously will not cross the caution tape, right? Like, that's something like, he's absolutely not going to do. And that pisses like Asuka's off. Like, Asuka, like, she both doesn't want Shinji next to her, but she also desperately wants Shinji to hold her, right? Like, it's kind of like, I'm mad at you for not being there, but now I need you to be there for me. Shinji doesn't understand that, right? And I think this moment truly is kind of what ignites, like, I think Asuka, like, kind of actually hates Shinji at this point, right? Like, I think there's definitely a part of it. Like, I think there was a playfulness and a jealousy and an envy, but I think at this point, the lack of, Shinji not being there for her actually annoys her, like, actually gets her angry and builds out some hate, because while she still likes Shinji, there's that knife's edge that they're on with their tension of both, like, they both want each other. They both, in many ways, they both want each other, but they're both incapable of crossing that line, but they also hold animosity towards each other, right? Like, Shinji has animosity towards Asuka as well, because he's like, he's literally like, just be nice to me, Asuka, please. But that's like not how Asuka communicates, and that like dissonance and that separation between the two is incredibly painful.
And he kind of gives up on Asuka in a sense in that scene as well, where like he's like, "Let me go," and Gendo is like, "No, we're sending like the spear," and he just like kind of accepts it. Where in a lot of situations like this, you see even in this anime previously in similar situations, you see a much more like pushback to fight for someone or against an order. But like during this time, even though he's supposed to in a sense love her, as soon as like his father is like, "No, you're staying here and we're sending the spear," he just like takes it as is and like does nothing. Which Asuka doesn't know it, but it plays to our narrative of understanding why she would feel betrayed by him furthermore.
I mean, but Shinji has also made rash decisions before. She feels like almost that she herself deserves Shinji to make that rash decision to go save her, right? Like, yeah, Shinji's got that hesitancy in him because he's scared to get close to people, but Asuka's demanding it to some extent at this moment. I'm like, I'm demanding you to do it, and it's that disconnect that ultimately creates this like big gap that will be explored in the rest of the show. Moving on to episode 23, Tears, also known as Rei 3. This deals with the angel Armisael, and yeah, a lot of this is immediately dealing with the aftermath of Asuka more or less not wanting to be a pilot anymore after the traumatic experiences. And it's a lot of melancholy. And as we get to we have no more usable EVA pilots. It's just Rei at this point. As we get to Armisael, who's just a little ring light worm guy. He's just a guy. Very simple dude. We see I will say they definitely simplified the EVA designs near the very end of the show. Like the last angel was, or not angel, EVA designs, angel designs, because like the last angel literally it was like a static image more or less, and this one is just a light tube. Which don't get me wrong,
it's a tentacle monster.
It has a cool aesthetic in what it does when it corrupts, but it is very simple.
It's one single tentacle.
Yeah, it is one singular thing. But yeah, a lot of what this episode is kind of, well, this is our last line of defense with Rei. right? But now we need to see, is that enough? Is that what humanity can stand on? And the answer is fucking no. The answer is fucking no.
Yeah.
It's it's a really tragic episode. The you know
Yeah.
I will say, this is also speaking specifically about Gendo. Gendo also chooses to unground Unit 1 and let Shinji go fight. And then Asuka's literally like, you let him save Rei, but not me, right? Like, it's like she's disgusted by that idea. Oh no, I think they they literally try to send Asuka out, but she's in like single digit synchronization rate because he literally is like very much not even a
Yeah, like the first approach is Asuka being sent. Since she is below 2-digit synchronization level, she can't do it. So then, as a solution, Gendo says, okay, send Shinji, where she's like, so you'd send him for Rei, but you did not send him for me, which further improves her feeling of betrayal by them. And how Shinji kind of puts himself afterwards for Rei on the line does not help improving the situation. When Armisil starts connecting and corrupting to Rei, and Shinji basically throwing himself on the line, like it's in Asuka's mind, it's like, okay, so you're willing to go this far for her, but you didn't even like get out of the headquarters for me.
Yeah, it's the scene as Shinji is saving Rei is incredibly tragic because like Rei almost, we can say in a motherly type way, chooses to sacrifice herself over letting Shinji die.
Yeah.
There's a theme that has played probably before, but it's most notable for me in this scene. Like this is the scene I think of when I think of this theme, which is like the Thanatos theme, where it's like very melancholic piano. It's like you feel like doom is coming, right? Like that's as she's slowly absorbing the angel into the Eva, and it almost has imagery of like a pregnant Eva, right? As it's like in consuming the body, and like the whole like horrifying imagery of it like coming out of her back, right? And it's just the idea that these creatures are more like angels and Evas are closer than we think. And as we get to, I will say I did forget that this is also another instance of an atom bomb ground zero type situation where
this is more like I'd say almost a bigger reference to like kamikaze type of approach than a bomb, which is what Rei ends up doing. But
it's it's after this episode, they're like like during like the aftermath of this episode, like Shinji, I know he's kind of even more pissed off, right? Like he's afraid of human touch. Like he's really given up on being a pilot at this point. Like even though he got pulled back the final time, he's truly given up. Like he no longer has like really any desire to do so. He has he's really like lost a lot of it. He's not lost all of it yet, but he will. And then basically I've just signaled the last part of it where like with Ritsuko, we kind of see the the dummy plug system, like Misato pulls a gun on Ritsuko, kind of trying to like understand each other. It's kind of feel like a betrayal of a friend of not knowing who they were, and I basically call it like a Ritsuko humiliation ritual of like basically Ritsuko like, I'm gonna go destroy the dummy system because these things are meant to like replace me, because as we learn kind of it's not explicitly stated in this scene, but it's stated very soon afterwards. But basically Ritsuko and Gendo are also lovers, and she's making the same mistakes that her mother make, because as we saw in episode 21, Ritsuko's mom, or it's not 21, maybe it was this episode, but one of these later episodes, Ritsuko's mom and Gendo, after Yui dies, get together, right?
Yes.
In a way that is more utilitarian of like, Gendo's doing it to get something out of her, whether it's her loyalty or simply her body or whatever it is. But then when she gets Rei, who deeply represents Yui, she goes to extreme measures of like, hurting the kid and then being ashamed and dying.
And also, I do want to, we also forgot to mention that, but Rei does sacrifice herself for Shinji in the last fight, with detonating herself up.
Yeah, basically becoming a bomb.
I only wanted to mention this because now the part you mentioned where like Rei basically being created by Gendo and Ritsuko's mom as a representation of Yui in a sense. does something really out of pocket for Shinji,
Yeah.
which comes off as a surprise for everyone as well. And then obviously the part you were talking about, Gendo doing the same thing, which how old is this dude, by the way? What the heck? Like
40 something probably.
anyways, Gendo first using Ritsuko's mother for his own interest and now using Ritsuko for his own interest again, like he did with her mom. And Ritsuko is, like you said, is trying to get back at him on a desperate attempt of revenge or whatever.
Mother and daughter are like a matching pair of fools, is as she said. And it's an even better line, in my opinion, that there's a tragedy of those obsessed with Evas. That there's inherently these are projects, these are things that pull the worst nature of humanity out of you, right? Like these weapons require a level of human input, but also a level of disgust. Like they pull out the worst in humanity. Like it pulls out both everything that you care about and then turns it into a weapon, right? That is what's disgusting about the Evas, right? Is it is a mother's love weaponized. And that is inherently kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it's their love, a portion of their soul, basically.
I mean, they sacrificed into it too. Like this is more or less the reason they exist is because these are mothers who were able to sacrifice themselves for their children.
Yeah.
And sacrificed against their will or not, right? As we get to episode 24, unless you have anything else to say.
No, I think
this is, to me, besides 16, like the most important episode in the show. This is the final messenger, the last cometh, the beginning and the end, or knocking on heaven's door. We have the angel, or if you don't know, now you know, the angel Kaoru Nagisa. Kaoru, despite, like, if you were someone who watched or like was aware of anime and aware of Evangelion and the advertising they do and the merchandise they make, you would think Kaoru is like a recurring character in the entire show. He is like on a ton of posters. He's very popular. Seen in a bunch of official. My guy shows up for one episode and one episode only, besides in the rebuilds. But he is incredibly important for Shinji's development. Like so much so that it's justified that he is so popular in like all of their merchandise and all that stuff. We start this episode primarily with Asuka looking absolutely cooked. Like in the bathtub, she's just gone. It's like more or less.
She looks like she snorted all the drugs she could find.
She looks like that one character from SpongeBob that really wants chocolate.
Or that,
just like absolutely cooked. She's like, nobody will look at me. Her pride's been shattered. It's all gone, right? Like everything is completely gone. Like, and then Shinji, on the flip side, realizes that everyone who's here now, like, as I forgot to mention with the end of episode 23, is that Rei's alive after the bomb. Rei, quote unquote. It's like basically the third Rei comes back. And it has no memories of the previous Rei, and kind of reminds us that it's like, oh yes, the soul is kind of what matters, not the body, not the idea of the person, right? And Shinji has this realization that nobody here is a friend. Everyone's gone. Like Misato is basically like out of commission. Like she's like distraught.
Yeah.
Rei is not the same person anymore. Asuka's given up. Even Ritsuko is like, more or less.
Ritsuko's given up too.
Yeah, she's in jail. Like it's like she's everything that he was willing to do.
Kaji is dead.
Yeah, Kaji's dead. Like everything is gone. And then, in that moment, a friend appeared.
A blonde boy comes in,
humming a very lovely little song. It's simply very, lackadaisically just says hi to Shinji and spends time with him and cares for him and asks questions to him and wants to know how his day is and all that stuff and is curious about Ikari Shinji, like that's what Kaoru's relationship is to Shinji. Like he loves Shinji, right?
Yeah.
Like you and I had kind of talked about this a bit before, but it's like it's just like a very strong relationship to Shinji, very aggressive and early on, where it's like he really cares about Shinji not only because of Shinji as a person, like he does legitimately care about Shinji as a person. I truly believe that, but he also loves like the Lilin, as he called him, or like humanity, right? And he wants to learn that through Shinji and like show his love through Shinji.
Like we were having this conversation and like I was talking to you about like the lack of a word in the English language for that, but like his love for Shinji just further expands through like humanity itself and something beyond human capacity to what that is, and like Shinji is the vessel for him to achieve that point. And for Shinji, he becomes this almost idol-like and like a person of interest that someone shows him love, and he can love back.
Yeah.
Which is something he's not familiar with, right? Like, he tried to love people, was not necessarily successful, and he most certainly did not get a chance to be loved back by anyone.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is also not just that. There's a big part of it related to this interest that Shinji has. He's never really had this interest or been allowed to act on this interest. I'm allowed to be interested in you. I'm allowed to care about you, right? Like, I think a lot of I think he probably felt that way about Asuka, who pushed him away, or about Misato, who tried to remain professional.
He was never allowed to endeavor in his curiosity in that
he was
regards.
never allowed to do it. But with Kaoru, it's like, oh, I'm allowed to do this. I'm allowed to, it's very cute. Part of it is that it kind of activates because of, let's, be real, like, there's some sexual feelings that they have with each other, related to adolescence, of Shinji is waiting for him and takes a shower or takes a bath with him. And it's like, yeah, there's something here, and they get physically close to each other, like they're touching each other and all that stuff, and they're looking at each other when they're naked. And it's just like, yeah, there's something that ignited this and allowed for them to care and learn about each other. And they spend, Shinji spends the night over at Kaoru's place and all that stuff. And it's like, he's, for the first time in his life, kind of choosing to do something with another person by choice. Like, that's not happened to him before. Like, he's usually been put in situations where he has to get to know people, and he's scared because he's forced around people that he doesn't know or understand. Where it's like, no, this is someone I want to learn more about and I care about, and I'm willing to learn. I know it feels very fast to certain people, but I think if you've had a connection like that before, you can kind of understand it very quickly.
It's almost like telling someone who went out of water for days and finding a well and be like, dude, just take your time, drink slowly. And it's like, no, that dude was suffering without any water for days and days. So first thing he does is just as fast as he can basically quench that thirst. And that's basically what's going on here as well. Shinji never had anything of this sort be allowed for him to do. So now he's kind of getting into it as fast as he can, because I feel like he also feels an urgency, because nothing in his life till this point is lasting.
Yeah.
Everything until this point was just a temporary thing for him. So he also has the feeling of that urgency that he has to do it now, because this is the only chance he has to explore this.
Yeah, it's very tragic to see. The desperation in itself is kind of tragic, because you realize how much he's been lacking, right?
Yeah.
I will say, specifically, if we were to talk about Netflixing, this is the primary one in the show, is that Kaoru uses language like, I like you and you're worthy of my affection. And there are people who argue that, yes, in the original Japanese, it might be more this way, and officially they may state it to be this way. I'm of the opinion that there is, to some extent, some level of censorship, that I think Kaoru does truly love Shinji, and I think there's a certain level of again, it doesn't really matter that much, don't get me wrong, but just be mindful that I do think that if you think that this relationship is just mere friendship, I think you would be wrong. This friendship is very clearly more than friendship. Whether it is sexual in nature completely, or primarily, or whatever you want to say, is one thing. But I think there is some level of a sexual attraction element involved, and there's more to it than just friendship. He's not just a person; it's a person he is interested in more ways than one. And then that's what makes this part all the worse, is that, yes, Kaoru is in fact the final angel of humanity, for humanity, and he is the messenger. He is, as we've seen more and more as the show gone along, is that angels have become more and more human over time, and that Kaoru is now the manifestation of a, angel copying a Lilin, I guess is the way we can put it, of, betraying Shinji. This is a big thing for Shinji. It is betrayal. This is the last straw. This is what breaks his mental. This is the thing that makes him madder than anything else, is that he finally was allowed to hope, and that hope was then immediately snuffed. And I think that as an experience as a person, even if in your theory it's oh no, you should just hope again and do it. No, when you're in that moment and you feel hope for the first time and it gets betrayed, your mindset just goes down a dark
that
hole.
Was the last thing you were holding on to, and now you don't have that.
Yeah, it's we see is like, he goes down into the towards the chamber with Asuka's, unit 2. Also, mind you, like, as we see this, when he becomes I love the plug suit that he wears. It's like chic and black and very cool. And he also has the ability to control his sync rate and all that stuff, which should have been more red flags. But he takes Unit 2 down to where Adam is, and, it's kind of the final moment. Shinji's chasing him, and he realizes, he's got an AT field. Everything is showing like, oh God, I was wrong. This is an angel. And
then within that moment, we also start seeing Shinji questioning, like, what is an angel? What is a human? Are we not allowed to, like, angels are enemies? But, like, I had something with Kaoru, like, but if he's an angel, he has to be an enemy. Like, he starts questioning basically everything he believed until that very moment.
I mean, Kaoru also even mentions that, like, AT fields, everyone has them. We all have AT fields. AT fields standing for absolute terror fields, which I will reveal now. It's shown in the intro. But yeah, a lot of it is about kind of questioning everything that he's been told so far and kind of breaking his reality that he's had. And with this episode, Shinji is now finally where he needs to be for Gendo. He's fully and truly broken. And that's why episodes 25 and 26 will be the end, right? I will address this now rather than later. Episodes 25 and 26 are questionable production choices in general. They use a lot of repetition. They use some weird animation choices. They also don't really transition too well from episode 24. My personal opinion on this is that I don't treat episodes 25 and 26 as the true canon of the end, or of Evangelion, of like Neon Genesis Evangelion. I treat them as an interesting alternative ending, and I think if they were implemented as part of the story earlier on and not treated as an ending, they would be great.
We were talking about this earlier on. Like, if these two episodes were like a process that Shinji went through to actually progress who he is and like become who he wants to become, I guess, like, that would make more sense than like just plugging this as an ending.
Yeah. A big part of it for me is like a lack of transition and like a lack of respect to Anno's own storytelling. Like, you've worked so hard, why not finish connecting the dots, to me, is my whole thing. There's some loose narrative stuff. And yeah, I my best answer is I think people should watch 25 and 26 and use it to frame End of Evangelion. But to talk about episode 25, the ending world, also known as Do You Love Me? This is a lot of things coming at you at once. It's a lot of Evangelion text on screen, and to get a bit more into that, it's like literally telling you and feeling things and like a lot of different perspectives. I find it interesting and I enjoy it. And I think that text on screen as a tool can be used very well, but it's done in like such fast-paced things that it's like a lot of this is supposed to be like overwhelming with repetition and text on screen and all that jazz. And there's a lot of guilt. There's a lot of sitting on folding chairs in a meme ways. There's a lot of desire for help and a warping self-image. Like, a lot of that is what this episode is about. It's shit. Like, if we were talking about Shinji's inner monologue now, we're just like fully in his psyche. Like, we're getting everything out. We're trying to get everything out of there into the public eye.
Yep.
He questions whether piloting is all he has. Like, he's talking about serving others, dependency.
You're like almost feeling like you're inside his like stream of consciousness, right?
Yeah.
Like nothing necessarily makes sense or like lingers. It just keeps flowing.
Yeah, it's a lot of information like all at once. Like, he thinks about Asuka, he thinks about Rei as a person. Like, there's so much stuff in like all these in this episode. Like, it's a lot to talk about. I think it's one of those episodes specifically that if you watch it yourself, you will understand it more. Because it's just, this would be, if we sat here, we'd be describing a ton of things. Like, it struggles to create a cohesive theme very well. Like, it's going through so many things.
It's basically lingers on the topic of like being and like existence on a much more like philosophical state than a psychological approach to it. That's what I was telling to Jared when we were talking on our free time too. Like, it's a really, really sudden shift from like this heavily psychologically like led way of storytelling to a much more philosophical questioning of a being.
I mean, this deals heavily with like the idea of solipsism, which when I was
Yeah.
14, I was very obsessed with the idea of solipsism, which if you're not familiar with, it's just kind of like the idea that like really only you can know that you yourself exist.
Exactly.
Like that's all it is. And
Like
that's
and this is one of like many um theories in philosophy we have in terms of how you get to prove your existence as a being, and Shinji really like starts questioning that, like who am I, like how am I here, like am I a being, what type of being I am, like it's all these questions literally like pushed to us very, very suddenly.
it happens with Shinji, and also they show some stuff with Misato and Asuka and all
Yeah.
that stuff. But it is primarily focused around Shinji and kind of it's more or less reflecting Shinji on other characters and kind of the
Yeah.
insecurity he feels and how they may manifest in other characters. And yeah, Shinji, the kind of the line like near the end is like he kind of wished for a world of destruction because it's a world where no one saved me, right? That's like a big part of it
Yeah.
that he really cares about. And as we get into episode 26. The beast that shouted "I" at the heart of the world, or "Take care of yourself," which I much prefer the Japanese translated one for this one. It's a lot of more of the same, but it's like it gets a bit more avant-garde with like some sketch art as well as like a lot more pixelated imagery, real life images. It gets really weird and funky. And again, the biggest reason why I find it jarring is because it doesn't transition into it with some sequence or narrative thing that makes it make sense. I think Eva has always been about this, and I knew it probably would do this at some point. It just felt weird at this time, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm a big fan of using real life in animation, and times that it is appropriate and makes sense, or you build to it. But it was a bit weird for me in these episodes.
It was weird. Like, even though I'm a sucker for like live action input in animations and usage of it, like I was like, okay, what are we doing? Like, did we just grab like a video cam and like are we that out of budget? Like and just
He did.
and like we're just inserting like cat videos, which I do approve of the cat part, that was a beautiful cat, but still it was not necessarily adding anything to the story.
Yeah, it's it builds upon certain ideas, but the problem is this is the ending. You can't be building anymore. You got to be
Yeah.
concluding. That's the main thing. Is that
Or even if you're not, like, let's say you're like trying to achieve a more like, I don't know, HP Lovecraft type of like storytelling where like you're going for like a much more open to interpretation, like again open-ended ending, like the way he approaches the whole thing, like as structurally for these last two episodes, does not feel like that it's doing a good job at it. Because the shift is too sudden, like we talked earlier.
and it doesn't make sense. There's nothing that drew the line for it.
Yeah, like if it was more like a subtle like change to where we're right now at episode 26, and then kind of leaves you with an open ending, you could be like, yeah, I understand this, like it makes sense, even though it does not have a closure. But this is like messing up the whole flow of the storytelling in a sense, even though like you can rationalize how it makes sense. It being possibly rational does not mean it's executed well, and it certainly is apparent in terms of loopholes and like things that are left without being answered.
Yeah, to be clear, none of my issues with 25 and 26 exist with the animation, the quality, or any of the choices made with that.
Yeah.
It is primarily due to not only a lack of connection from 24, but 25 and 26 are just kind of a bunch of sporadic ideas
Exactly.
that do not create something meaningful new or finish something. And that's the biggest problem with it. I will say at the very end of 26 is the whole fake morning that Shinji has where he remembers, like, Asuka's telling him, wake up, go to school. And, Yui and Gendo are together and alive. And then runs into Rei with toast in her mouth and she's the transfer student. Like, I appreciated that from I'm a dirty, filthy anime fan who enjoys watching that kind of stuff.
That's the funniest thing. Also like the panty reveal.
I didn't
too,
mention that
or-
for a reason, but yes, yeah, it's like
but it is
it's the most typical anime type shit. Yeah,
it is like, because first of all, the voice changes for Rei.
yeah, it's higher pitched.
The toast in mouth, the fan service, the classic like, oh, she happens to be the transfer student scene, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
I will say I am a sucker for the alternate reality where everything works out despite everything being doomed. That said, this was just this wasn't like anything good per se.
Like,
It was
it
just
was
fun.
funny,
Yeah.
but it was weird. Like,
Yes.
it didn't make any connections whatsoever.
The ending of 26
Yeah.
is consistently memed on, as is with the chair meme in episode 25. But yeah, it's like, my favorite part of the ending of 26 is the alternate version of the Cruel Angel's Thesis song, where it's like, it's a very nice, lighter. Any remix on Cruel Angel's Thesis, I
Yeah.
love. I fucking
That-
instantly
yeah, that
love.
one,
It is
yeah.
one of the greatest songs of all time for that reason, and it holds a feeling of nostalgia and warmth and all this stuff that is everything you love about Evangelion. Like, I think I could be enslaved by that song. That's how much I
Yeah.
love it. But like, literally, it's like, maybe I can like myself. Maybe it's okay for me to be here. I want to be here. Congratulations, omedeto, omedeto.
Yeah,
Like,
that
it's-
omedeto scene is crazy.
yeah, it's a bit on the nose, right? Like, I don't hate it, and I understand wanting a happy ending. It's not earned, and it's just like, I'm like, all right, dog. Like, you wanted a happy ending, that's great, but like, you are so much more talented than this, dude. You've been doing some brilliant shit. I know you had budget constraints. I know we're seeing it all here, but like, come on, dude, you are better than this.
Omedeto.
Yeah, and just like, I will say, do you have anything else to say about 26?
No, like, again, I did enjoy it for what it is, but does it provide anything to the story with the state it's in? Only to tell us where Anno possibly wanted to further develop, but
Yeah, it's like a concept. It's like
Yeah,
a decent frame of idea.
but it's about that. Like, it tells you that, it gives you that information, and then you realize that it's not enough in terms of budget or time or episode count or whatever you want to say at that point, and you just kind of wrap it up.
Yeah, I would say that if this was the actual ending for Evangelion, I would feel very differently about the show. But the reason why we're talking about the show and why we're here is because there is the movie, The End of Evangelion. But before that, I actually do want to mention specifically the episode 25, 26, as they came out, a flood of complaints came out after the final episode.
Yeah.
Like, Anno was pretty consistently harassed. He became suicidal. He even said he hated anime, and the only reason he didn't kill himself was because the pain of dying stopped him. Like, he didn't mind dying, but he minded pain. At this point, I will mention this. I would recommend watching the Hideaki Anno documentary about Thrice Upon a Time, Evangelion, the Final Challenge. I highly recommend it, made by NHK. It's like 1.5 hours split among 2 episodes. You can watch it on Pluto and a couple of other places. It's best watched after the rebuilds, but if you're really curious, you can watch it without it. A lot of this, it's just a really, really insightful documentary about production, as well as also Anno's style and how persistent he is. One of the most notable things, like one of the things I remember the most about this, even before I rewatched this documentary, was that there's a time where Anno, in the rebuilds, he uses miniatures for something, and he himself sends them, like, he meets with them in person, gives them notes, and then, they make the adjustments. Anno comes back and revisits again, and then he sees the adjustments and it's like, And then he goes himself, he stands up on the miniature and starts moving stuff. And then he says thank you after they're all done. And then he does it again because he saw more things that need to be changed. And then he does it like 3 times. That he keeps changing it. And Anno's like an obsessive, and he is a genius, but he's an obsessive and probably problematic producer. Like, a big problem with Evangelion that cannot be overstated is that Anno is like also a producer on these, and there's definitely like, he's very poor at sharing his ideas with others.
Yeah.
And also organizing production and all that stuff. Like, he's a phenomenal writer and a phenomenal storyteller and has brilliant ideas as a director. But ultimately, there's a lot of gaps you will see in this documentary. Again, it will be best to do after the rebuilds, but it's a phenomenal documentary that does a lot of showing, very little, like, there's no interviews, it's all showing, no telling, which as a documentary, as much as I like both, I do really appreciate it specifically for Anno, because Anno is someone who's so heavily not showing himself and very, doesn't present himself to the world, that I didn't want to see it through any filter at all. But yeah, the end of Evangelion. There is a fuckload to talk about with End of Evangelion. As mentioned, we're not going over Death and Rebirth because they're more or less just like recap movies, and we're not going over the rebuilds because we don't have time. But we will talk about the End of Evangelion. It is split up into two, technically, 25 episode parts of it. First one being episode 25, Air, Love is Destruction, and wow, the animation quality is like a lot better. it's you really feel it. It's great. I love it. I really appreciate that.
No, I liked it a lot. Coloring was better.
Oh yeah.
Transitions were smoother. Sound was cleaner, actually. I'll tell you that much. Like, especially towards the end of Evangelion, even though generally it's really good, like in certain moments, especially high tense moments, like you start noticing some disruption in the sound. And this might not be apparent for everyone. I get that. Like we all have our like niches and geek out topics, but like it's a apparent enough change that I noticed after watching like the last two episodes of the original series and then going into End of Evangelion.
I mean, this doesn't compare to the improvement in production quality in the rebuilds, in my opinion. I think the rebuilds as productions are phenomenal. I think they're really impressive cleanups and how they look. And not just because the art style is quote unquote cleaner and maybe more towards my bias. I do love the look of the original Evangelion, End of Evangelion, but also there are just a lot more interesting decisions and things being done because they had more time and money. Like that's all it is. Like Evangelion, and specifically Neon Genesis Evangelion, is a champion of what you can do with simply a dream and what you have, right? Like that's impressive in what it is. But there's a reason we like having budget, don't get me wrong. But I also truly believe that Evangelion doesn't get made as Evangelion and the fandom created without probably some limitations, right? Like, I think that was, whether it's budget or something else, it's definitely a matter of it.
Also, we get to see a much more better usage of visual effects and film grain changing from scene to scene, which that's always a welcome, addition to any show, in my opinion. That was nice. It did at the beginning kind of throw me off, like as in mentally getting into the state and like kind of connecting where the movie starts to where episode like 24, 5, and 6 like ended in a sense.
It's pretty direct after 24. They don't give you a great transition scene, but like if in your head you go this 24 to this, it works. But it is
I had to be like, okay, so they took it from here. Okay, now I get it kind of approach. Not necessarily like a smooth, like giving us the previous thing where it attaches to kind of thing that we see in like other shows or movies.
Yeah, to give some extra information about this, the End of Evangelion is based off the original scripts for 25 and 26, because shockingly these were not the original 25 and 26 were not the original scripts. They were made for a reason. But kind of elongated, a lot more action, a lot more visual effects. Like again, visual effects is big in this movie, horrifying visual effects, and kind of allowing the movie to play out as the way it feels like it should, right? Like it does some very interesting choices that we'll get to in a bit. But the first thing we have to talk about the End of Evangelion, because everyone gets shocked by it, is the hospital scene. And I'll leave it at that, just for the sake of being slightly higher brow. But yes, Shinji does in fact do things that a man does. And I'll say it. Yeah, he jerks off to Asuka's comatose or unconscious body, right? Yes. And it's not the most pleasant scene. It's very disturbing when you hear, because the reason why the scene is most disturbing is because you obviously don't see him doing it, right? But you just hear him, and it's like a shot panned off away from it, right? It's just like
and then you see the result.
But I'm saying like it is disturbing. Just poor Megumi Ogata.
Dude, I was shocked. I'll tell you this much, because he's crying, right?
Yeah.
At first, and we pan out towards the window and the ceiling. I thought he kept crying. Mm-hmm. And then we saw the end result. And I was like, no way he just fucking did that.
Yeah, he, for my American for kids viewers, he does in fact make a jelly donut in the room. That is what we're talking about right now. He makes a jelly donut in the room. But yeah, it's I mean, he quite literally, I will say, if you don't think that this is obviously a bad thing, he quite literally, the next line afterwards says, "I'm the lowest of the low." So they're clearly saying, yes, this is a bad thing, obviously.
And my reaction was, yes, you are.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is that, he's a 14-year-old boy. He's never felt affection in his life. He's doing something fucking horrific, right? He's horrible. But part of it is to show the dark side of his humanity, he's so desperate for something that he's willing to do something terrible, right? Even though we ourselves might not say Shinji's a bad person, we might say he's a kid, but
I'm just kidding.
I would argue he's, I would say
he's a 14-year-old kid.
I would say the ball's in the air, right? That's my opinion. He's a 14-year-old kid with the balls in the air, and he will do some terrible things. Like if you know kids, if you watch kids from an adult's perspective, dear God, there are some horrifying fucking creatures. They're the
most ruthless and
because they don't understand social norms, right? Even if they are learning and are better about social norms, they don't understand it also from their own personal perspective. It's horrifying. It's truly horrifying. And so yes, Shinji fucking doing that. It's horrifying, right? It's like seeing wow, this is our baby boy doing something terrible, right? It's just it's a great hook to the movie.
Either that or it repulses you, but it's something.
Either that or it repulses you immediately. But I think Anno, his opinion as noted, is either you're interested because the guy just did this on screen, or you're not. I think he probably had to fight with producers to get that in the movie, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that
dude, I was questioning what I've seen. I was
questioning your trust in me to watch it.
No, not necessarily, but I was I just saw that and I'm
I mean, if Anno
what are we seeing again?
If Anno hadn't shown his brilliance before this, he absolutely is not allowed to do this, right? But he has shown
might as well
brilliance
kick it
and
off as an hentai series. That's what I'm saying. If for what you're saying, if he didn't show us what he's doing or capable of doing with the original series, he might as well be doing an hentai with that opening. I'm sorry, y'all. That was a tough opening.
Yes, but it is important. I'm going to be the nerdy Evangelion fan who's well, actually, the scene is, yes, it is important because it deals with affection and maybe the rawest, most sexual form.
Yeah, it's
but it gets into talking about humanity, right? A big thing about the final End of Evangelion thing is well, what's left to fight? There's no more angels, and the thing is that, well, the final quote unquote angel, but more or less the final enemy of humanity, is other humans, right?
Yes.
That is the reality, that is the world we live in. And this is where I will finally bring up Shin Ryoku, also known as Shin, also known as the Doomsday cult in Japan in 1995 that caused the sarin gas attack that killed and injured, I believe it was in the range of dozens, injured hundreds, but I believe killed dozens of primarily JL line workers. If you've not read the book Underground, it is a really sad anecdotal interview book about the horrors of the Shin Ryoku cult leading up to both the sarin gas attack and both all this stuff related to it. It's horrifying. We are not going to talk about it too much, but to not talk about Shin in relation to Evangelion would be impossible because Anno was concerned when he was making a script that is kind of Doomsday-ish, being similar to Shin, when he's developing the script, obviously this is months and years before Shin happens, or the sarin gas attack happens.
Yeah.
He's concerned, right? That this is going to be conflated with that, and there are certain script changes and certain things that are ensured to avoid it. And I would argue that this is a condemnation of Shin as a cult, right? Because more or less they are wanting the end of the world and all that stuff, and it's the effect of Shin on Japan and the sarin gas attacks cannot be understated because I think specifically talking to an American audience here, we're used to 9/11 as our domestic terror event. And when we see 9/11...
No, when you talk about what Shin... 9/11 is bad and all, don't get us, wrong, but there's anything, out of anything, the most basic thing you can say is the drastic difference in scale.
The thing about Shin, because Shin, in terms of the death count and numbers related to a specific event, are not as high. But the thing that we could do with Shin, as quote unquote Americans could say, is that it was an outside force on domestic soil. One thing. The thing that was horrifying about Shin is that you did not know if your neighbor was a member of Shin or not. And after this 1995 sarin gas attacks, it almost peeled the veil. This is kind of a semi-direct quote from the book of if you tried to peel the veil from the Japanese psyche, there's this almost horror of the person standing next to you. This need for Japanese collectivism, but also the horror of, oh my God, this person next to me could be a terrorist, right? And part of a doomsday cult. We're not going to get too much into Aum-Shin specifically, like the details here. If we ever talk about Mawaru Penguin Drum, which is an anime heavily about the 1995 sarin gas attacks, I will for sure get a heavy research document ready for it because it is very important then. But to note specifically is that this kind of invasion...
It happens from inside.
Yes, that's a big thing.
It comes from a point where you can't foresee because you're not expecting anything to happen from people you basically live with.
Mm-hmm.
And then it also happens at the core of your society. Like that's also a really important part of those attacks, right? Like 9/11 was like the towers were really important to America and like to the industry, that's for sure. But like the sarin gas attacks happen inside the metro station.
All civilians.
All civilians, and it's the main through line of all of Tokyo's like working people.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's almost zero chance that you're not going to metro, like taking that train if you're living in Tokyo. Mm-hmm. So like the place it comes from and the place it tries to target, like they're the two biggest differences.
To not downplay 9/11, obviously horrible travesty event. Just specifically within the scope of domestic terrorism, it's a different feeling, right? Yeah. It is a much more commonplace. Everyone uses
it's a different type of fear.
It's a different fear. That's the really big thing. It's a place that everyone goes through, right? Yeah. It's not just a pillar and representation of culture. It is quite literally like the culture of Japan being so proud of, Japan is a hyper-capitalist nation, but for some reason has public transportation and public healthcare because these are certain things they kind of pride themselves on, right? Yeah. Japanese collectivism, the things they care about, things that will overcome the capitalist nature of certain parts of Japan. And with 9/11, we could do this othering to this force, right? Yeah. We could say it was not us, not our fellow man, quote unquote. Whether that was correct or not, whatever, you can make debates about that. It's not related to this, but the Iraq War, I think, is proof that we othered it pretty hardcore, right? Is that we tried to say it wasn't, whatever it was, right? And when we think about Aum-Shin, is that Aum-Shin, these scenes are where these soldiers are coming in and just killing every single person they see, right? It feels so viscerally oh my God, this is the fear that people had. This is not what happened with Aum-Shin. This is the fear that people had of oh my God, Aum-Shin will come and they will kill us all. That is the fear of the Doomsday cult will activate. And that's kind of what Seele kind of represents is it's to some extent about Aum-Shin, right? But it's not just about it, right? I think that's the impressive storytelling techniques of Anno is it's about, fear and humanity and all this stuff, but it is also specifically about Aum-Shin and kind of how at any moment this was going to activate in something that they were concerned, and it was when they were their most vulnerable. That was, again, Japan as a nation, as I've mentioned a billion times, after World War II was castrated of the military, was incredibly vulnerable, has been through tons and tons of natural disasters.
Yeah, imagine they're only rebuilding their military strength now after decades.
Yeah, they are horrified of the idea of being vulnerable despite how much they built themselves up, right? It's the idea of when they build themselves up, they feel that they're going to be torn back down. Yeah. That is the part that is, there are nations that are maybe worse off than them, but Japan specifically has this horror of rebuilding to be only taken down, to be at your most vulnerable.
Of the past, basically.
Yeah, it's all of that. Not going to pretend Japan's a perfect or great nation, but there's so many things that have really damaged the Japanese psyche that you see manifest in anime like Evangelion of just this fear, this frontal assault on the Japanese people, represented through nerve and basically, as they go through, is what they feared. This is something that felt could be at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
It's the type of thing that I think if you're watching Evangelion and you're not familiar with Japanese culture, you will miss out so much on. I highly recommend if you, for some reason, I was finding the episode and you've not learned about Japanese culture before watching things like Evangelion, before watching certain anime, understand that it might not be for your audience. The audience might not be you, right? Anime people are so comfortable with the idea of them being the target audience, but so much of it is for the Japanese population.
The thing is, like we mentioned, for symbolism, ultimately Evangelion is made for the Japanese audience, and regardless of us acknowledging that or not, once you make something specific for a single demographic, it requires you to know a certain level of knowledge about whatever that demographic is. And in this case, it's Japan. So you have to have some sort of understanding of the country's culture and history. So when stuff like this happens, you can catch on to those niches and actually make something out of it.
Yeah. It's End of Evangelion itself really pushes making sure you know and understand Japanese history, Japanese culture, and all that stuff. As we get to a lot of, like, we really start with a lot of action shots and the military stuff. And then we get into literally one of the soldiers puts a gun on Shinji and says, nothing personal, kid. And I was just like, oh no, you son of a bitch. Listen, if I ever become a successful person in animation, 1000% is a character saying that. Whether it's ironic or not, I don't care. It's 1000% going to be in there. If I had the opportunity, of course I would. And then, like, we see Misato, who commits a lot of violence to save Shinji. Like, this is incredibly violent.
That was really good. Like, we for the first time, like, we've seen her, like, hold on to her gun or hold it like a few times, but like she goes in like full on super soldier on this.
She
scene.
kills people.
Kills people. Puts her gun into this dude's head and says nothing personal, kid, and shoots this dude. So,
and as we see, like, it's like, oh wow, what crazy! And then we see Shinji, and he's a limp corpse.
Yeah, he doesn't react, which is the crazy part.
I mean, like, he's lost the will to live, right? I actually, to mention something at the end of episode 24, one of the things that Misato says to Shinji about Kaoru is, like, with Kaoru, it's like, he's like, he didn't deserve to die, it should have been me. And then Misato says, no, he craved death. He doesn't deserve to live. And as incredibly cruel as that is, to some extent, it's both cruel and wrong, but also true that, like, yes, if you don't have to will to live, it's hard for society to make space for you, because society's kind of cruel, right? And that is kind of the way that Shinji is living in this moment. He's not being given the space in society by anyone except for Misato at this very moment, because he's pilot of Unit 1. That's the reason why he's allowed.
He's again
the
last hope of everything she dreams of.
Right, and he's allowed to live because of that. Everyone else is fodder, and it's like,
which we do see here, like everyone else is actually fodder. Like,
and it's as the action, like, kind of continues, and like they get to the, I'm more or less just gonna kind of, there is other stuff here, but I kind of think it's incredibly dense, of like just so much stuff. They get to the elevator, right? Like, this is the most important part. Like, they've had dialogue before this, but Misato's been shot and she's talking to Shinji, and Shinji's like, he's weirdly enough putting his foot down to explain how worthless he is and how he can't do it, and that he doesn't have the right to hurt and kill people in his Eva, right? Like, the way I see it is that Shinji sees only the worst parts of himself, which makes sense considering what he did this morning. But, like,
yes,
it's a really hard thing when we're talking about the Shinji and others in the Shinji season himself, how we see ourselves just, reflecting the light off of yourself from a different angle changes how you see yourself so drastically. And Shinji refuses to see the good stuff about himself, which only increases the disconnect between others, because whether he likes it or not, he has saved people, and those people care about that. And whether, it's unfair to him that they primarily care about that, he needs to engage with it, and he cannot just pretend he's the worst parts of himself. And that is a lot of what this conversation is with Misato. Is like he's like,
it's basically a fight between it's a fight between two ideologies that are different Shinjis, right?
Yeah.
So Misato is seeing one Shinji that have saved people whether he liked it or not, piloted Eva till this day, and did what he had to do, and so on. For Shinji, he is only talking about the Shinji who did that hideous act the same day, who is depressed, could not fulfill anyone's expectations as well as his own expectations, and couldn't find a place for himself, through anyone or anything. So it's basically the fight between those two ideas against each other.
The idea of the things that are only ourselves can see and the things that only others can see.
No, like
right?
idea as in more like again like a philosophical way of like the creation of a persona or like or a world. So it's the clash between what Misato is bringing to the world, and perceiving Shinji as and what Shinji is. And I'm not gonna lie, he did fight it off for longer than I expected for him to do.
Yeah. Another thing is that Misato talks about like her, like, you know, she's. If you couldn't tell at this point, like Misato as an adult is like a mess. Like a big thing about the adults in this show is that they are. We as kids and 14-year-olds see adults and go like, wow, they're so put together, they're doing all these things. But like most adults, especially people in like Misato's position, they're messy. They're like, there's even a line where it's like, Kensuke goes like, that's the cool thing about, you know, you get to see the real Misato, right? And it's just like, yeah, Misato is messy. She's lost. She loves Kaiji, but can't really get with Kaiji, like, you know, because of their circumstances. She is mad at Ritsuko, but doesn't have the will to kill Ritsuko. Like, there's so many things that are going on in her mind, and she's like, she constantly talks about this cycle of like false elation, self-loathing. But she learns she's like making progress. She's getting better. Like Misato has not given up despite the world putting itself against Misato. Like really, truly the world has put itself against Misato. She's like on death's door right now. And yet, like, also, by the way, the performance in the scene is phenomenal.
Really
it's
good.
like, I felt it to my core. It's
and
like,
then we also kind of finally see that like she fully gets out of the like mother-ish kind of mindset.
Yeah.
And like acknowledging her position against Shinji and like Shinji with everything he is.
Yeah, she fully gets out of the mother's mindset by kissing Shinji on the lip for an uncomfortable amount of time, and then telling a 14-year-old boy there's more of that.
Yeah.
Misato.
Hey.
Misato
in
Katsuraki.
Japan, it's legal. Yeah.
Excuse me. Misato Katsuraki. What did you mean by that? Now I know you can't. There's no way you can tell us because now you're long gone. But what did you mean by that? Just out of curiosity. I'm not gonna sit on it any further because it's just like
I'm telling you, in Japan, 14 is legal age. So I guess that's what they thought.
To jump now to Asuka, who's actually been doing things now.
Yes.
She's like, you know, she's got the power of Mama. It's great and all that. I think you mentioned in conversation with me, it does feel a bit forced. I would agree, it feels a bit forced in this very moment. I do think it's partially that they wanted Asuka to not be a fucking husk of a skull in this moment. They actually throw Asuka into Unit 2 just because they just didn't want it to be like, if she was anywhere else, she wouldn't be safe, which is then, once again, the allegory of like, you know, in a mother's womb is the safest place. But like, I will say the action of this movie with Asuka fighting the Eva 2s, fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, that action's like, not even that. Like, I'd say overall, the action sequences in this movie like just keeps getting better and better.
It's like it keeps the creativity of Evangelion, but just at a higher quality.
Exactly, like the fight in the like control, like command room, like the military infiltration, and then Misato's fight, and then now Asuka's fight, which is by far the longest fight we watch, anyways. Like they're all really good, well done, and specifically in Asuka's fight, the choreography is really good.
Yes, it's so. Again, to go back to the Anno documentary, he kind of talks about this idea of ordinary shots and how he hates it. He hates the idea of an ordinary shot that an ordinary director would do. Anno finds this way to take shots that are and movement and kineticism that is just slightly different sometimes for these type of scenes. Not like too insane, but like it feels like, this is where the camera should be. Like where everywhere else is putting it feels like the safe place, but this is where I should be. I'm seeing the action from right here, and that feels right. Like I'm sure if I really want to spend more time, I could explain it in a much more eloquent way, but a big part of it is that like Anno takes angles that you would take for granted, like angles and like shots that you take for granted, and he really like he grinds it down to, is this right? Is this correct? Like, is this something that I care about and feel? And whereas other directors might say, oh yeah, this is a shot, it makes sense, do it like this. Like he really questions it in that moment.
He doesn't opt out.
Yeah,
right.
he which, mind you, just makes it more work for every shot. You can't just say over the shoulder, dirty over the shoulder like this. Yeah, that's good. You can't just say that to him. He's like questions everything, which is good, but also exhausting
and
right?
costly.
Very costly, yeah. But yeah, it's a phenomenal fight. It is gory. It's Ava fighting and
The screams are real battle screams. They're really good.
When Asuka gets the fake spear in her eye, there's arguments of which is the better scream, but like this is like one of the best screams in anime in general, right? Like it's
a really
it's blood curdling, it's horrifying, but it's like the thing that's crazy about it is like Asuka immediately afterwards like I'm gonna keep fighting, and it's just like that's what makes that scream like so much more impactful. Is it's like,
and then the mama scream is really good too. Actually,
I mean, just again, we have to keep saying this, but the voice acting in Evangelion is like some of the best there is. Period.
Yeah, especially with the end of Evangelion. Like it got better. That's why I'm saying especially. Like the original series was good to begin with, and with End of Evangelion it even got better. So,
and it is crazy how talented and how much work all these voice actors have put into it. As we get to the end of part one, first like. Is so cool how much will Asuka has in that fight, because dear God, the ending is like horrifying, right? Like with how she's torn apart and all that stuff. And as we see Shinji finally come up to go and save Asuka, he sees the horrible, horrible remains of Eva 2. And then the next really phenomenal scream is Shinji's scream.
That's a good scream
I think,
too,
personally, if you ask me what's the best scream in anime, that's my answer. I think everyone should have different answers for it because, there's different things you connect to. But like for me, it's the raw shock and despair and feeling of lost in that scream.
And mind you all, like this scene, like where Eva 2 like gets basically dissected.
Yeah.
Is really raw within the scene itself too. And then on top of that, now you get this type of reaction from Shinji, like right when you as the audience like kind of come in terms with what the fuck just happened, basically. Now you have to kind of experience that mindset once again through Shinji and him seeing
I mean, Maya literally doesn't have a visual on what's happening to Unit 2. She just sees the damage that is being done to the machine through a monitor, and she's like, she's just imagining it and gets sick, right? And it's like, we don't see all of it, but we see a lot of how much this Unit 2 gets fucking eviscerated, right?
Yeah.
And then this is as, Unit 2 gets destroyed. We get the, weirdly enough, mid-credit roll.
Yes, that did throw me off a bit.
It's actually incredibly important. It has a nice jazz transition song, which I did not find the name of before this, but editor Jared will include it.
The song was really nice.
Yes, and it's it's kind of it's a little like jazzy but downplayed of kind of like doom. There's definitely an undertone of blues and doom in there. But it even has like a special thanks from Anno in it. This is literally where the credits are in the movie, and it's such a smart decision going forward because where the credits are kind of is how the audience is supposed to left to feel, and they do what is more or less a cold ending with the end of Evangelion, which I'll talk about more when we get to it, but we're used to cold openings, right, of like, the opening gets neglected or like, we get right into a scene without any warm-up. This is more or less allowing for a cold ending because when you have, when you go to a movie theater, right, where most people saw this, you see the ending, you get a bit to breathe before the lights come up, you see, you're hearing music, it builds on you, you get to process. The importance of the cold ending in the end of Evangelion is you are in shock, the lights come on, and you have no fucking clue what happened. Like, that is a larger part of the experience, is that it just ends. And so having the credits here is so smart, actually, because it's
it makes sense in terms of what Anno's trying to reach, because, like, throughout the anime, like, the movie, and, like, Anno's own, response as well, like, his main goal is to bring that chaos and like feeling of being lost, and almost the riddle around everything, like that type of approach to this movie and to this show. So like when you incorporate like a mid movie credit roll into that, like it plays really good to it, as well as like having a cold ending as well.
But like the reason people don't do that is because we are culturally trained to leave the movie theater when credits roll. For the producers to either have the trust or have to deal with the stubbornness of him insisting on this, which was the correct decision, is insane, because it's like, I'm sure there are people who exist in this world who left in them. Because also, this is before the internet was as prominent, right? Like, the internet existed, but not like, it doesn't tell you, like, there aren't people online telling you, hey, like, it's all word of mouth of like, hey, don't leave before the credits roll or something like that or whatever. Like, I'm sure, not many people left during that, because you would have been like 45 minutes, what the fuck? But like, it's a daring thing, right? It's a more daring thing than I think people realize, that breaking down the norms of like, I don't think most people have seen a film that does that in the past like while, because you don't do that. Why would you? It's a risk. Why would you take that risk on something as silly as Incredible? But it is important, and I really want to stress that. As we get into episode 26, Sincerely Yours, or also known as I Need You, there's a lot to talk about here. This is with a lot of the religious imagery that people will now point out and be like, oh, see, there is religious imagery. No, it's just shit that looks cool. I mean, you could argue that this is like more or less like a God forming or Jesus Christ forming if you really want to relate it to Christianity. But ultimately, like, this idea of God is pretty cross-cultural, like, and pretty cross, like,
It is,
like many things. Like, you don't need to say that it's specifically Christian, and they just happen to use Christian imagery of just like the idea of us wanting to manifest a God can be seen in like a lot of cultures and a lot of different religions of like, not that these specific religions are trying to do
almost
with that,
in
but,
a sense, it's actually humane.
Yeah, it's like this idea of we want to see that the God that made us in His image, right? Like, but it's also at the same time we're not allowed to as humans, right? And that is like a big part of it. And specifically related to like why this happens in Evangelion specifically is that like we've been talking about why Gendo has been manipulating Shinji in this way. And one of the main things is that his goal, the thing that he needed to happen, was he needed to break Shinji's ego, like his mind, his willingness to live, so that like basically the Eva itself would take control and do everything it can to protect him, no matter what, right? Like Shinji needed to no longer have the will so that the Eva would descend to godhood to do anything to protect him, right? And that was through him telling Shinji praise so that he could manipulate him with praise. That was with him then neglecting him so that he would rely on the praise. This is like all kind of been set up by Gendo so that this would happen, right? Like this was all necessary to break. Like when we talk about the ideal Eva pilot, you and myself talking about this beforehand of like, oh, the ideal Eva pilot is kind of like Rei in this idea. This was before you saw the movie. But the ideal Eva pilot is Rei because she listens to orders and do all this stuff. And I'm like, no, the actual ideal Eva pilot is the one that we can break. And that is the idea of what will make.
Well, if I understand, like if we're talking about like reaching the ultimate goal, that certainly is the case, because you have to have like a broken like Eva pilot, so the Eva becomes the key for the last achievement itself. But purely from a military mindset.
You're correct in that point.
Yeah.
It's just you were talking to it about me before you saw the movie, and I was just like, I fucking can't tell him. I can't tell him.
Yeah, I know.
I was just like, no, there's a reason why Rei can't do this.
Yeah.
And to talk about Rei's, like this is also Rei's betrayal of Gendo in the chamber. Also, Ritsuko gets a solid maybe 90 seconds on screen before getting blasted.
Exactly.
But
Gendo was like, you're fucking stupid. Kills her.
Yeah, it's like I was like, man, it's like, low key she got dogged, and I will say if you watch the rebuilds, she'll have a bit more in it. But yeah, it's unfortunate. But the Rei's betrayal of Gendo and kind of building to the last scene of like dealing with more or less like we're finally getting to talking about like humanity itself, right? The philosophies behind humanity, what humanity is like, Rei saying like I'm home, becoming one with Adam because she's probably Lilith, and then we see Kaoru and Nagi-san kind of like what makes up humanity and the difference between like angels, Evas, and humanity, and how much that all blurs of kind of like, if we think about it, we're talking about maybe the fellow man specifically being something we're concerned about killing each other with. Like, well, go ahead.
We came into realization of like how similar angels and humans are, also with the reference of humans being Angel 18. Yeah. Right? So there isn't as much of a difference between angels and humans, or in this context, Adam and Lilith, for that sake.
Yeah, it's the It's the idea that angels were humans that we just primarily othered,
Exactly.
right? Like that ultimately that we've always been fighting humans, right? Conflict has always been with humanity,
Yeah.
but we ourselves have found ways and mechanisms and tools to pretend we're not fighting each other. Because at the end of the day, all conflict has been with humanity. Besides like the Great Emu War in Australia, that's like the one, right? That's the one off the top of the dome that I can think of as the Great Emu War in Australia.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's war is about dealing with humanity and how our tools and our psychology allows us to fight each other, right?
Yeah.
And that is kind of then seeing this and kind of like, well, why do we fight? What is the manifestation of it? And it deals with how we accept other people in our lives and like this whole like, the third impact is what we'll call it because that's what it is. Is about all of humanity merging into one lovely primordial soup of LCL premium Fanta orange soda, right? Like that is what
basically like a single entity.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the actual animation itself and the imagery is horrifying and crazy and beautiful, and it's like
it's kind of messed up.
You kind of just need to see it yourself because of kind of like it shows a lot of the like crazy imagery. Like one of the things I noticed when I was rewatching this again is like Shinji sees the horrifying imagery of like Rei looking more like Lilith, and he's just confused and scared. But when he sees Ayanami's face, he screams, and kind of like this fear of humanity in a way he doesn't understand is like a big thing for him. It's just like, oh my god, like I'm scared of like humanity and merging with humanity. That's what I'm most scared of as Shinji, right?
But like everyone else is kind of like on board, and they all see like whom they care the most. In a sense,
Maya sees Ritsuko, Hyoga sees, Makoto sees like Misato.
Misato, Gendo sees Yui.
Yeah.
And they all turn into orange Fanta.
Premium orange Fanta.
0 calories. And kind of start becoming this single entity while leaving thousands of millions of crosses all around the globe.
Yeah. Lots and lots of crosses,
Cool
lots
visuals.
of screams,
Cool
blood.
visuals.
It's
Yeah.
got some crazy stuff, but this actually leads into one of my favorite sequences of all time, which is kind of it starts with Shinji in the playground, which we were talking about grain. Oh my god, they grained the fuck out of this shot. For a reason, like it's a flashback, but it's also supposed to be an unsettling flashback, and it leads into a sequence very similar to 25 and 26, but I think A, more thematically consistent and building towards something, and B, it actually got here to the right place and earned it. Like, it makes sense because humanity has all kind of merged together. We're seeing the meshing thoughts of humanity kind of all sitting in Shinji's head, right, of everyone who's close to him. So it makes sense. That's why it's like more okay of like, yes, you are now allowed to do the crazy shit on it. Like that's why I'm more okay with this sequence. And it's, Asuka and Shinji are like fighting, like, they're also like, they're like in a scene where they're like, they look like they're in bed together. But
they're
fighting.
being intimate, but they're fighting, and they're like kind of almost taking over each other, like one after another.
Yeah.
Shinji kind of spiraling in himself in terms of what he feels towards Asuka and what Asuka might be feeling towards him right now after all the stuff that happened.
Yeah, I mean, a part of it is definitely, there is, all the emotional parts with the words, right? They're all, like, it's a large part of it. There's also the stuff with Misato and Kaiji's, sex on the side and, like, kind of lonely adults consoling each other. But a lot of the words that Asuka and Shinji are saying to each other are about their emotional relationship with each other. But the imagery on screen is heavily sexual depravity. Like, Shinji is, like, looking at Asuka. And, like, that aspect of, like, oh my god, like I need something, like I need it.
Like he is looking at Asuka, he's seeing Misato and Kaiji like having sexual intercourse, which then also like brings Misato's like mindset of her like internal clash that like Kaiji is seeing her in this, Shinji is seeing her in this I guess vulnerable position, but then they're also okay with it. Like it's basically a clusterfuck of everyone's vulnerabilities and things they almost want to avoid other people seeing.
It's the thing that at the very back of our mind, the last AT field in our minds, if we want to call it that. But AT field, absolute terror field, the reason why it's called that is because it's like absolute terror of other people, right? Scared of what other people might think of us, of the darkest corners of our mind, our deepest concerns. If that field went away, what is the thing that then starts flooding out of our mind into the person that we're thinking about, right? And it's like Shinji, Misato, she's concerned that, like, I never became Shinji's mother. horrible thought. She probably doesn't think about that. She probably doesn't fully process it. But in the back of her psyche,
it's like a backhand, like innate
she
thought.
can't deny it. That
lives
part
there,
of it was her wanting to become Shinji's mother.
Yeah.
Like, that was definitely part of it. As well as also, like, all the stuff with, like, Asuka, where it's like, she says, if I can't have all of you, I don't want any of you. Yeah. Asuka probably feels that a bit more than that, but she probably doesn't fully mean that, right? Like, that's the part of, the deep back end of your brain that it's like you hate the idea that it's even in there, so you push it and shove it to the back. But when you do that, when it starts flooding out into another person, it's like intense and all at once and crazy. Like, it's my favorite part of this whole sequence is when Shinji's like, I know everyone's being intense and people maybe don't love over the top stuff, but he's literally like screaming what he's been screaming all the time, like, talk to me, pay attention to me, like, look at me. And then there's a scene of, like, Rei, Asuka, and Misato looking at Shinji in the corner of a train.
Oh, for turn.
And then he kind of slowly the camera's pulling back and he slowly looks up and it's just kind of wait, no, actually, please don't perceive me. Wait, hold up.
Yeah.
And then it transitions to the living room scene with Asuka and Shinji before we get into the final little bit of the movie of, like, kind of the Cometh Todd ending. But it's the final scene with Asuka and Shinji, maybe a bit on the nose. I like it because I personally enjoy the nature of it. But it's, Shinji desperately being like, Asuka, I need you. And then Asuka being like, no, you need just someone, anything. And, like, this idea of...
Yeah, there's, like, a distinct portrayal of, like, Asuka acknowledging, like, she is almost never going to be the one for Shinji. And, like, Shinji kind of just holding on to Asuka because she's the first person that's there.
Yeah. It's almost like holding her hostage, right?
Yeah,
It feels unfair. And she gets, mad. And this physical, again, we've talked about physicality throughout a lot of this show.
Because, like, at that point, you do understand very well that if it was Mitsuko instead of Asuka there, he would probably...
And literally anyone he lists, anyone would have worked.
Like, he would act the same way. If it was
even
Mitsuko, he would, act the same way. Like, he would just beg.
Yeah, and it feels,
scream.
It feels wrong, right? It doesn't feel like you're a person to that person, and it's kind of like the manifestation, the tension between the two, both sexually and kind of the angstiness between the two, and the rising of emotions. Like, she shoves him, like, he gets on the ground, scalded by the coffee, and it's just like Shinji in this final moment, someone who has been capable of great violence, whether he likes it or not, his entire time, but has been, unsure about how to use it in his personal life and has had violence committed against him, even lightly. But just like, this lack of physical connection to all these people, he finally commits a physical act against another human, maybe besides the Karu, and it's choking them, right? It's this anger, this thing that's been building up inside him the whole time of, I'm angry. I feel like you should have loved me. I deserve to be loved. Look at all these things I've done. Like, it's so many of these building thoughts of, like, he feels like he earned it and he's mad at humanity and he's taking it out on Asuka.
Yeah.
Right. And it's kind of the final melding of the AT field because he's like, Asuka, I don't understand you. I hate that. I'm going to, like, crush the AT fields in my hand. Right. Like, because it's more or less like the last AT field that broke was, like, Asuka's. Right. It was the one thing that she was, like, keeping away from Shinji. And at the very end, it's like, no, all of humanity will merge now. And we have the Cometh Todd, which amazing song. Cometh Todd is top 3 Evangelion song of all time. I love.
It is pretty good. Yeah, I like it too.
It's Come Sweet Death. We love. I think it sets the tone beautifully. It also to get back to the ideas of imagery that includes, like, brokenness. We see a lot of the sketches that are, like, children's sketches that are disturbing. A lot of these are broken things. Like, we see, like, a fish head in a jar. We see a dog missing some point. It's, like, very horrifying stuff, but it's, like, this idea that broken things, their solution to it in this situation is pushing them together, which is not how we fix things, right? But it's this idea of we're so scared to do it any other way. We must merge. We must become one, right? And it's... Shinji, like, in that scene also, he's, like, so incredibly violent for the first time. Like, he's not just hurting Asuka, but he's, like, throwing tables, smashing chair. Like, it's this final, like, male aggression point that comes out, right? That finally manifests and is like, oh, right, this was in him all along. He just never knew how to express it. Not that the way he's expressing it is good, but, like, he is expressing it now.
Yeah, they're both kind of, in a sense, like, getting out of character and, like, reaching extremes on every end, which is like the last drop of who they are, or what was built behind. That is the building who they are in a sense. Like it's the very very last stretch of their whole being in a sense on both ends.
Yeah, I mean, even at the very end, like what Shinji says to Asuka is like, "Don't abandon me, don't kill me," which is more or less like him saying like, "Abandoning me is the equivalent of killing me," right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, Asuka simply just replies like, "Yeah, no," just like, and then Shinji takes that into his hands quite literally, and just takes everything, right? It's just like all of it. And it's just there's so much lightning cuts, there's so much aggressive imagery. My favorite shot actually in all of it is basically rewinding the entire series of Shinji's life in Evangelion, and then it just shows a picture of him like holding that fake Shinji smile, and just him screaming and agonizing in pain. And I love the screaming lines effects that are on the images. I love the no response he gets. It's just so raw of like how it feels to be unloved and unseen. It feels like he finally is getting it all out. Not that this is a healthy thing. Don't get me wrong. I don't think this is a healthy thing, but it feels like in a series where Shinji has been holding things in this entire time, this was going to happen one way or another. Like he needed to let everything out, and the way he does it is, he lets the world end. He lets the world end and commits violence. But like that, it's what he needed, right? Like it's for him to exist. This was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And I've always said that, in my opinion, that the way the world ends is not going to be because of some crazy, aliens coming from the sky or some weird, underground scheme. It's going to be because of one childish thing, and that's really how the world of Evangelion comes to an end. Is because Shinji is childish. Like it's whether his suffering is real and it's true, and I feel for him. I truly do. But it is a childish ending to the world that ultimately he feels that he deserves to be loved and he deserves to understand others, and because he doesn't, the world deserves to end.
Yeah. And then we basically end up them waking up.
Well, before that, we see.
Oh yeah, we see the Flash like alternative universe.
We see a bit of that. We see them like Rei and Shinji being one with each other, and we also see more live action stuff.
Oh yeah, we see Rei and Shinji being one.
We see some live action stuff of Japan, which is like classic Japan nostalgia. We're talking power lines, we're talking train tracks, we're talking sunsets, we're talking nostalgia of Japan.
Yeah, metro station entrances.
We also see a movie theater, which for those of you who didn't know, these shots were all from test screenings of the End of Evangelion. And they're kind of their reaction to the movie and all that stuff. And for me, this is not like a fourth wall break, but it's a recognition of the fourth wall in a way that it's kind of like, I am seeing, Anno is like looking at stuff like, I am seeing Evangelion as this. How are you seeing it? Kind of like question thing, right? Like he wants to know, like, how are you perceiving it? He's not breaking the fourth wall, because breaking the fourth wall would be like character addressing it, but it's like kind of I'm aware of it. It's here. You're here, right? What do you think? He's almost like insecure about it, in my opinion.
Yeah,
like
and he kind of layers people too, and like kind of add movement over there with different layers and all that stuff. Yeah,
I mean, it's partially because he's scared of it, right?
Yeah.
There's so many people, it feels overwhelming. It's this scary thing of like, I'm being perceived, whether you're really paying attention or whether you're just walking in the crowd. I'm being perceived now. What do you think? That's like a large part of it. Is like his AT field is broken down to some extent. Of oh God, I'm being vulnerable with you. What do you think? It's so deeply nostalgic of Japan. And the way Anno talks about like kind of this stuff is just like this tailor-made fantasy that Shinji's, because in the movie it's like Shinji's like kind of imagining this world. This tailor-made fantasy is his revenge against reality, but that's ultimately futile. Like dreams and fantasies are not substitutes, right? They are nice, they're add-ons, they're something, but they are not substitutes for reality.
Yeah,
that's the ultimate messaging of all of this. Is like, you can be mad at the world. You can be truly suffering and upset, and these could all be justified reasons. Yeah. But you cannot break and deny reality. Yeah. That is not the line you can cross. And yeah, it's I think really powerful. It definitely affected me a lot. A lot of the things that really affected me with End of Evangelion is how raw and aggressive, and how much Anno allows himself, or is allowed to by the producers, to do something like this. It's like so aggressive and in your face. Where I'm like, oh my God, like I know some people might not like the aggressive in your face, but for me, it was just so I didn't realize you were allowed to do that, right? I think that was something that was super impactful to me. That I was like, oh, I'm allowed to do this. Maybe I'm not going to do that, but you're allowed to do stuff like this. Like, for me, it felt relieving that art was allowed to be this aggressive and this wild and this,
No, yeah, it was most definitely like out of pocket in terms
Yeah.
of like in comparison to what we accept as norm, but because of that, it also conveys a much stronger and, like you said, raw, like intense emotion to the audience. Like whether you feel comfortable by it, whether you feel happy, or which I hope you don't, but like or whether like it touches a much more like personal uh, like spot in you. Like it's still, first of all, it's from Anno himself, and you very much understand that. And then it's certainly addressed for everyone to find a piece from it. In the most like almost in a way primal sense, I want to say, just based off of like images and sounds, and everything that's going on the screen, whether it's live action footage or Rei and Shinji merging, Asuka and like Shinji's interactions. Like it's all without a filter, I want to say, and just for us to basically soak ourselves in that world.
I think one thing about art that is particularly interesting to me is that we want to do art. I think that we make a ton of art that's authentic but still has filters over it.
Yeah.
But making art that is truly, truly raw, with making it comprehensible and also making it presentable,
Yeah.
is very hard without putting a filter over it. One, because it's scary, but two, because the storytelling mechanisms we learn require us to put filters over it, and it's
Yeah.
so hard to then remove those biases and these ideas that we put over it that it takes a very strong will to do that. And I think that's something that's super
That's-
impressive about Anno.
That's what I was saying to you the other day. Like it's a show slash movie that almost by default I treat it as if it's like a painting or something that is not within the regular realm of like shows, anime, movies,
It's not appeasing anyone.
Yeah,
it is.
it's the feeling because of what Ono did. The feeling that I end up with, it's just like I said, even though we're sitting here and like critiquing it as a show, in a lot of instances, I just view it as an art piece, and that comes with that raw approach he took, like that feeling of me looking at it as almost something that has different intentions behind it that is not necessarily conveyed through just like dialogues and script, makes it stand out than every like most other show we see.
I think about like when you go to like see a piece of art at like a museum or wherever you go to see one, it's like you see it, but then you dig into the creator's mind. But when we see things like movies or shows, we are almost encouraged by the creative process of specifically movies and shows, and sometimes even books, to be not interested in the creator, for the story to stand on its own. But it's like, no, I'm interested in both.
Exactly.
And I think that's something that is very, Evangelion does encourage it, whether Anno's scared of it or not. He definitely wants you to peer into his mind a little bit because he's scared that what's on screen isn't fully coming across. And to me, that's so powerful because it's like, there are very few people who are like, you know what? I'm going to show not the piece of art, but I'm going to show me in the art. And not just me as a character, like me. Like Hideaki Anno, not like Hideaki Anno through Shinji, like Hideaki Anno and my thoughts in the movie. Like I think that was something that really affected me because I was like, wow, I guess you can do that. You don't have to hide behind characters and do all this stuff. You can be there yourself. And not that I'm necessarily going to follow suit with whatever I create, but like it definitely encouraged me to be like, yes, this is something you are allowed to do. This is something that you should consider, that you don't have to follow certain rules. As we get to the end of Evangelion, we get the coming down as Shinji decides to believe that, you know what, no, as I've seen all of this, as I've learned all of this about the world, I do need to have walls, and I do need to accept that I will not understand and understand everything. I will not be there with everything. I need to come to reality, right? Like
But
that is part of it.
he also kind of comes into the conclusion where like, yes, instead of being one, I prefer being individuals and somehow making connections through human interactions and not just, merging into a single entity.
Yeah, even if he's scared of it, he's like,
Yeah.
I'd rather have that.
Like he chooses life and the experience of life over getting rid of his pain and becoming a single being. Like
Yeah.
he deems it worthy to live. That is,
Living is a painful thing,
yeah,
but ultimately, we want to live, and so therefore, we need to have that pain, and that is probably the most like succinct way of putting Evangelion. Is like
Yeah.
that is ultimately what it's about. Is that living is painful, and that we will need to live alongside that pain if we want to live, and we do want to live.
yeah.
With this show has shown that not living is not great, but
And then after that decision, we end with kind of like a powerful last scene.
yeah, like we build up to like there's some stuff that like starts falling down, like Lilith's head falls from the sky,
Yeah.
like some of the crosses start coming down, like power lines and all this stuff, and it's a great like slow come down. But as we get to the end, the cold end of the End of Evangelion, we see the one person who's come back is Asuka, who's probably makes sense. Probably the Eva pilots, their AT fields can come manifest sooner, probably because of their specific things that have built up upon them, right? If you want to talk about the story, but as Asuka comes back, Rei sees Shinji, or Shinji sees Rei for a second, but like it's really about Asuka and Shinji in the seed. And he sees Asuka, and what does he do? He chokes her. And I know for some people they'd be like, why? The thing is, just because Shinji made this choice does not mean he's not scared of humanity. He still is. And this choice, well, maybe a bit aggressive. Don't get
And
me wrong.
arguably, you could argue Asuka is like, if not at least one of the people who scares him the most.
Yeah, like it's definitely like a part of it, like aggressive, but like part of it is like Shinji's almost in this infantile mindset right now of
Yeah.
like thing I don't like, me hurt thing I don't like, and for the first time talking about physicality in the ending of the movie, the way that Asuka communicates with Shinji is lightly caressing his face, and it's a very important reason of why Shinji stops and understands. Is just like it's a very disturbing ending imagery, like the Asuka getting the life, just choked out of her, but it's like. It's a reminder that it's like, no, if you want to build this connection, it starts somewhere, right? And I think that's a big thing. It's like for those two, physicality is important. I think for a lot of humanity, physicality is important, but right, kind of like for them, it's like the start of their language together, right? Not together, but just say with each other, probably is a better way of putting it. And then Asuka, in the most Asuka way possible, just says, disgusting, as we get a cold. And I know some people don't like that line. I think it's totally fair to not like that line.
I was like, it's fucking weird.
I think that's a completely valid argument. I have zero defense for it.
I was expecting silence.
For me, it was just that's one of the most Asuka things she could say in that moment, and to me, I think that's kind of comforting. That's the only reason why. I have no defense. I think it's probably wrong to have that opinion, but for me, I actually enjoyed it. So
I was genuinely like, what the fuck? So random.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is. Like, it's still conveyed it. And I also know that that scene merged from like a real life situation. Anno knew, like a female friend of his apparently went through a moment like that where she was being choked to death, and her response was actually caressing the person's cheek, and it kind of made them come back to their senses and stop whatever the hell they were doing. So I also feel like since he knew this is actually something that happened in real life that conveyed like such strong emotions, it would also fit this intense moment for the show as well.
it's such a striking image when it's a pretty wide shot when you see them, and it's like this like isolating feeling of the last two humans alive right now. Like they're all going to come back shortly, right? But like the last two humans alive right now are hurting each other, right?
Yeah.
It's a symbol of like maybe about humanity or how we fear each other, but like ultimately it's like, do we choose to hurt or do we choose to try to rebuild and care? And I think that is, weird. It's weird that Asuka's making that choice. I won't disagree, but like, yeah, it's
She's just stuck. I'm just kidding.
I think for me, as deranged as it sounds, makes me feel some hope at the end of Evangelion. I think.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was a hopeless ending to like I feel like it wasn't a hopeless ending. I feel like they're in a fucked up situation for sure, but like it's not a hopeless one.
Yeah, for me, it's like I felt that like all the psychological teardown, all the breaking of everything, led to this one moment. Like it was all for the sake of allowing themselves to have that one moment of buildup. And I know it's like 1,000 steps back for one step forward, but they were never taking a step forward otherwise.
Yeah,
and that's how it felt to me.
but yeah, like this is our breakdown episode by episode. And before we like kind of conclude it fully, like to give like a general like brief opinion of what I thought of the show, especially since this kind of being like your suggestion for me to watch or your forced watch basically, even though this is like a special format episode. First of all, if no one could understand till this point, I really enjoyed it. I wasn't like I knew it was gonna turn out different than your regular mecha anime, obviously, with how many people just kept saying that to me. So I was like, okay, so there's obviously bigger differences. But I ended up enjoying like almost all aspects more than what I thought I would. Like this goes for voice acting, this goes for music, art, sound design, like visual filtration, like everything, cinematography, like obviously. And don't get me wrong, like there are stuff, especially with the circumstances the original series were shot at, like there are obvious things where I could be like, yeah, this could have been done better, yeah, that could be better, like stuff like that. But beyond all that, this is still a show that I ended up enjoying much more than I thought I would, and B, that I could easily recommend someone, especially someone like myself who is not necessarily the biggest fan of the mecha genre, but is a fan of psychological genre or genres that focus on human psyche, which I feel like this series and movie does a great job at it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I haven't rewatched Evangelion a ton, primarily because it's so raw. For me to rewatch it, like I used to watch a couple of shows like every year nearly, but this show is too raw for me to watch consistently. Like it's not hurts, but it's intense. Like it's not something I can easily consume on a regular basis. And to come back to it and reform my opinions now, especially as a more and more budding creative, it reminds me so much of why I started doing what I started doing. It's why I care about what I care about in terms of storytelling and all this jazz. It is, to me, it is the most important piece of art in my life as an artist. I would not say personally. I think there are some arguments for other shows like March Comes In Like a Lion, but I would not be where I am without Evangelion. It has changed my perception on a lot of things. It is not perfect show in the slightest. It has many flaws. It has so many things that if you wanted to find criticism for Evangelion, I would often say they are valid. But the thing about Evangelion that's so special is that it finds a way to, beyond all that, communicate such an authentic narrative about something so very human of loneliness and isolation and the fear of others, but also having seeds of hope in that. Like I think there are seeds of hope in the darkness of humanity.
Yeah.
And while endings might not be seen as happy or things are terrible and all that stuff, there is so much about humanity that exists that we should care about. And I think that Evangelion may be more seen as like a cautionary tale than anything else. It's just like it's a love for like Anno's love for mecha, Anno's love for his avant-garde style of storytelling, his love for the music in the series. Like so much of it is so in your face that I myself as an artist cannot deny how much, despite him saying he hates Eva, it's impossible to not see his love for the series as well. Because of just, he hates Eva as a creator of how much it tortures him, but ultimately what it is and what it represents is impossible to not care about. I am excited we got to talk about this, and we will for sure do the rebuilds at some point. But as you can see with this, there's a reason we did not do the rebuild in this
Yeah,
episode.
this would have turned out like an 8-hour episode.
Yeah,
like-
the rebuilds have so much to it. We're gonna do it soon. I've kind of told Emery that we're gonna hold off on it for a bit because I think one of the magic of the rebuilds is revisiting the world of Evangelion. Like the rebuild came basically a decade after the end of Evangelion,
Yeah.
and because of that, I think time away does add impact to what they truly were for Japan's audience. Of like, yes, we're back. This is Eva. Even if it's similar, I do think that time away will be important.
Yep.
That said, this is still also a normal episode, so we're going to talk about boring normal episode things, despite us talking about Evangelion for like 4 hours or whatever the fuck it is at this point. Some seasonal watches on my update list. We're in now officially spring 2026. I'm watching some Classroom of the Elite. It is fine. I think I rewatched all of Classroom of the Elite before this to make sure I remembered everything, and it's like I didn't like it as much as I thought, and it was alright. It was whatever. I am also watching a bit of Wish Had Atelier. I'm about 2 episodes in. I'm not fully caught up because I got busy with some other stuff, but I enjoy it. I think it's not as good as other people say, but I'm still waiting to see. I've been told a lot of things.
Yeah.
2 on my radar that I've not seen yet, but are for sure going to be watched soon, are Nippon Sangoku, which I've heard a lot of things about and I know nearly nothing about, and Daemons of the Shadow Realm, which is Arakawa's the writer, mangaka of Full Metal Alchemist, their next manga. So of course
I'm kind of curious about that too. Yeah,
for sure. I'm also still rewatching Haikyuu with my roommate. We're like midway through season 3. We've seen some of the great stuff in it. But most importantly, weirdly enough, I've been reading romance manhwa, which somehow I ended up on I was looking up because I was looking up the manga for Journal with Witch for stuff that we're gonna do soon. It's just like I ended up seeing a manhwa called Mia is Back. And for some reason, I just saw the art was good. Next thing I know, I read all 40 chapters that are out. And then next thing I know, I'm reading another manga called Control Alt Resign or Job Switch Log.
He finally joined the dark side, y'all.
Yeah, and then the last thing I read was My Bias Gets on the Last Train. These are all romance manhwa, and the reason I basically exclusively read romance manhwa is it's like the kind of, I would not call these slop. I think they are authentic and they have decent storytelling in them. But the thing that gets me to turn the page and I like to indulge in specifically the manhwa format, is romance. That's the thing I enjoy. Yeah. I would not say any of these are great. I would not say any of them are bad, but they're all like fine. I would say my favorite is Control Alt Resign or Job Change Log. I think it deals with a lot of adult romance themes and kind of the hesitancy of being in a coworker situation with someone and not understanding what lines and boundaries can be crossed and kind of maintaining relationships and all that stuff. I think it's quite interesting. My Bias Gets in the Last Train is a lot of like, not fan service is not the word, but like a lot of audience serving, kind of feeding them what they want. And then Mia's Back's a bit just trauma pointy. So I can enjoy it for sure, but it's a bit on the nose. But that's what I've been watching so far, watching and reading. Emre, you have anything?
Yeah, so I've mentioned this on the previous episode too. I'm still watching Hajime no Ippo. I'm taking my time with it. It's right now a show that I kind of jump into it for like a few episodes every now and then, and I just enjoy that. It is a show that I've liked since I'd say like middle school-ish. I was not introduced by someone, but I stumbled upon it relatively early, and I feel like it's a really good sports anime plus fighting anime. The other one that's relatively newer is an anime called Tougen Anki. It's basically, long story short, the premise is we have a group of descendants of a hero, or let's say like almost like an exorcist who hunted demons.
Okay.
And then descendants of the said demon that's hunted by that exorcist. And they've come to this point where now they're not just like individuals, they're populated enough to be entire organizations. So like there's like hundreds of thousands of descendants of the demon and the hunter. And the story is basically the classic turnaround of the demon hunter being the probable villain actually, and the demons are kind of being the innocent group that wants to just exist with people and just to be alive, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And the story revolves around one of the demon kids who is the main character, kind of first learning he's a demon because he is brought up almost like a regular child, like Blue Exorcist, which early on episodes kind of share a lot of nuances from Blue Exorcist, and then kind of learns to control his powers and all that stuff. So I'd say the vibe is pretty close to that. So far, so good. I think it's completed, but I haven't completed it yet. Enjoying it from time to time. I'm also watching Slime.the-Ken, or Reincarnated as a Slime in Another World, I think is the English title, or something similar. I'm not up to date. I've watched like the first 3 episodes of season 4. It's nice. It didn't dip in quality like a lot of like isekai, like fantasy genre animes we have, which keeps me happy because all of them drop quality drastically usually. Then I also am watching something called Rurouni Kenshin.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. And why?
I don't know. It's a really random, like I know Kenshin, but I didn't realize you'd be watching it.
Yeah, I just saw it the other day, and kind of looked appealing with the whole concept with like slight romance, swordsmanship, you know.
It's just like, it's like when you told me you were watching, what's it called? When you were watching My Happy Marriage. Yeah. It's not that like there's nothing like wrong or weird about watching it. It was just like, first of all, Rurouni Kenshin's like old.
Yeah.
So it's just like a really out of the blue, and there's nothing that I dislike about it. I'm just like, oh, I guess that's one you could be starting right now. That's all it was. So.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just watching it. Also, though, I do want to specify this is Rurouni Kenshin's newer version.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I started it. So far, I'm enjoying it. We'll see where that goes. I don't have enough information because I only watched like 3 episodes, but it's fun. And then, since I'm the one who infected Jared with Manhwa.
I did this completely on my own will. To make it completely clear, because the difference between you and me is you read fantasy isekai game systems. Look, I exclusively read romance.
I wanna say this. This is my take on it, but because I was reading so much Manhwa, you are like, let me just look at manga in general.
I've read Manhwa in the past. I've read Manhwa, I've read manga, and I've read Manhua in the past. I've done all of it before. I just usually don't do it because most of it's kind of trashy, but I forgot about my love for romance, okay? That's all it was.
I'm gonna stop messing with you. But obviously, I'm reading Manhwa as well. Right now, I just completed 2. One of them is called Standard of Reincarnation. It piqued my interest because it kind of mixes the Murem aspect and the magic fantasy world aspect together. Like it's a mashup of 2, which is getting more common nowadays. Not so common, like
specifically
before.
Like regressor stuff. Like not even reincarnation, specifically regressor stuff. Holy shit, is that shit like insanely common now? Like it's like super common.
Regressor is really common, but the uncommon part, and that's becoming more common now, is merging Miriam and like magic fantasy systems. Sure. Like we have individuals that like we have Miriam regression, magic fantasy regression, but like both together plus regression is relatively new. It's gonna be milked again.
Yeah.
But so far so good. I'm up to date on that. It's fun. Again, because it's a relatively new system, it's interesting to read. The other one would be The Heavenly Demon Can't Live a Normal Life. This is a much more basic regression, but again in the similar realm of this dude becomes basically god of Miriam world, dies. This is not regression. This is reincarnation. So it goes to a fantasy world, but obviously they're using mana, which I guess somehow is the exact same thing as their key that they used in Miriam. So he merges that world's techniques with his techniques and kind of Endeavors to new heights which he couldn't reach in his previous
There's a whole lot of words for slop.
Yeah, I know.
There's a whole lot of words for slop.
This one is more like, it's good. It's certainly a manhwa that gets better because it starts with just like everything is basic, right? Like the art is okay, like basic, the story is whatever, and then I guess because it becomes more popular, like the quality of like character to character interactions get better, and it's not like the main character is not like I am the god of this world, as like it's not like that. Like there's still challenges within fights that he has and stuff like that. So it doesn't have that boring like I just one shot everyone I see kind of thing yet. I'm assuming it'll reach that point relatively soon, within the year or so, but so far so good. And the last but not least that I'm reading is something called The Legendary Hero is an Academy Honor Student. And this is your generic regression, I'm coming back boys kind of thing. There's nothing I can say to defend this.
Please don't.
I'm just having a good time, and it's relatively short, so it's time pass.
I will say the real reason I really came back to Manhwa was like I really like a lot of the art of all the Manhwa I read. Like I really like pastels. I really like clean art and lines. And
I'll say that too. Like all these like all the three that I've said, the Heavenly Demon one gets better later on, but like currently they all three has like really good art.
Yeah, for me, if I'm reading Manhwa that's not even that good, I do really need good art. And I would say my favorite, I like all of the art, but I would maybe lean towards either probably Control Alt Resign. It's either that or Mia is Back. They both have really good art.
Which I'm curious, so I'll probably start on one of them as well.
But
that being said,
this has been our Neon Genesis and Evangelion and the End of Evangelion episode. For how long it is, dear God, editor Jared knows exactly now. To talk about our next show, which we are going back to normal 4 hours of content, but not all at once in about one show. We're going back to our normal 3 episodes next month, with my Force Watch being Journal with Witch. I've been fucking gnawing at the teeth just to talk about this show, and I should get it out of the way now rather than some other way, and saying, oh well, in this show on the podcast, you know.
And my first watch being Kotaro Hitorigurashi, or Kotaro Lives Alone, which something that I've watched a couple of months ago, and I was kind of like surprised. Like I really enjoy this show. It's a kind of cozy but also in moments harsh reality kind of show to me that I like, and I feel like it pairs well with Journal with Witch in terms of vibes.
Both very lo-fi but also very real life.
Exactly.
Very, very real life. And our last show is Girl's Last Story. For those avid fans that actually watch the earlier stuff, you may know we probably tried to watch this at some point but failed to do so because it's a lot of episodes. But this time we have control on the amount of episodes pretty well. But yeah, also pretty, very real, very serious stuff, but also relatively lower fidelity type stuff, very chiller stuff in comparison to Evangelion, which Evangelion has quiet moments, but a lot of loud
it's
action.
An intense subject in its totality.
Yeah, so, but yeah, with that, the Evangelion episode, it's finally over.
It's a wrap.
I will say, if you for some reason got through all of this, like, comment, and subscribe, please. I don't know. This was a longer day than I thought. And it's been fun. Yeah,
it's been fun. Be on the lookout for more episodes. If you get bored, go watch the previous ones. Maybe you'll stumble upon something interesting.
All right, get out of here.
See y'all later.